But even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you are not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that you know is not appropriate for you. If you know you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you know you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If you know, everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there is no brainer. You know, that's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep, so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert to another Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes, don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go, and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries. You must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is detrimental to you, you don't have to join the crowd because your health is on you. Your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
with you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions and be able to say no and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So are people hear wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do or very sick people do? So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy. Yeah. So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can.
In this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you.
Yes.
Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that stroke. It was preventable. If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take on,
over
exactly ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do, and your energy and everything is optimal.
And there is something about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge ahead.
And confidence, because you have all it takes. You are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habits as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen
Budget
before.
for
Yeah,
your
budget
health.
for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill, because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you are not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you are not sick or you are not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. There are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health, so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. And all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks. And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes. And you talked about intentionality. We should not just look at, oh, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, oh, the Lord has done it. This year, we are going again next year, and they do not, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like everything just feels fine. So what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? What would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something, because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is, if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets, because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive now, but you would know that on the long run is actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure. You know. But mind you, if you use that money for something else, you buy ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you have found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress, and you will pay less than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
never a waste.
Is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, take a test and see that, oh, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. And knowing that you've done...
And that's worth more than...
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful, and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected, and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, thank God, means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that... some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free, I have the license to do as I want, to eat as I want. They told me, the doctor said nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol, I'm free to eat anything. You don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you are doing something right, and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Because some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during these festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find that a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but this is Christmas,
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things. They overdo the sugars. They overdo the processed foods. They overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time. Let's do what we don't normally do. And they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. Portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of fufu the other person is eating? Why will you eat just 2 and you say you're good? And you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating...
Sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. You cannot waste.
And this is not the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
there's lot of people... Food. So you really have to control yourself.
The discipline level goes down. The self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and, portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say no. At the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. You find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around. And you find out a lot of people just binging on these things. And ultimately, they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation, can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control, of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first. That's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said,
now.
The body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so
Yes.
the body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyles, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines, and then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you can eat in between meals. You can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. But people who are not allergic to nuts. People that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good. And they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for, movement of your bowels easily, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, you stay physically active. All these are very important, and they are mandatory, and there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June, but in December it's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key, and making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medication. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy it first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. Routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control, you know. And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, you may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep taking
just take
this?
A break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is, when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
just have to keep going.
That will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In fact, most times complications can't even be managed, because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. Exactly. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them, you know, to make them, you know, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogun. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, Doctor, we're still talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic. People travel, you know, traffic, parties, end of the year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things. So
yeah, so sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, you know, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. True, you may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain, you're having muscular aches and pains, yes, irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered, you have very short temper, and then you also notice...
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing this.
Exactly, that happens.
I don't know why, I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you like this? Exactly, yeah, because it's a form of stress. Really and then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulate itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses, you're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they're at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, and this, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. So it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from a body that you're not nourishing, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. I mean, not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
So
yes.
how can we,
absolutely,
and then,
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Please just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. Your mood is brightened, and you cheer up, and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine, and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but
yes,
the coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They are not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised, or their childhood experiences, or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin because it's not appropriate to say that.
Yeah.
But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you're stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music.
Yeah.
If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. It doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? You shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you are taking into your body and the potential effect it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, little to no benefits to your body, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influence is coming after that boundary has been, or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking of drinking.
Thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
push your life
fast forward. Yeah, so you just press the fast forward button and everything just goes very quickly, very fast.
My goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end. So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that, you know, you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you're still binging on alcohol. It is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. Yeah. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is, for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you're making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I'd just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, you know, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, you know, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with, you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, you know, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, you know, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, you know, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, you know, is freed, so that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year, you know, carrying grudges from previous years, and then, you know, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over into the new year. It's very necessary you let go of all that, because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take, because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups, because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Adeogun.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities, and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. Moderation with mindfulness. This has been Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
we'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Of the microphone, I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
A very wonderful afternoon to you out there. Yes, sir. Thank God it's Friday, and this particular Friday, comes with a brand new Friday. This is the first Friday we'll be seeing in 2026, and I think you know what that particular one means. So, if you were not here, you know what I mean by not here yesterday, so I think it's still safe to say Happy New Year to you and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season start to shape the narrative, and of course, we'll still have our ongoing discussion as regards to having a retrospect and reviewing the year 2025. Talking about every event that was either nice or bad or good, whatever way you want to call it, from politics, to economy, education, infrastructure, just like Mr. Lawa does not like that particular word, He called it deceit. So we'll be talking about, a lot of them today as well. We started from Wednesday and we kicked off from January. We rested it on March, yes, and we picked it up yesterday from April And today we'll be taking it up from July. And I believe you're all set for that particular wonderful conversation. Resilience and Reform, Nigerians 2025 in Review. Join the conversation with experts in sciences and perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Of course, 2025 was a pivotal year for Nigeria. Of course, we marked a very intense political maneuvering, persistent economic challenges, escalating insecurity, and incremental reform under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Of course, we complain about widespread of hardship in the country, in as much as statistics were showing that the reforms were actually, going on well. But food prices, inflations actually affected the nation. In as much as we still have economic indicators that showed sign of stabilization, but it was not that easy for Nigerians in 2025. So we're talking about all of this particular conversation. You're also set to have a wonderful time, with us here. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605. 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. But it's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation: Resilience and Reform, Nigerians 2025 in Review. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. VOP TV. We're now being joined by Mr. Ubong Thompson, a journalist, and of course a political analyst, who we actually saw sometime last year, and I'm just seeing him this year. Happy New Year, sir.
Yeah, fresh New Year. Happy New Year to Nigerians. Happy New Year to you, Savior. You're doing a good job.
All through the Yuletide season, we didn't have any rest. There was no holiday for us, so we've always been here and we would continue to be here. And I hope that maybe, a life ram, goat, something is tied down, So as soon as I leave the studio, I should be picking a gift from you.
Oh, I expect that, this is a season of sharing love and what have you.
No, but sir. You have to give first, then I'll know how to reciprocate that particular
lovely time, and I hope Nigerians, they do have a good, New Year, time.
All right, and of course I will now be joined by Mr. Gani Olawa, a public affairs and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon.
And thank you so much for actually having a long ride with me. We took it up from Monday, right? And we started the review Wednesday together, and, I insisted that we run through, this review together. So we'll pick it up from January. Let me bring you up to speed, Mr. Ubong Thompson. Of course, Mr. Lawa was around. We'll pick it up from January, where we'll talk about economic reforms, which kicked off amid hardship in the country, and the president promised so much. And he also signed 4 tax reforms bill into law in that January, regardless of whatsoever that was going on in the country, but of course, they projected that everything will be fine. And banditry also visited Nigerians, and it escalated even in February and became the most lucrative business in Nigeria. So, and we were promised and we're told that there won't be any strike at all. But of course, in the same February, ASU threatened and, strike moved up. And in March, we saw the best drama, from the Yendeba people. You do for me, I do for you. The president actually, declared a state of emergency in March, March 18th to be precise, and, suspending Governor Similare Fubar. And that actually went on, which is still going on. And of course, we still had escalating, banditry situation in Nigeria. And some people actually, did an hashtag and bad governance, but there was nothing that anybody could do about it. In April, the health sectors also threatened their strike. And of course, they went on strike in as much as we're thinking that everything will be fine. Even the oil sector, NNPC, talked about projections of producing more oil, but price was still, on the very high side. And moving to May, May also talked about deepening situation of poverty, where people could not even afford anything at all. Again, people could not afford, basic, amenities, things that the government should even do. But of course, people were even saying, let us even see money to buy these things, always hoping to see how two hands would meet. But it took time, and those hands never met each other, and our presidential spokesperson came up and he said that they gave a projection that everything will be fine, in the second quarter. So we moved to June, and it was also tax reforms, that actually gave us a cultural shift in government, which there was nothing for us to write home about as regards to June. It was still the situation. But something wonderful now happened. In that same June was when they amplified the latest corrupt, folks, talking about Governor Emefiele of CBN and Yahaya Bello. The matter went up, but one is in custody, the other one is about to contest for senatorial districts, going head-to-head with Natasha, which I know. I'm just bringing you up to speed so that you would have something to say as regards to this. But here we are in July. Inflation, still set in, but some people were saying that the inflation eases and strike persists in economy. Headlines everywhere was like that inflation dropped to 22.97, in July, with food prices showing slower, increase to harvest. Everybody gave their own, statistics, but the reality was, in front of us, we knew that it was not okay. And of course, we had a more intensified bandits, and insecurity situation, in July. So before we would go straight to August, of course, we're to start in July. I would like you to respond to all of this before we go to Mr. Lawa.
Well, you see, the advent of this administration was very much greeted with mixed feelings. But I, for once, actually said if during the election, if Peter Obi cannot emerge, then I would rather prefer President Tinubu to emerge. But I think because of policy pronouncements, the expectation I had concerning President Tinubu on the Nigerian economy, I have heard, in which he has not been able to control the aftermath of that pronouncement up to today. And that has been a major challenges in the system that has made almost everything in Nigeria to, become very, very unmanageable and difficult for both the government and the Nigerian people. So the year has seen, ups and downs, and then Nigerians have expressed their displeasure about the economy mostly, because I want to speak to concerning the welfare of the Nigerian people. How fair has Nigerians been? Those in government might have fared very well. They might have had increase in their allowances and their take-home and their welfare and so on. But has Nigerians felt, the impact of having a government and an impact of also having, a steady, daily production of oil and gas, because we now put the issue of militancy in the Niger Delta to raise, and oil has been, sustainably, improved in terms of production. And before now, that has been the excuse that the government has been giving, that they need to improve in oil production to be able to stabilize Nigerian economy, which will force down the foreign exchange dollar per naira ratio. But you see, all these things has all gone underground. Nothing has happened. We've had cases of the past administration before President Tinubu, recovering Abacha loot. Where are the loots now? I asked question about the COVID-19 funds. Where are the funds? We now talk about the present, situation that we find ourselves. We have been selling oil, and what has been the usefulness of that oil, to average Nigerians. So we still find out the situation where Nigerians have to find themselves in a struggling condition, and we have been paying the ultimate prices while the political class keep, flourishing in their acts and their, crafts. And this were not supposed to be so. So there has been a total departure of the promise that the president promised the Nigerian people, as far as this year is concerned. You see have it, up till now that Nigerian people are still, speaking against the tax reform that is supposed to take place. I don't know whether the government has taken off the implementation as at 1st of January. But the government would insist, even when the people speak against it. So a lot of things has happened politically. You see, some kind of jamboree that happened in River State, which leads to the suspension of Governor Fubara.
A fresh one has started. A fresh one has started.
And this way, strategy just to suspend that governor. They made an artificial bomb to explode somewhere, and for that reason, it was used against that governor. Resolving political conflicts might not be the issues of average Nigerians, but dabbling into it and bridging the constitution, becomes a problem to Nigerians, and that was why you saw a lot of Nigerians spoke against it. So this has been a case of impunity from the government side, acting with all manners of impunity. So across politics, economy, and when you talk of education, health, I had expected a lot to happen in the health sector. But you find out that most of the ministries, we are not even talking about the ministries, being assigned to various ministers are being assigned to various ministries. You can only talk about the Ministry of Work, probably is working, that we know about. What happened to various other 34 plus ministries, and the ministers? They're performing their functions. So I would have rather want to see a situation where the president would have channeled funds to the ministries and allow the ministries to work. But rather, you see the president channeling funds to state governors. More allocation are given to state governors. And these funds cannot really, be said that it has actually be impacted, impactful into the Nigerian people across wards and local government areas.
All right, that was a very wonderful ride, reacting to my backstories. Okay, so Mr. Lawa, of course, we didn't talk about July yesterday. We stopped at June. So what would your reaction be?
Can you recap that July again?
Okay, so for that of July, we, of course,
what keeps coming to my head now is Natasha's Akpabio case.
Oh, okay. No. The Senate president only said the priest preached, about him, and he has told his council to drop all charges against anyone at all. So, but in July, of course, inflation was still the issue, and headlines were actually saying it dropped, to 22.97, and food prices showing a lower increase due to harvest. But of course, it was not tallying with what they were actually telling us. And joint health sector union, as regards to the health sector, they began strike over pay, disrupting services. Okay, and of course, in that same July, we had insecurity situation. So basically, that was what happened in July. But of course, I don't mind if I can take August, so that you can actually, take it simultaneously. In August, we had nationwide protests and economic recovery situation and bad governance protests, which actually turned violent in some areas, and authorities, responded with force, if you remember, and of course, Human Rights Watch documented abuses. And in that same August, inflation eased to 20.12%, with food price dropping to 16.87% due to harvest. So they said GDP grew to 3.89%. Of course, the insecurity was still, ravaging the land. And the one I love so much. Now to the government. Minimum wage increases were implemented amid labor unrest. In August, minimum wage increase were implemented amid labor unrest. But guess what? It was that same August, I went to the streets to do a vox pop to hear from people about this minimum wage situation and how they've been coping as regards to the hunger in the land. And I got two Loma. I would mention the name because we still have the footages. I got to interview two Loma workers. I think they call them Loma, right? That sweeps or clean Lagos. They said
managers.
Yeah, Loma. Is it
Yes.
Loma they call them? Yes.
Yeah.
They said as at July to August, they've not received their minimum wage, and they were still being paid. Is it 40,000 or 30,000?
No. I think it's 30. No, it's like I think. 30,
Yes, they said they were not.
18,000.
They said they are still collecting their normal salary. That's in Lagos. Lagos. The flashy Lagos.
And when you talk about this minimum wage,
Yeah.
you say talk minimum wage, we've implemented minimum wage. The question is, what is the scope of the minimum wage? The scope covers 36 states. Is that not it? It covers the local government, cover private sectors across board. Is that not it?
Yeah.
So anytime you are talking about the implementation, we will be looking at the federal government complying. What about many of the states? Are you sure they are complying?
That's what I'm saying.
And what about the private? At least I know graduates who are teachers in private organizations, and they are earning like 40-something thousand, 50-something thousand. Total take home. And we see graduates working as security operatives earning 40-something thousand, 30-something thousand. So when you now say the minimum wage, what is the scope of the minimum wage? Because now everything will rise across board based on the minimum wage. And then it's got that it's only certain set of people that will enjoy the minimum wage. Certain sectors will not enjoy. Some.
I even love the fact that Governor Opuzodima raised the bar, to an extent. He did, is it 103, as regards to minimum wage, and he even gave out gratuity every money that was owed in the state and all of that. He did it in last year, so that was quite a laudable one. But my concern, were governors meant to be begged to pay this minimum wage?
And then one thing is this: we all know that this increment in minimum wage is not the solution to the problem of Nigeria. There's a difference between price going up and inflation coming down. You have a normal minimum wage, and then you have price going up to meet up inflation. Is that not why you increase salary? Minimum wage, you increase it to meet up inflation. That means there's a crisis. If the money they are collecting before remains stable, and then you force down inflation, you get it? That means you are solving the crisis. You get what I'm saying? So,
but if you are increasing the salary and the prices are still very high,
so you are not solving anything now. That's what I'm trying to say. So anytime government say like they've done Nigerians a big favor by increasing minimum wage, I don't see it as a favor. I see it as a crash program.
You gave a very serious example yesterday as regards to your laptop that you bought for
80-something.
I decided to do what we call a proof of concept today before coming to the office. So yesterday I reached out to someone last night and I said, please, my laptop is a Dell laptop. So I said, please try and check this and all of that, and let me know how much the new laptop, this particular laptop would cost presently. And the person got back to me this afternoon and they told me that the same laptop is sold for $820.
$820. How much did you buy it for?
And I bought the same laptop for $150.
You see? Now look at that. Look at inflation. That inflation is over 500.
Even if it is 2 years ago,
to 600% inflation. So
even if it was 2 years ago, is it really normal? Is it okay?
How do we project inflation in this country?
You see, the government, as regards inflation issues and the monetary ratio and so on, and with the minimum wage pari passu, the inflation that we have in Nigeria today is not an issue that or something that government cannot resolve. It's simple, but I see it that the government itself has an intent to perpetually put Nigerians under poverty and in poverty, to remain. They want Nigerians to remain in poverty, because, and that is a departure from the whole essence of leadership, the whole essence of governance. Is the basic thing should be to see your people out of poverty. Not to see your people wangling in poverty and all manners of
Well,
things.
would they be able to see their people out of poverty
So
when they actually tell themselves at the National Assembly, "I've sent prayers to your email"?
So by the time they raise the minimum wage, you also see the Federal Executive Council and the CBN gathering, raising the monetary value at the same time. I mean, raising the exchange. I mean, the interest rate. So how do the economy breathe when you are believing that by suffocating, the average people on the street that does little businesses to survive, you make it difficult for them to access funds for their businesses. As we speak, banks are not lending money.
But they said that the tax. They said the tax would actually really help the poor. That was what they said.
That's what I keep asking. So how do business thrive in a country like Nigeria that the average person depend on the small, medium scale businesses to survive?
Mostly small.
So it becomes a problem, and that's why you see the inflation keeping high, because the productivity are supposed to come from the individual and the private sectors. But the private sector are being starved of funds. They find it difficult. They have very volatile, environment to do businesses. As a Nigerian, you find it, for you to get your registration done in Corporate Affairs Commission is very difficult. By the time you get it done, you face the issue of tax identification number. You also face, if your company has to do with SCUMO, you face the issue of getting that SCUMO
from the
certificate
FCC.
from the FCC. The CSC would, as a matter of fact, complain about having unstable network.
That's that one we're used to it by now.
Unstable
we're used
network
to
for
it.
you to get one business registered is spend almost a year or two. So it's really, it's bordering, worrisome, for a country that wants to survive and live above the minimum wage that we are talking about. Because the said minimum wage we are talking about are not being implemented by various local government areas or state governments or private sectors.
Okay, the one we didn't really touch in August, which I would want us to go there. You would agree with me that the sitting president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, once also protested in this country, and of course, we understand that he knows what protest means. But we saw there in August that we had the End Bad Governance protest, which the authorities actually, attacked some of these protesters and to disperse them and all of that. And is it not someone's or Nigerians or a citizen's fundamental human rights to decide to protest if something is not okay? I can hardly find a protest that was peaceful, not from the protesters, but of course from the government.
That's why. So when some people say, sorry,
bless,
that PDP time comparing with APC time, that they will say PDP spoil it. But I begin to wonder, there's a mighty difference between PDP era in this country and the APC era.
I'm not even tying it to any political party, but of course, if you look at...
I'm talking about leadership.
Yes, I understand. But if you look at the trajectory, if you look at every, activists, as they either suffer one way or the other.
Because what I'm trying to say is that during that time, you see that this government had the opportunity to do all their protests and every other thing, condemn the PDP government, do everything they did, and they were given opportunity to do the opposition at large. But when it came to their own government, they began to clamp down.
I remember the Ojota, how much was fuel then when the price was increased?
Like I think 60 something.
And it was moved to how much before people came
70,
out?
I think still within 60. I think 68.
No, it was moved to 100. Right?
Was it 100?
70 something.
70 something, and people went to Ojota to protest.
Was serious now.
And
do you know this government? They even went to court to limit the protesters. Do you know that? They went to court. They now got a court injunction that you cannot do protest. Where you can do protest either at where that Ojota. They limited them. I begin to now wonder, but it's the right of people to vote. If you want to protest now, you can't protest if your company did not pay you salary. Then you want to protest. Can you stay in your own house and be protesting? You have to go to that company and protest. They now say, no, you cannot come to this area. You must stay in one secluded area.
Okay, so I'm not making a case for. I'm not making a case for the federal government. I'm not making a case for the federal government. As regards to them saying that they shouldn't come to either the National Assembly or whatever because they were only trying to say they're protecting the government properties. But I'm also against the fact that they're trying to limit protesters where they can go to. But my main conversation here, is it wrong for people to decide to protest, especially when it is a peaceful protest? They are just trying to let you know their grievances. They've actually said it through social media. They've reached out to the local government chairman. They've reached out to the so-called representative from the National Assembly, and of course the state assembly. And if something is not done, the best way for them to do is to actually come out and protest. This is not citing anarchy. But it looks like the trajectory in Nigeria is that whenever you think of protest, before you think about it, for example, for the three of us in the studio now, thinking about protest, before we decide to, go on that protest, the government is aware, and the next thing is they make an announcement, let there be no protest. If there will be any protest, the Nigerian police force will do this, they will do that, and all of that.
It shows the level at which they want to cage the voice of Nigerians. It shows the level at which they want to box us down.
In other climes, people are allowed to protest.
You see, people also protested then, for the government, because one of the reasons that people protested was to free Nnamdi Kanu. And as at then, the federal government gave reasons, being that they have so much insecurity issues across the northern part of Nigeria, and Abuja was also under threat, that allowing protests to go on free will will actually worsen the security situation. But you also find out that during that same period, some Nigerians were also allowed to protest on behalf of the government, which they did. A protest was allowed, and it went smoothly.
But the ones that protested on behalf of the government were not arrested.
Against the government.
Mr. Von Thompson, you are not answering me. The ones that protested on behalf of the government were not arrested. But the ones that protested for somebody was...
To answer your question, it is the fundamental right of Nigerians to show their grievances through street protests and not street disorder or disturbances. So what government would have done then would have been to fully, prepare for the protests and then provide securities to make sure that these protests won't go, hurry, in the sense that talks or paid
would not
hijack the whole situation and disturb become a nuisance or public disturbance.
We have seen cases.
We encourage Nigerians to protest because it is their right once the need arises. Because that's apart from the electoral power they have to vote, another power they have as common men or common man is to protest on the streets.
All right, Mr. Lawa, do you want to say anything about it before we move to September? Let's take the right to September. Strikes and power outage, of course, also in educational system. ASU's 2-week national strike, disrupted universities and still economy. Inflation fell to 20.8%, but energy costs remained high. And that of electricity, national grid collapse and caused widespread, outages everywhere, And of course, the military operation against insurgents continued with a tribute to fallen heroes. So let's take it off from that of the, I think we touched ASU strike, where the president actually gave his word that there won't be anything ASU strike will be a thing of the past. But, that word didn't actually, come to play in 2025 because we had several ASU situations. And at the tail end of the year, last year, they finally signed the agreement, which we are yet to finally hear from ASU for us to be sure. Because this time around, we wouldn't want it that particular agreement will surface again in 2026, stating that they didn't finish
or maybe they didn't implement it.
They didn't implement because the other one was memorandum of understanding. And later, federal government said they're not aware about the 2009 whatsoever agreement. So if this time around, both parties actually said, we've actually signed something, please let them make it open to the public and let's, have access to it. But you talk about that of the ASU strike. And where I want to really stay, we really, overflogged inflation, which we'll still be talking about economy. But where I want to talk about is our national grid. So we actually thought when Adelabu came in, it was going to do the magic because it tried initially. When it came in, fortunately for my area, we were seeing light and we're like, oh, really? So this area can actually have light. In as much as people like us were not dependent of, Nigerian light because some of us provided electricity for ourselves as regards to the renewable energy, solar. So, but so many people actually celebrated the situation until they came up with what I call the live band. So I call it live band, where they turn all of us to musicians. So they started giving you band A, band B, band C, and all of that. And sincerely, we never wanted something like that because we have the right to have access to a stable power supply. If we're a nation that even shared light to some other countries, so what is taking us, what is actually stopping Nigerians? That has been one of the biggest problems Nigerians have actually had as regards to having access to, a standby electricity. But when, I'm sorry, Mr. Lawa, but when they introduced the live band, they only made it, made us, witness high price, surge and all of that, where the units became smaller and we need to buy more. When they said, the band A is there, band B, band C, and whatever. But after a while, the whole situation, everything went back to normal. National grid hardly breathes without oxygen. So what is going on?
One thing is this. If we look at that power at that time, the thing did not improve nationally. It still remained around that 4 megawatts. It didn't go beyond that area. So anywhere you see there's light, it's just a way of shifting the light to one side and instead of that there's light. After that they shift it to another side. After that they shift it to another side. Because the grid is the total grid did not increase. And that is the question we should be asking, that, okay, why did it not increase? And that's why, because it's not increasing, they need more money. So they have to tax more. They have to increase it. That is why you see all that. And the thing about worries me is this. These countries that are coming to assist, you see, doing well, it's still the same thing they are doing in their country that we are doing. But here, we begin to ask our government why. Because corruption has come to stay in this country. It's another lucrative business. It's just that it's banditry that has coming up to that industry now. The most lucrative business in Nigeria, the most lucrative industry in Nigeria is corruption. It's corruption. So it's everywhere. Now, because there's corruption, you don't. Now, everybody is talking about use of solar. Does the government have its own? Do we have wind energy? We have abundance of sunlight in the north. We have abundance of wind too. We have the river. We have so many things. And then the question is, why is the government not investing in all these things? The major one we concentrate on are the old ones, which is the hydroelectric and the gas turbine. But the world has gone beyond that to wind energy, to solar energy. That's why they call it solar farm. Solar farm means that even areas like, okay, look at that Enugu, the coal mine. Yeah. You know they have abandoned the coal mine. But in other countries where they have mines like that, the moment you finish mining, the place is abandoned. They convert that place to solar farm. That is, they put solar panel across the whole land. Instead of the land wasting, you see solar panels there, and it's generating enough power supply for the people in that area. But here, because our education system is not seen as something that is valuable, the government itself does not value our Nigerian education system. That's why you see many people in government who have questionable certificates. And you wonder, how did they get there? How did they get into that post? You see ministers having questionable certificates. You see people in the rep have questionable certificates. Now, researches that are supposed to come from schools, like you can give the Institute of Technology, or produce this thing in the next 2 years. We want you to produce, give us a way forward. And then you vote money into that project, into that, they do a lot of research in it, and they come up with a blueprint print for you, and then the government use. That's where they develop all over the country. That's where America is doing it. China, Europe, Dubai, even Saudi, go around, even Iran. That's where they do it. It is the institutions, the higher institutions, even secondary school, that produce most of these technologies, and then the government expand it for them. But here, our education system is almost totally useless. There are so many researches that are done, wasted in the library, in the store, in the archives, abandoned. And then how do we grow when they were now expecting anybody to come from abroad? How many of these researchers who have come, spent a lot of years doing research, how many of them have actually been made ministers? Can you mention any of those ministers who have such an experience? I'm saying across board, almost all of them.
No, because their certificate is intact, so they are not qualified.
The Ministry of Power, the Minister for Power, where you have professors who have retired, traveled all over the world, done research, present papers, done so many things, and the moment they become, all these things, you abandon them. And they pick them abroad and use them. I've seen, if you see many of these people, when they come to do their inaugural lecture, you'll be wondering that, where is this one be? You see the way abroad, people in the countries in abroad actually use our brain. Without leaving Nigeria here, they use them. They give them work to do. From Nigeria here, they do the research here, send it to them, and they get paid. There's so many of them across board. From abroad, they are working. They are not working abroad, though. They are even our doctors. Many of these specialists you see in our these hospitals, they are contractors to many of these medical institutions and this in abroad, doing research and sending it abroad and getting paid.
But the way you are actually using the word abroad, I hope you know that for the people in other climes, so they also see us as abroad. So I think
I'm talking. That's why I use the word developed countries.
So Nigeria is also abroad. I hope you know that.
No, nobody will. Anytime they want to refer to us, they will say third world country. When we are referring to them, we say abroad. When they are referring to us, they say third world country, because we are nowhere to be found.
But you didn't hear that they also called us abroad. Yeah, so, Mr. Obon, what do you have to say as regards to the national grid that is always fainting and rising, and
Yeah, I think Mr. Ekundayo has spoken so well. I think failure of government to invest in capacity development in the electricity sector has been the bane of improved electricity we are having in Nigeria, because one factor that they has mentioned, which is corruption. has also eaten deep into the sector. And you find it very difficult that we are still hovering around the same megawatts of production, that we are producing year in, year out. Maybe if there to be any improvement, according to the promise made by the Minister of Power, we are targeting 6,000, whereas South Africa has for long ago, surpassed that kind of target.
Over 20,000.
Over 20,000. So, and we understand that Nigerian government do not have a strategic, sincere, and intentional approach toward governance. The key and the objective is to make sure that things remain the way they are, so that people will not be able to, have a kind of privileges, to ask questions or to actually improve their lives, because we understand knowledge is power. It talks about, building capacity for researchers. How many research institutions has the Ministry of Power come out with respect to, the Solar Institute, setting up a Solar Institute, or is it the other source of electricity? We find it very difficult to get this thing down. And if you do nothing in Nigeria or in any government or anywhere, you become nothing. So I'm not expecting anything new to come out from the electricity sector, because I mentioned for once that none of the ministries are working as we speak. The only ministry that every Nigerians are paying attention to is the Ministry of Works, that is doing Lagos, Calabar, and other roads. But what happened to other ministries? What happened to the Ministry of Agriculture?
Interior is really doing well.
What about other ministries that we have more than 34 or more ministries in Nigeria? So if they were to work simultaneously, excellently well, we will not be asking this question that we're asking ourselves. Nigeria will be developing across board. So you find out the epileptic nature of electricity in Nigeria cannot enhance in any way production or productivity. What about the private sector? They're producing. What about the time that people spend in darkness? So it's actually caused mental drain for Nigerians. Or having mental and both financial drain, because they will have to resort to going to buy the fuel at the filling station to power their small businesses. Now. What about the people that are into saloon businesses? What about the welders? What about the hairdressing salon and co? All those people that depend on electricity to help their businesses to grow and to render one services or the other. So this actually stall development in Nigeria, and the government should not tie his hand and watch all this thing going on. So that problem persisted, and you see, the ban introduction, ban A, ban B, and a place that probably you were powering your flat for 20,000, you have to power it now with about double that amount.
60,000.
60,000 or thereabouts.
Yes.
So it's a very, very serious challenge that the Nigerian people are going through.
Okay, so we'll be taking it, of course, from there to October, which will just be just a quick response, so we can actually wrap it up here. But I think we have to adjourn it finally to Monday because I have to get to the tail end of this particular conversation
for a year, for a month.
But we just have to manage it. We just have to manage it this way. So in October, something controversial happened, in the country. In October, pardons and of course our infrastructural, situation happened. Focus on politics. President Tinubu granted clemency to 175 people. And of course, posthumous pardons to public figures like Albert Macaulay and Ogoni Nai. Of course, we also had the economic growth projected, and NNPC it targeted 18 new plants as stake sales in assets, and aviation system, Nigerian State and African-wide conference for sector growth. But let's talk about the pardon. You know, something very funny happened as regards to the pardon, where the president pardoned these people before we heard that the list was reviewed. You know, because of people's comments on social media, how some people dragged, you know, the government and all of that. Why should this name, that name, this name, that name, you know, be selected? And that was when, you know, some of these particular decisions were reversed. But my major concern, when we talk about a presidential, you know, pardon list, the presidency were meant to go through it. And when we say the presidency, I believe we understand, you know, the word the presidency, but was the special advisors to the president, you know, not take their time to scrutinize all of these things, knowing fully well that anything that, you know, appears here that can actually, you know, dent the image of the president should be removed? And is it even okay that it was when the president had already granted, you know, the pardon before the president was now privy to the list, before he started, you know, reversing some of these things? So I'd like you to talk about this in just 1 minute, and we're done.
Yeah, the clemency came about because of the Nigerian 65th anniversary celebration, and most likely the president was to use this to actually appease the minds of Nigerians and those who might have committed one, you know, treasonable or atrocity or murder against, you know, the Nigerian people. So, but you find out that there was an hijack of that process by the political class. So you find out the interest that came in, and people had to, you know, though I might not be very be sure about it, but I know people will go to lobby and even want to pay money for
to add their list,
their list,
okay,
to that list. So that received with mixed feeling from Nigerians, will spark controversy, and you see the president rescinding in that decision and trying to, you know, reassess the list once again.
Okay, Mr. Elawa, I'd like you to take yours.
My own thing was that normally, if I believe what's supposed to have been done to save the such an embarrassment was that supposed to have first of all put that list in the public domain. Let people discuss it. Then, based on their discussion, you know that's the way it's done in America. You see, they first of all put it in public domain. People start discussing the people they see that they wanted. I mean, the government wants to give pardon to. From there, you can get your informations, and then you now use that information to compile your list and then present. Not when you have now presented the list, it has been approved. You now put it in public domain. You now see a lot of backlash. You now withdraw. You get, it shows incompetency of the officers in charge of those. Don't they see all these things? We are not in government, but we see the way these things are done internationally in other countries, and it's working for them. So if we are spending our money to get such information, what about people that are spending government money and it's also their job to do it, and they make such an expensive errors every now and then?
We have so many that are in the prison waiting for, you know, court hearing, and they haven't. These are the set of people that each of the states or local governments or prison yards are supposed to move forward. So the presidency was supposed to work hand in hand with the prison authority for such people.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Albon Thompson, for being part of the show today, and of course, thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for being here. This is how far we can actually go as regards to this particular 2025 review. Yes, I think we would still have to take this retrospect next week so that we can wrap up, you know, December. Let us actually see what actually happened in December. I'm already acting as if I was not around in 2025, you know. If you love the world of sport, I'd like to stay put for Locker Room, as we're coming up to do justice to more information as regards to the world of sport. Okay, don't give up, because it is not over Tough time doesn't last, but tough do last whatsoever you face on Sombiva. And you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. You have more.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
All right, the Friday edition of the Locker Room with Voice of the People Television with me, Jerry High. So much going down the exciting world of football, action-packed as far as the round of 16 is concerned. And of course, there's so much to focus on as far as the African Cup of Nations is concerned. The battle for the English Premier League title is also on the cards as Manchester City played a draw against Sunderland last night. No one saw that coming, but it looks like Sunderland is the trump card as far as talking about the race for the title in the EPL is concerned. Arsenal sitting pretty on top, and so much more we'll be talking about on the show this Friday edition. Of course, the first Friday edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television in the year 2026. And Happy New Year to all our viewers. We appreciate all you did with us in 2025, and we would like you to keep it up in 2026, and we promise to serve you better, serve you all the latest and the hottest gist as far as football is concerned, coming from the Super Eagles and what's happening on the foreign scene, all about football on the Locker Room. And of course, it promises to be exciting. My wife gets to join me virtually as we take a look at what's happening in the exciting world of football. And of course, we interest Nigerians to know that the group stage team of the tournament has been unveiled by the Confederation of African Football, CAF. And of course, and on that note, it will interest you to know that Coach Eric Chell was named the best coach in the first round of games in the group stage. He was made the best coach. He was nominated and elected, we want to put it that way, as the best coach of the round of 16. He won 3 games out of 3, beating Tanzania before beating Tunisia, and we're going on to beat Uganda. And of course, with that remarkable feat, CAF felt that he's the best man to be given the coach of the group stage as far as the CAF team of the group stage is concerned. The head coach of the senior national team was picked as the coach of the tournament after the first round of games in the ongoing African Cup of Nations. And CAF Technical Study Group made public the best 11 players of the group stage and picked the Nigerian who led his team to 3 wins out of 3 as the coach for the group games. And of course, the Chelsea team will be in action on Monday against Mozambique in the round of 16, hoping to better their record of 8 goals scored and 4 conceded in 3 games. And of course, Maiwa is now with us. Maiwa, how do you feel about the Super Eagles? They're in the round of 16, but the news is that CAF has elected, or would I say, thought about it and said that Coach Eric Chell is the best coach for the group stage. It's great to have you join us on the Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you and your family.
I know.
All right, it seems like I'm struggling to hear you, Maiwa. Okay? All right, it seems like the communication network there is not really networking, but we hope that we're able to get Maiwa clearly as soon as possible. We're just talking about the best 11 for the group stage as far as the CAF is concerned. Ademola Lookman, who leads the attack of the team, was the only player considered good enough for the best 11 players of the group stage after picking up 2 assists with 2 goals as well. Nigeria hope to go one step better than last time out when they were beaten finalists after losing 1-2 to the host Cote d'Ivoire in the final. And of course, if our producers will have the first 11 out there so that Nigerians will understand what we're talking about as far as the first 11 for talking about the group stage of the African Cup of Nations is concerned. And of course, in goal, there's talking about the Egyptian goalkeeper, talking about El Shenawi. He is in goal as far as the group stage is concerned. He has been voted the best goalkeeper of the group stage. There's also Twanzebe, a former Man United player and playing for DR Congo. There's also Tapsoba of Burkina Faso making the calls as far as the defense lineup is concerned. There's a 2-man back line, centre back position. And of course, there's Baleba, the guy with Brighton who plays for Cameroon. He makes the cut. As far as the first 11 is concerned, there's also Mazrui, the Manchester United right back, making talking about the team of the group stage, best 11. He plays for Morocco. And there's also talking about Abdi of Tunisia. The Tunisian left back makes the cut. And of course, going up front, there's Ademola Lookman. And there's also Brahim. And of course, for those who know Brahim, he plays for Real Madrid and definitely for Morocco. And there's also Riyad Mahrez from the right wing. And there's Ahmad Diallo, the Manchester United player for Cote d'Ivoire. He plays out there in the center forward position. And that's quite questionable, but it is what it is. He's not a natural center forward. He likes to play from the wings. And there's also Sadio Mane of Senegal. He makes the cut. And of course, down there, there's Eric Sekochel, the coach of the AFCON group stage, as you have it. And of course, congratulations to Ademola Lookman and Coach Eric Chell for making the cut for talking about the group stage best 11 as far as the CAF study group is concerned. Congratulations to the guys as far as that one is concerned. All right, let's talk about the Super Eagles. They get a very crucial one against Mozambique. That game comes up talking about this Monday and next week Monday, I beg your pardon. And of course, those are the players that believe that are the best as far as all the group stage games is concerned. And Rachel makes the cut. And of course, DR Congo, all of these teams, if you look at them, they are all in the round of 16. All of these players, they are going to be in the round of 16. They've done excellently well for their sides to guarantee their spot in the round of 16. And their efforts have been recognized for putting their team through. Let's not forget the Super Eagles won 3 games out of 3. They're the only team, they're the team alongside Algeria that won 3 games out of 3 as far as the group stage is concerned. And that is why you can see Ademola Lookman and Eric Chell making the cut as far as that one is concerned. And let's talk about the Mozambique national team. They're already talking. The head coach of the senior national team of Mozambique, talking about Chiquinho Koundé, says his team will approach the round of 16 game against Nigeria on Monday with respect, not fear. And of course, Koundé's team booked a spot for the game against Nigeria after losing 1-2 to Cameroon in the final group game of the tournament. They ended up as one of the best 4 third-place teams in the tournament from all groups, and they are up against Nigeria, who won all of their group games, scoring 8 goals and conceding 4 to finish as winners of the group, and also maintain their status as favourites for the title. And of course, earlier today, the Eagles team were seen training as far as talking about that game against Mozambique is concerned. They are in high spirits, and the guys have taken to the training pitch ahead of that very crucial fixture against the Mozambicans. And if you take a look at the training videos, if our producers will get it for us so that our viewers can enjoy what the Super Eagles are cooking as far as the preparation for the game against talking about the Mozambique national team is concerned. And so far so good. Eric Chell has been talking tough that they are not going to underrate the Mozambique national team. Yeah, they are not going to underrate the Mozambique national team as far as that one is concerned. And of course, we know that the Mozambicans are not going to be pushed over. The coach has already said they will not be approaching that game with any form of fear, but total respect for the Super Eagles. And of course, for those who don't know Mozambique, they're very, very interesting side. They have a lot to prove as far as this competition is concerned. All right, and let's talk about the round of 16 proper, where it looks like it's going to be a very, very a blockbuster games to look forward to as far as the round of 16 is concerned. Because if you take a look at the lineup of cast to look forward to as far as the big names in African football, talking about Achraf Hakimi, Mohamed Salah, and Victor Osimhen, they had the star-packed AFCON last 16 cast. And of course, the All attention will now be switched to the knockout stage, which kicks off from Saturday when the Africa Cup of Nations resumes in Morocco. Paris Saint-Germain defender Hakimi was crowned the 2025 African Player of the Year in November, and Liverpool attacker Salah and Galatasaray striker Osimhen were the runners-up. And of course, after 36 matches spread across 6 groups, the 16 survivors from 24 hopefuls clash in 8 second-round matches over 4 days. Fit again, Hakimi is set to lead title favourite Morocco against Tanzania, and Salah will captain talking about Egypt against the Benin Republic, and Osimhen will definitely inspire Nigeria as they take on talking about the tackle Mozambique. And of course, the pairings are already out as far as the round of 16 is concerned. And of course, for those who don't know, Senegal takes on Sudan, which is a bigger fixture as well for Senegal. But for Sudan, it's going to be a difficult one to narrow against, because veteran Sadio Mane and Paris Saint-Germain 17-year-old Ibrahim Mbaye in 2 appearances off the bench have been among the stars as 2022 champion Senegal confirmed why they are among the favorites by winning Group D. Sudan, representing the country ravaged by civil war since 2023, reached the second round despite failing to score. Their only Group F win against Equatorial Guinea came via an own goal. Wow. How do you make it to round of 16 without scoring a goal? That's the first of its kind, and it only happens in the African Cup of Nations. They won their only game via an own goal, and they are in the round of 16. How can you beat Senegal without even scoring a goal? The only goal you have to your name is an own goal. Wow, very interesting. And of course, Mali versus Tunisia will look very interesting because these two sides are well grounded when it comes to attacking. If we carry on playing like this, we will not go much further. And this is coming from Belgium-born Mali coach Tom Saintfiet after Group A draws. Okay, they drew 3 of their games, talking about Mali, to make it to the round of 16. Tunisia did well to hold Morocco, but were woeful against Nigeria until they trailed by 3 goals. And the Carthage Eagles then scored twice and came close to equalizing. And they say the rest is history. Tunisia will worry about Mali this time. And of course, there's also Morocco versus Tanzania, a mismatch on paper. That's Morocco, whose only previous title came 50 years ago, 101 places above Tanzania in the world rankings. The East Africans ended a 45-year wait to get past the first round thanks to 2 draws. Morocco boasts a potent strike force of Brahim Diaz from Real Madrid and Ayoub El Kabi of Olympiacos. They have scored 3 goals each to share the Golden Boot lead with Algerian Riyad Mahrez. And that's the pairing. And of course, we're talking about the game between Morocco and Tanzania. It looks like a mismatch. And of course, let's talk about South Africa versus Cameroon. South Africa debuted in the AFCON 30 years ago by hammering Cameroon 3-0 in Johannesburg. It should be much closer when they meet a second time with only 4 places separating them in the world rankings. In pursuit of goals, South Africa will look to Oswin Apolis and Lyle Foster, while 19-year-old Christian Kofane struck a stunning match winner for Cameroon against Mozambique. Right, that's going to be a very cleanly contested one. Talking about Morocco, Cameroon, I beg your pardon, up against the Bafana of South Africa. Talking about Bafana taking on the indomitable Lions of Cameroon. And of course, there's also the game between Egypt and Benin Republic. That's going to be a big one for Mohamed Salah, struggling to score for Liverpool this season. Salah has regained his appetite for goals in southern Morocco. He claimed match winners against Zimbabwe and South Africa to win Group B. Benin celebrated their first AFCON win 25 years after debuting by edging Botswana. And the Cheetahs are a compact, spirited outfit led by veteran striker Steve Mounier, but lack punch up front. Okay, they will need to start scoring goals if they will want to pull their weight against the Egyptians, who are definitely one of the title contenders as far as the AFCON 2025 is concerned. And the big one, talking about Nigeria versus Mozambique. Live wire Osimhen is a huge area threat and could have scored hat-tricks against Tanzania and Tunisia in Group C, but managed just 1 goal. And fellow former African Player of the Year, Ademola Lookman, has also impressed. Mozambique lost 3-0 in their previous AFCON meeting with the Super Eagles 16 years ago. It is likely to be tighter this time, with striker Geni Katamo posing a threat for the Mambas. Of course, the Mamba snake, they're very dangerous. They bite and they're very, very poisonous. The Super Eagles, of course, the Eagles are very good at killing snakes. Who knows? Definitely they will be able to pounce on the Mambas and get the desired victory to make them see the quarterfinal. And of course, there's also the big one everyone is looking forward to, talking about Nigerians as well, because the winner of this game between Algeria and DR Congo get to face the Super Eagles. Of course, who would you prefer? To fight against Riyad Mahrez or to go against the team that stopped the Super Eagles from making it to the World Cup? All right, the clash of two former champions is potentially the match of the round. It is the only tie involving two European coaches, talking about the Bosnian Vladimir Petkovic and Frenchman Sebastian Desabre. And Algeria and Nigeria were the only teams to win all 3 group matches. Former Manchester City winger Riyad Mahrez has been an inspirational captain while scoring 3 times. And of course, that's going to be a big one. Don't miss that game between Algeria and DR Congo. And of course, there's also Ivory Coast versus Burkina Faso. This is the only match featuring nations from the same region. Burkina Faso are defending champions, as Ivory Coast share a border in West Africa. Okay, and defending champions Ivory Coast, they share a very, very good border in West Africa. And Manchester United winger Amad Diallo was the only winner of 2 Player of the Match awards in the group stage. And the Ivorian now face impressive Burkinabe defenders. Edmond Tapsoba is a very, very stubborn and hard-fighting defender. The Ivorians will need to do very well to get the victory against the defense line of Burkina Faso. All right, and of course, and there's also Isufu Dayo. That name sounds Nigerian, Dayo. Okay, but I don't know where it came from, but it is what it is. He's going to be alongside Edmond Tapsoba, who is also in the team of the group stage. And of course, those are the pairings. As far as the knockout stage of the AFCON 2025 is concerned, Mali, Tunisia, Senegal versus Sudan. There's also Egypt up against Benin. There's Cote d'Ivoire versus Burkina Faso, South Africa versus Cameroon, and of course, Morocco up against Tanzania, Algeria versus DR Congo, and Nigeria versus Mozambique. Make sure you get used to those fixtures, because that's what it's going to look like in the round of 16. Let's enjoy some beats of the training session of the Super Eagles, and we'll return. You're still watching The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television.
I made way back in the Ville.
Everybody will double. Normalement, on met la pièce quand tu montes. Il n'y a pas de pièce.
Merry Christmas.
I don't tell us. I think you are jealous.
Everything else.
So what you want to do?
They don't like Ouais, de l'intérieur. stuff. Perfect. Okay, Mona. Okay, perfect. Okay, babe. Inside. Go inside. Your arms. Use your arms. Okay, perfect, guys. After 2 times, you stop. Touch the ball. Okay, perfect, voilà. Okay, Mais Shido, perfect. Okay, Franck. Perfect. Hey. No, everybody will double. Normalement, on met la pièce quand tu continues. Il n'y a pas de pièce.
Merry Christmas.
I don't tell us. I think you tell us.
Everything else.
What you want to do?
You don't like
Hassan. Ouais, deux à l'intérieur, deux externes, parfait.
The Eagles in high spirits. All right, Victor Simon, tell me where you did, Walele. And of course, that was the signature tune back then in the 90s to the 2000s when the Super Eagles were definitely a lot of Nigerians were so excited anytime the Eagles want to play a game. But it seems like that spirit is gone. But these guys, I think there's something exciting about this team Nigerians should look forward to. This team was at the final of the last AFCON, and they're the team to beat as far as the African Cup of Nations is concerned. Everyone at the Nations Cup is watching out for Nigeria, talking about the fans, the organizers, and of course the host nation, the big boys. They know that Nigeria is going to be a very difficult team. There's something unique about Nigeria. Anywhere they are, they always stand tall. They always among the best, among the rest. And of course, these players donning the green, white, green lookalike jerseys back of the Atlanta 96 team. And of course, quite a lot of memories, if you ask me. And of course, I must say the branding has been excellent. And of course, they're all dancing and looking so spirited. And I hope, and of course, Paul Onachu, not my very big man, but I think he has scored a goal to justify his inclusion at the AFCON. I would like to see him score more goals. You can see Chidozie Awaziem, and of course, Bruno Yemachi, even Paul Bansi, Calvin Bansi, I beg your pardon, who is an in-it guy, Brown and Bread,
in the UK, and all dancing and vibing to the Nigerian spirit. And of course, by Monday, we hope they'll put their money where their mouth is when they eventually take on talking about the Mozambique national team. And of course, you can even see Akko Adams is looking all spirited and dancing. And of course, looking all exciting, all looking bright and smiling like church cats as far as a band of young guys all excited to play for their country and of course do their country proud out there at the African Cup of Nations. They get to play the Mozambicans and that will be on Monday. And of course, we'll be here to make sure we give you updates as far as that big game is concerned, because the Super Eagles will need to win that game if they want to be in the quarterfinals. But some have said that Mozambique should not be a difficult team to beat, but you must put your money where your mouth is. Beat them first, then you can say, okay, yes, you beat the Mozambicans to make it to the quarterfinal. Let's worry about the round of 16 and worry about who wins in the game against Algeria and DR Congo later after winning that game on Saturday. All right, let's go over to the English Premier League, where it looks like it's not good times. What a new year present for the coach of Chelsea. Enzo Maresca has left his role as Chelsea head coach after 18 months in charge. The Premier League club announced that was on New Year Day. The Italians' exit from Stamford Bridge comes with the club fifth in the Premier League table, 15 points adrift of leaders and London rivals Arsenal with one win in their last 7 top flight games. And speculation about Maresca's position increased during Chelsea's poor run of recent results amid reports of a worsening relationship between the coach and the club's hierarchy. Maresca did not attend the post-match press conference following a frantic 2-2 draw with Bournemouth on Tuesday, although his absence was attributed to illness. And Maresca's decision to substitute Cole Palmer just after the hour mark during the Bournemouth game was booed by Chelsea fans, and the draw meant Chelsea had dropped 13 points at home from winning positions this season, the bulk of the 15-point deficit between the Blues and Arsenal. And Maresca has stood by comments made on December 13 after a league win at home to Everton, when he said, "Many people at Chelsea don't support me and the team." Okay, he repeatedly refused to clarify the comments, although he insisted they were not an attack on the club supporters. Okay, and of course, what a way to start the new year with a sack for Enzo Maresca, who I believe he has done excellently well. Taking a look at his record at Chelsea, he is one manager that has one of the best winning records ever as a Chelsea manager. He just won the Club World Cup recently, beating PSG in the final, beating Barcelona, and you get on to sack such a man. I think something's wrong out there at Chelsea, because Maresca has proven that he's the man for the job. But it is what it is. Coaching is all about sacking and hiring. And we wish Enzo Maresca all the best, because he's been tipped to replace Pep Guardiola at Manchester City. If that's up, I think he has proven that he's a top manager. He can deliver when it matters the most, and he can coach a top club. Enzo Maresca, coming from Leicester City and going on to the Chelsea side, and embarrassed with a lot of players. No, not top world-class players. He was able to manage them, beat big teams, and do big things. He's a man with a big heart. I'm talking about Enzo Maresca, a top manager. I don't know what the plan is for Chelsea this season. Are they going to get a top manager? Because it doesn't look like a top manager is going to manage the game against Manchester City this weekend, because they have to worry about Manchester City, their first game without Enzo Maresca. And talking about Man City trailed Arsenal by 4 points at the top of the Premier League after failing to end Sunderland's unbeaten home record in a goalless draw on New Year Day, while Liverpool were also held by Leeds. What's happening with New Year Day games? 2 draws. Wow, for the 2 big sides. The 45-year-old said the days leading up to the 2-0 victory over Everton were the worst 48 hours of his time at Chelsea. I'm still talking about Enzo Maresca. Sorry about that. Okay, and of course, if we take a look at the situation for Manchester City, it's a really difficult one as far as the side's situation is concerned. And of course, we also saw Liverpool also held by a draw against the Leeds. Everyone expected that Liverpool was going to win that game, but something just happened. They didn't just get the result. Sunderland's unbeaten home record in a goalless draw continues, and it's really very difficult fixtures pile up for talking about the side. And of course, taking a look at the Premier League table, Arsenal fans will be excited, but it's not yet uhuru as far as the top talking about winning the league is concerned. After match day 19, Arsenal on top with 45 points, and followed up by Manchester City, who they lead by 4 points. And after the draw against Sunderland, Aston Villa still sitting pretty, but 6 points now behind Arsenal after they lost to Arsenal. They are in their other fixture, and Liverpool, not too good times playing that draw, still makes them on top of Chelsea and Manchester United, which is good enough for me as far as those who want the best for Liverpool is concerned. And of course, Chelsea not looking good. Manchester United, I don't know what they have to do to stay in the top 4. Maybe they will have to consult Irabiji to Mayowa to see what's actually happening. And of course, the top 4 looks very good. Arsenal, Man City, Aston Villa, and Liverpool. Chelsea not too far off with just 3 points behind Liverpool, as well as Manchester United. And of course, Sunderland looking good with just 4 points off the top 4 position, as well as Everton just 5 points off the top 4 position. And of course, Wolves 3 points after 19 games. Wow, that should be a record for a side in the Premier League. Just 3 points after 19 games. Wow. I think the coach should be fired as soon as possible. They should be changing managers every week, because how do you just have 3 points after 19 matches? That's like only 1 game and 18 losses for Wolves. That's the same team Manchester United could not beat anyway. They played a draw against this side. That means out of those 3 points, 1 courtesy of Manchester United. I think Wolves will appreciate them for that one. Adding to the other 2 they got along the way to make it 3 points out of 19 games. That's scandalous for a Wolves side who have been a tough team to beat in the past years. They've developed a lot of great players in the Premier League, and to see them languishing on the bottom of the table, it's not good for a team that once used to be a thorn in the flesh for the big boys out there in the English Premier League. I will say Manchester United is not a big team as far as the English Premier League is concerned recently, because drawing against Wolves proves that. And they are not a big team yet. Okay? They're not back to big time, not a big team. Anyway, let's go over to the Spanish La Liga, where it looks like Barcelona boss Hansi Flick today backed Joan Garcia to overcome hostility during his this weekend's debut at Espanyol. The goalkeeper's first return to the Spanish Giants crosstown rivals since his summer transfer. The 24-year-old shortstopper infuriated Espanyol fans after joining their illustrious local rivals in June for around 26 million euros. A fiery atmosphere is expected on Saturday for Garcia's return to the RCDE Stadium, where a win would move the defending La Liga champions temporarily 7 points clear of Real Madrid at the top. Espanyol have ramped up security for the game, installing netting behind the both goals to prevent the throwing of objects at players and banning entry to any fan carrying or wearing Barcelona symbols. And asked about the possible impact on Garcia, who has locked down his status as Barcelona's first choice the goalkeeper since arriving, Flick told reporters he had no worries about his player. And this Barcelona derby, a usually one-sided fixture which Espanyol have not won at home in La Liga since 2007, is set to be a tight one. Definitely all eyes will be on that fixture, because these two teams are local rivals, and it reminds me of the days when Luis Figo left Barcelona to join up with Real Madrid. We all know the rivalry between these two sides. It's a very difficult one for any player who makes a move from a rival club to another rival club. And of course, this game is going to be killing contested. We hope the violence will not be allowed. Okay, I want to send a message to the Espanyol fans. Keep it simple. It's all about football. Let's stay away from the violence. Football without violence, that is what I preach here on this platform, on The Locker Room. All right, time really fast, man. We just have to wrap it up. I want to say big thanks to all those who made the show great. Talking about my guys behind the scene who's been awesome on the show this lovely day. And of course, I want to say Happy New Year to all our viewers all around the world. Those who are watching us on YouTube, who follow us up on Facebook, as well as on X, and not leaving out TikTok. We're also on LCL TV channel 264. That's where we are as far as the cable is concerned. You can also drop your comments on the comment section. We'll take those comments and we'll take them seriously in terms of getting feedback from you. Big thanks to the likes of Adura, not leaving out, talking about Manfred, Ikechukwu, and of course Paul. Maiwa unfortunately could not join us till the end of the program due to some technical issues. Apologize for that, but definitely we'll be able to have him as the year continues. All right, the big thanks to you once again for joining us on The Locker Room. Enjoy the rest of the weekend fixtures. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. My name remains Jerry Apelihai. Saying stay safe, and if not waiting at all, do it the sports way, and Happy New Year.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
we'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Opeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is the Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Well, we are still in the festive mood. For those of you that we have not said Happy New Year, or those of you that have not watched this program this year, we use this opportunity to tell you welcome to 2026, and we pray that it will be a very prosperous year for all of us. Well, in the next 15 minutes or so, we'll be discussing three important and critical topics, around the politics of Nigeria. And we've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter Anosike is, first of all, a philosopher. He's an economic consultant. He's a journalist and author. He's the author of the 10 Commandments of Money, according to Alhaji Aliko Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. And we've been looking for pan-Nigerians. I think we found one today because he is Igbo, but he's dressed like a chief man. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, probably on next Friday you are going to dress in the Yoruba attire.
No, this is in solidarity with my good people of Benue State.
Okay, what are you solidarizing with?
The genocide going on in the state.
In the state, okay. Yeah. So your heart goes out to the people that have lost ones, just like many Nigerians are in sympathy with what is going on in Benue State. Well, let's kick into the show. Today, faction rejects Obi's defection to the ADC. Nwobodo, former governor of Old Anambra State, Jim Ifeanyichukwu Nwobodo. Carlo, that is OUK, former governor of Abia State, and the current governor of Enugu State, Peter Amba, meet to reposition Igbo in Nigerian politics. Akpabio forgives Natasha, others withdraws all the formation suit. Well, these are the major topics of discussion. A faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, led by factional national chairman Nafiu Bala Gombe, has disowned the reported defection and registration of former Labour Party presidential candidate P2B at the party's Enugu zonal office, describing the action as unconstitutional and invalid. Well, Gombe said the ADC's constitution clearly mandates that membership registration must begin at the ward level, followed by documentation and issuance of a membership card. He stressed that registration at zonal or national offices are not recognized by the party. The faction distanced constitutionally governed ADC from Obi's reported registration and announced that it had launched an investigation into the alleged breach of due process. It also argued that it also urged the public to disregard claims of alternative registration channels. This clarification came after Obi announced his defection to the ADC in Enugu, calling for a broad opposition coalition. Meanwhile, the Julius Abure Red Labour Party leadership welcomed Obi's exit, describing it as a liberation and expressing regret over failing him in the 2023 general election. Dr. Anosike, looks like it's the war continues for Peter Obi. He formally declared for the African Democratic Congress on 31st of December 2025, and days after that, in fact, hours after that, we hear the factional chairman of the ADC in the person of Nafiu Bala, who once went to court to say, look, I am the authentic leader of the ADC.
Which the court rejected.
Which the court rejected. Now we see him again saying, look, Peter Obi, you should not register at the zonal level. What is the meat of all of this? Where do you think that he's coming from?
The question that we ask is, why always Obi? Understand? Why? Because any near Abaribe also declared on that day. Okay. So why is the focus always on Obi? Because his name sends shivers to the spine of APC and the presidency. That is the name that they are not comfortable with. So Peter Obi was not the only politician that declared on that day. Understand? And what happened on that day, was just, it was a ceremony because of importance of Enugu being the capital of the southeastern Nigeria. Okay. So there's no way everybody will be going to Peter Obi's ward.
Okay.
Understand? Sam Egu, former governor of Ebonyi State, Achike Udenwa, all these are politicians who knows the rule. So if Peter Obi was breaking, and again, Ralph Okenwosu, the immediate past national chairman of ADC, was also there. So if Peter Obi was to break the rule, they would have told him. Understand? So what happened there is just that's a ceremony. Then they will now go back to their various wards to do the paperwork.
Okay.
So the guy, the shoe shiner that you, I cannot even
recall his name.
Recollect his name. Understand me? So when the people hear Zobi, they will, it will be as if a gnat has rang on their phone. Understand? So the shoe shiner that you mentioned just want to use Zobi to shine, because the last time I heard his name was when INEC said no, you are not the national chairman. And when you go to INEC website, it is David Mark, who was also there, that is there as national chairman of ADC. So there's no war anywhere.
Okay, there's no war anywhere. Now, I like the way you have simplified it and apparently dismissed Bala Gombe, based on what he said. Don't you think that it could be deeper than what you have just said, given the fact that we might just have someone come out someday to say, look, what we saw in Enugu, what we witnessed was a charade, and because of that, Peter Obi is not formally. I'm looking at a picture where, does it look like this could be the starting point or the takeoff point for something that might come Peter Obi's way, given the fact that you said anytime Obi's name is mentioned, I mean, it sends shivers to APC and Asoro. Could they have prompted, is it possible that we have, or that there are people that are trying to, cause problem in the ADC using this Bala again? Recall that we still have Dumebi Kachuku, who is saying, look, I was not consulted and it's not going to work.
Who is he? Who is he?
Former presidential
candidate. We should understand this.
Stakeholder.
We should understand this. Presidential candidates are visitors to the party.
Okay. Presidential candidates are visitors to the party.
The owners of the party is the National Working Committee. Understand? Presidential candidate is just like a footballer who is known from another team.
Okay.
You can come there and contest. Tomorrow you go to another party. You are not the owner of the party. Presidential candidates are not the owners of the party.
Okay, they are more like visitors. So does it look like they don't have a stake in the party after the elections and they didn't win?
They are not the owners of the party. It is the National Working Committee, the national chairman, national secretary, and the other executive are the owners of the party.
So will it be appropriate to describe a presidential candidate or a former presidential candidate as a major stakeholder in a political party?
He's a stakeholder, but I say he's just like somebody who is unknown.
Okay, somebody.
Understand me?
And apparently the person is not expected to play any active role within the party.
No, that's he should have his influence. But mind you, for him to emerge as presidential candidate, it has to be through the National Working Committee.
Okay.
They will say, yes, we have decided that this one will be our presidential candidate. He cannot do it alone.
Okay, what if you were passed through a primary that where the delegates elected him? Does the NWC still have any say?
That is still the NWC.
Okay.
Who selects the delegates? Understand? It is still the NWC.
I want us to walk around the influence of a presidential candidate in a party, especially when that person has lost election. Within the context of Chukwu may be saying, you say that, look, what is in the party was simply a presidential candidate. And after all, he was just a visitor. The elections are coming. Go on.
Okay. Excuse me, Professor Peter Umadi, in the last election was the Abga presidential candidate. You remember?
Yes, I do.
Have you been hearing anything, Umadi? When Sonudo said that they will adopt Tinubu as a candidate in 2027, was Umadi consulted?
Okay, I wouldn't know. They said they were not consulted.
The answer is no.
Okay, the
answer is no. So because he's not a key stakeholder in the party.
Okay, Dr. Anosiga, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now that we have established the fact that a presidential candidate in a political party
is not the owner of the party.
Is not the owner of the party, shouldn't even decide for the party and doesn't decide for the party.
He doesn't decide for the party. He doesn't decide
if we
for
have
the
established that, was it appropriate for some people, to hold people to be responsible for his inability to galvanize cohesion within the Labour Party? Because some people say, look, if you cannot handle Labour Party at this level, how can you handle Nigeria?
Why it is them that we are stoking the embers of war. Understand? Why it is them? P2B is not the national chairman of Labour Party.
Okay, so you absolve him of any responsibility for whatever happened in Labour Party.
His own issue is to offer advice.
His own is to
offer, let us do this in this way. Okay. So the role of a president candidate is advisory.
Okay.
He is not an executive of the party.
Okay, so
we should know this.
Okay.
A presidential candidate is not an executive of the party. He's not holding any position in the NWC.
Okay.
So if things is going wrong, it starts with the NWC and then to the board of the board of trustees, who are like the elders of the party.
Okay. So in all of this, do you expect that Dumebi Kachukwu could come up tomorrow and advise the ADC and say, look, shouldn't we do it this way? What if he does?
But he has shown that he is on a war path.
Okay.
So he has shown that he is on a war path. He's not towing the night of peace. Oh, that's Okechukwu Nwosu was there in Enugu.
Okay.
With his successor, David Mark.
So as far as you are concerned, the coast is clear for P2B in the ADC.
So if P2B did not understand the constitution of ADC, Okenwosu would have told him, this is how we do this in this party.
Okay, like you said, it could have just been ceremonial. At the end of the day, they will all
go back to their wars and do
okay. Now I want us to talk about what you said, that anytime P2B's name is mentioned, you know, it sends shivers
to the spine of APC and the presidency.
And the presidency. Now, what has been the reaction of the presidency since P2B's declaration?
Good one. Daniel Bonda responded immediately after P2B's statement, which means he was watching what was happening in Enugu. Because I enough research and that, when I read Daniel's statement, I checked that the time that statement was published and the time that Obi made his own statement. Okay. It shows that Daniel was watching what was happening in Enugu. Understand? And mind you, when Atiku declared, that did not happen. Understand me? Okay. When Atiku declared, so the person that they are afraid of is P2B.
The person that they are afraid of is Peter.
Because among the youth, P2B is leading among the youth in all their opinion polls. Both APC, PDP, LP, everywhere. That's why P2B is the only person Aso Rock is afraid of.
Okay, now they are saying that Peter Obi is going to deputize for Atiku. That's the statement from the presidency. That he's just a spare part, that he's a vice presidential candidate.
We should be factual. Okay. The person that said that is Festus Keyamo. Understand? Okay. So we cannot say this. It's an official statement from the presidency.
Okay, but it's from the government. He's an official of the government.
But it's a personal statement.
Apart from what Festus said, we have Bayo Ononuga has also made reference to that at some point. Not just since Obi's declaration, even before then. I've heard Bayo Ononuga say, look.
I'm talking of even a day before, because there's this narrative that they are sending Article coalition, Article coalition.
Okay.
Understand? So, and it's a lie from the pit of hell, that's from the APC and presidency. Understand? Because I remember the day Adamawa APC gave Article mandate to register in the party. Understand me?
Okay.
I cannot be a landlord and the tenant is giving me mandate. It doesn't happen. Understand?
I'd like for you to take that again.
I remember the day that Adamawa ADC
okay,
gave Article mandate. Understand? You must register as a member within so and so time.
Okay.
Understand? So if Article is the owner of ADC, nobody should be giving him order.
Okay.
Understand me? And David Mark has said that there's no anointed candidate in ADC. Everybody is going to fight for shirt, as we say in football. Understand me? That everybody is going there to fight for shirt. And in 2014, everybody fought for shirt in APC. Understand? Atiku contested for presidency in ADC, in APC in 2014. At the end of the day, Buhari had the majority vote. And this is still what is going to happen in ADC later this year.
Okay, now I like where you have brought us to. We have three major contenders that we know, but we also understand that there might be some kind of inside agreement between them. We have Rotimi Amechi from the South-South, we have Peter Obi from the South-East, and we have Atiku Abubakar from the North-East. We don't know of other candidates who might just come up from
because it is also their constitutional right.
Right.
You can even join them
tomorrow. And if I have the money, I'll buy the form and contest.
Yes.
Now, that said, what do you make of the fact that Rotimi Amechi has said, look, I don't want to be deputy to anybody? Atiku Abubakar has been neither here nor there, but people just believe that, look, he's interested. Yes, at some point he said, look, I'm in for the presidency. But when Peter Obi entered, when Peter Obi joined the ADC, he made a comment. He said Obi's entrance into ADC is a turning point in the coalition process in Nigeria. If you understand all of this, and the fact that we have a situation where we do 8 years down, 8 years up, whichever comes first.
Which is not in the constitution.
Which is not in the constitution, but somehow the parties found a way to put it into their own constitutions and arrangement, joint Somalia agreement. We have a situation where the South now is doing its first 4 years in Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What is the possibility of Atiku stepping in, to disrupt that process?
What Nigerian people needs is better life. Understand me? No matter who makes it possible. Even if it's from Togo or Niger. Understand me? So I cannot feel that the president must be from the South, why the guy in the South is why people in Nigerians are suffering. Understand me? So North and South does not mean anything to a hungry man. What a hungry man needs is food. Understand? And even if it's somebody from Cameroon that can give him that food, he will follow that man.
Now, Dr. Anosike, what you just did now, you have spoken idealism. Let's face reality. Do you think that the run-of-the-mill politician, who is interested in becoming president, cares about how you feel?
But it is those people who feel that will vote. Unless you want to tell me that we shouldn't vote anymore.
No, my direct question is this. You think that Atiku will step in knowing full well that, look, it is the South side, the turn of the South to produce another president? At least between 2027 and 2031.
I have read our constitution. I didn't see anywhere that it is there.
Okay.
Understand me? So the issue, one, he is constitutionally qualified to run, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Fine. So everybody is provided you have not been convicted by any court. Understand? You are qualified to run. So then, what if Atiku has won in 2023?
Okay. It will disrupt the process.
So would they have said no? It is on the turn of the South. So it doesn't make sense. That's whoever is interested should when all the time comes should buy form and present your manifesto to the people. If they decide to go with you, fine and good. Where you are coming from is not the most important.
Now I've heard these comments, side comments. People say that, look, there is an arrangement, an agreement between the North. When I mean the North, I mean individuals in the North, that between Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, El-Rufai, that they will support Peter Obi to do a single term of 4 years and power will go back to the North. Do you share that sentiment? Do you see it happening? That Atiku is not going to contest. I have somebody, I'm on a bet with someone who says Atiku is not going to contest.
Well, for me, I know that these big politicians are conducting polls, including Atiku. Understand? And in those polls, even the one being conducted by APC, P2B is leading among the youths. The one being conducted by Atiku's media team, P2B is leading among the youths.
Okay.
And the youths constitute over 65% of Nigerian population. So Atiku may look at that poll and say, no, this thing may not favor me. Instead, let me support somebody else.
Okay, now we hear that Professor Patutomi has said, look, Peter Obi, if Peter Obi goes to deputize someone, I will take away my support from him. Do you share that sentiment as well?
That's also an individual opinion. One, is Patutomi a member of ADC? Is he a member of ADC?
I can't recall.
Okay. And so he cannot say that.
Yes, Pat was once a member of the ADC. He ran as presidential candidate of the ADC, either in 2011 or what. Yes, he is.
So
he used to be.
So what he should now do is, if he's not a member, let him go and register as a member of ADC. He's a very influential person in the country.
I was coming to that, yes.
So let him go and register as a member of ADC. Delta State will pick him as a delegate.
Okay.
Then let him go there and also mobilize for P2B and make sure that P2B wins. You cannot just stay somewhere, fold their hands and be making statements.
Okay, we also hear very prominent members of the Obedient Movement, which is Obi's backbone, say, look, Mr. P2B, if you are going to ADC to go and deputize Atiku or any other person, you are going to lose our support. What do you have to say about that?
Well, for me, what we should be praying is a credible primary.
Okay.
What we should be praying is a credible primary. And as I said before, character-wise, integrity-wise, understand, P2B is far ahead of the other people.
Now, talking about credible primaries, we know how primaries roll out in Nigeria here, where in fact they spend in dollars, not even in our local currency, in foreign currency, you know. People are bought, delegates are bought and all of that. And we know P2B as someone who doesn't, in our local language, say, he doesn't, you know, they give shishi. If Peter Obi gets into primaries without having to spend, or he doesn't want to spend 1 naira, what will be his fate?
Well,
where you have people like Atiku Abubakar who traditionally win primaries because they have deep pockets. What will be his fate?
Which means that we are not really ready for a new Nigeria.
Okay.
That's definitely what it means.
What it means to you.
Understand?
Okay. Now, I'd like for us to create a scenario where we have two very powerful presidential candidates from the South. One from the Southwest in the person of the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and a possibility, you know, a possible Peter Obi from the Southeast. What do you think will happen?
The issue is this: if P2B emerge and that run against Tinubu in 2027, understand? We are going to see another Obi wave. Understand me? We are going to see another Obi wave in 2027 because you cannot compare light and the darkness. Understand me?
Okay.
You cannot compare night and darkness. So if P2B and Tinubu are the two major candidates in 2027, we are going to know that's as the Oni of Ife called P2B the tsunami. We are going to see another tsunami in 2027.
Okay, what resulted in the tsunami of 2023? What happened? Where did it end?
Because we have that's a corrupt INEC.
Okay.
Understand me? And that's why the people's vote did not count.
So we still have INEC. Is there a reformed INEC? Is there a new INEC?
We still have a INEC, okay. Understand? But we should also know that 2023 is not 2027. Understand me? Yes. 2023, Nigeria is changing. An instance, Tinubu came with a Muslim ticket in 2023, but he can never date in 2027.
What gives you that impression?
He can never date in 2027.
No, I understand. That's your position. But what gives you that impression?
Okay. One, evangelicals in America are now focused on what's happening in Nigeria. Okay. Understand? And coming with a Muslim ticket will be seen as continuous persecution of Nigerian Christians. Understand? So Tinubu will not dare it. Tinubu cannot dare Muslim ticket. This is a national television, and I'm saying it. Okay. That bomb in Sokoto killed Muslim ticket. That bomb in Sokoto disqualified Shetima. Understand?
What did it have to do with Shetima?
That coming again to deputize Tinubu.
Okay.
Understand me? So that bomb stopped Muslim ticket in Nigeria.
If you feel that, well, it's going to be a very tough question because we are still in 2026, early 2026. If Shetima is not there, can you hazard a guess who might be there?
Dogara and Kefas.
Okay, Abu Kefas.
Yeah, sure.
Governor of Taraba State.
Yes, now. Understand me? So if even Dogara, as you speak, are preparing that to run for vice president.
Vice president.
Understand me? Dogara, as you speak, is warming up because he knows that situation in Nigeria is favoring him.
Okay.
Understand me? Dogara, as you speak, is warming up now, but it's from a very minority tribe in Bauchi. Understand me? That don't even have up to 30,000 votes.
Okay, so how will he be? What kind of capital is he bringing to the ticket? If I mean, his enclave, his community, his ethnic group, they don't even have up to 30,000 votes. What capital is he coming with? I mean, political capital, value.
What Nigeria? What is important now is survival.
Okay.
What is important now is survival. America is not going anywhere soon. Understand me? America is not going anywhere soon. And Donald Trump will not want that's an incompetent person to continue after he has succeeded in decimating this terrorist.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Anosike. I like your optimism, and I wish and I hope that I will share in that optimism because I see a lot of potholes, speed breakers, entry barriers along the way. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll talk about the meeting between Ifeanyi Chukwunwobodo, Ojo Okalo, and Peter Mba, trying to organize the Southeast and say, look, we need to get into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. Join us again. We'll be right back.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uye Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone.
I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Now, thanks for staying with us. Elder statesman Jimmy Chukwuma Nwobodo met with Enugu State Governor Peter Amba and Senator Ojuzo Kalu in Enugu to discuss the Igbo position in Nigeria's political structure ahead of the 2027 elections. The closed-door meeting focused on redefining the Southeast's role amid ongoing political realignment. Nwobodo said the Igbo could no longer afford ambiguity or symbolic inclusion in national affairs, stressing the need for a clearly defined and respected place in Nigeria's power structure. He revealed that consultations were ongoing and called for a meeting of current and former Southeast governors to agree on a common political direction. Kalu said the talks aimed at ensuring continued Igbo relevance in national politics, while Mba emphasized unity, warning that internal divisions could weaken the region's influence. While both leaders described the engagement as part of a broader process to strengthen cohesion and strategic positioning. Dr. Anosike, Peter Mba, Ifeanyi Chukwuma Nwobodo and Ojuzo Kalu met in Enugu and they said, look, we need to re-strategize and realign Igbo to mainstream Nigerian politics. When you got that news, how did it hit you? What was your first reaction?
To me, what came into my mind is some people are giving themselves the role that they don't have the capacity for.
No, role that they don't. I mean, these are former governors, leaders of the Southeast.
Leading who? Who are they leading?
Ojuzo is a current senator. As a matter of fact, he represents me in the Senate. Peter Mba is the governor of Enugu State.
Who are
Ifeanyi Chukwuma Nwobodo is former governor of old Anambra State, comprising Anambra.
This is a selfish meeting.
Okay.
This is a selfish meeting. One, Nwobodo is looking for rehabilitation. Understand?
Okay.
Nwobodo is looking for rehabilitation. Oji also can you must have been following his statements. So he said his last statement was that he's ready to do anything to ensure that APC wins Abia State.
Okay.
Understand me? Because one, his daughter has been made ambassador by Tinubu.
Okay.
So he wants to use me and you to reciprocate. Understand me? Which will be stupidity on my own part. Understand me? Which will be stupidity on Anosike's family. Governor Mba, in case people don't know, Pinnacle Oil, which is his own company, is in Ibeju, Neki here. Understand? It was Lagos State that he got that land from. Therefore, he must always be appreciative to Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. He cannot afford to fight them. So this is just selfish people coming together. That's why we say that our constitution was fraudulent. When they say that we, the people of Nigeria, why we were never consulted. Understand? Imagine three people coming together that to shape the destiny of Ndibo. Three expired people coming together to shape the destiny of of Ndibo.
When you say expired people, I just pointed out to you that 2 of them are still serving in government. So how did they expire?
Excuse me.
Okay.
I've told you why Peter Mba is doing what he is doing.
But that doesn't mean that he's expired. He's a serving governor.
I've told you why Ojo Zakando is doing what he is doing.
Understood. What I want us to interrogate is the word expired people.
So excuse me. If Michael, if that's Michael Opera Square is the center, that's is here, should be that the center. If Ojo Kano comes to Michael Opera Square and stand, how many people will follow him? Let us begin to judge the political weight of these people.
Okay. So apparently what you're saying is that Oji doesn't have the clout to say, I'm speaking for
that's why I say he has expired.
He has expired. Okay, how about Peter Mba? Is it because he just joined the ADC? Now, does it look like this meeting, is just to galvanize support for Tinubu in 2027? This is what it looks like.
That is that's what I've told you, their interest. Okay. We need to pay back.
And they had to drag that old man. Jim Moboro happens to be the only surviving person in the class of 79 governors.
Jim Moboro should be getting to...
He'll be 90 this year.
90 as we speak.
Yeah, he'll be 90 this year.
He's looking for rehabilitation.
Okay.
Since Obasanjo seized his bank then, because his bank, Savannah Bank, did not consolidate. Since then, he has been struggling financially.
So is it that Obasanjo seized it or that they failed to consolidate?
No, it has political undertone.
Okay, it has political undertone.
Yes, the same thing with Hallmark, which Oji Ozakando had share in. Understand me? At that point in time, Hallmark has 10 billion naira of their own. So they could have easily got 1 or 2 banks together. But Obasanjo warned that these 2 banks must not be allowed to this thing.
Okay, so apparently your position is that a lot of people in the Southeast will not take heed to this meeting, this call.
Go to social media and see comments when Oji Ozakando speaks. Understand me? Go to social media and see comments. So he's only popular in his Igbore area.
Okay.
Understand me? And not outside the Igbore. So he cannot speak even on behalf of Abia State, let alone Undibu.
Okay, now that said, how do you think that the Igbo nation will vote in? We have, out of the 5 Southeast states, we have Ebonyi is APC, Enugu is now APC, Imo is APC, Anambra is Abgabed, has endorsed the governor even ahead of the 2027. So we have only Abia State, where we have people like Oju Zokal and Ben Kal say, look, we want Abia to come into APC. How do you think that the Igbo nation will vote in 2027?
There are those people that won. What happened in 2023?
Okay.
Does Labour Party has a councillor in Southeast in 2023? So Igbos will vote differently. That's what Nigerians should know. We vote differently. We don't vote because of this ruling party. We vote because of the individual. Understand me? We vote because of the individual. And in 2027, Southeast will still go for P2B.
Okay. That's if he clinches the ticket.
Southeast will still go for P2B.
And I just said something, if he clinches the ticket.
I said where P2B is, it's where Southeasterners will be.
Okay, Peter, I want us to create a scenario. Simulate, what if scenario? Atiku Abubakar picks the ticket of the ADC, and Peter Obi becomes his running mate. Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes the presidential candidate of the APC in 2027. Where do you think the Igbos will swing to?
P2B.
Okay, as
P2B.
Running mate.
That's where the light is.
Okay, that's where the light is.
Sure.
So apparently, your position
and in 2019, That's what happened.
That was what happened.
That's where are you aware the options?
Okay.
Understand me? So Igbos are not hungry. Understand? We vote for competence, and we have been voting for competence since 1999. Okay. Understand? Mind you, in 2003, Buhari ran with a Chuba Okadigbo. Understand? Chuba Okadigbo is an illustrious Igbo son. Understand what happened?
So what happened?
Understand?
Okay.
Everybody knew because those who were around then knew what Buhari did in 1984-85. That's as a head of state.
Okay.
Understand me? So they knew that Obasanjo would do better than Buhari.
And they voted Obasanjo.
Sure. Understand me?
Okay.
So we vote for competence, not
according to the political persuasions of our elites, our elders, and all of that. Now, Dr. Anosike, we are running out of time. Let's move on. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has withdrawn all pending defamation suits he filed against several individuals, including Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, saying the decision was influenced by a sermon he heard during the New Year Mass in Akwa Ibom State. Well, Akpabio revealed that he had instituted nearly 9 defamation cases against people he accused of lying and damaging his reputation, but said the priest's homily prompted deep reflection and led him to instruct his lawyers to discontinue the lawsuits. The withdrawal brings to an end high-profile legal disputes from 2025, including cases involving Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, like I said, and related allegations of sexual harassment and misconduct, marking a public closure to the litigations as the new year begins. Dr. Anosike, what's your reaction? Godswill Akpabio repented. Godswill Akpabio. The priest said forgive, and he went and he has forgiven.
My mind is telling me that it is Akpabio that told that priest to preach that thing.
No, I don't understand. How could
my mind tells me that it is because he take on a fight, you know that he cannot win.
Okay.
Understand? Because Natasha said, this is my time to present my evidence. Understand me? Okay. So she was not shying away from going to court. He said, yes, since Akpabio has gone to court, this is now the time that to present my evidence. And there are already precedents of Akpabio and women. Remember the NDDC, the NDDC.
Yes, there's NDDC incident.
Remember the Nandi Wood and so on and so forth.
Okay. So apparently, Dr. Anosike, what you're saying is that that Senator Akpabio orchestrated an escape route for himself by asking the priest to give the sermon
to preach forgiveness.
Okay.
Understand me? Akpabio must have told that priest, look at what you are going to preach. Understand? So that I will tell them that to withdraw these cases.
Okay.
Tomorrow now, people will now go and persuade Udaran. Since Akpabio has withdrawn, go and also withdraw.
Okay. What if she fails to do that?
Well, it depends. It depends. For me, Akpabio has shown the way because he took up a fight, you know, that he cannot win.
Okay.
Understand? So he's now looking for a way to have peace.
Okay, so this brings some kind of closure to the problem they had in the Senate between Natasha and Akpabio.
That's on his own side because we don't know what is in Natasha's own mind.
Okay, you don't know what is in Natasha's
mind. Yes. Until Natasha withdraws his own. Remember her own. Remember what happened there between Fobra and the
27 lawmakers.
Sure.
Okay.
So before you withdraw case in Nigeria, you have to be very, very careful.
Very sure.
At least you have that to hold your opponent, that you go to court and withdraw at the same time.
Now, based on what has happened, if you understand what went down between Natasha and Akpabio, how would you describe Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan?
As a symbol of defiance.
Okay.
Understand me? as a courageous woman, as somebody who knows her rights and stands by it.
She says she's under pressure to join the APC. Did you hear that?
I heard it, and joining APC, why Yahaya Bello had declared his interest to run for that's for the Senate, and both of them are from the same Kogi Central.
Okay.
So is she joining APC to do what? To go to the House of Representatives or to run as Tinubu's vice
Okay,
presidential candidate?
If you contextualize what is happening within the PDP, where everybody is living because of the internal problems of the PDP, do you think that Natasha will stay within the PDP and contest in 2027?
For me, there's still time for whoever wants to defect. So I don't really know.
Okay, it was mooted that she might run for the governorship of Kogi State. Do you see that happening? Do you see that coming?
It is too
early.
So for me, she should go back to the Senate
and build more capital.
And then by then Ododo can get a second term.
Okay.
Understand? So now come back, even though it will still not be the turn of Kogi Central.
Okay. All right, Dr. Anosike, we are out of time. Like your concluding thoughts in 1 minute, what we have talked about.
For the Ojos Okando and Peter Mba and Jim Wombudo, my conclusion is that they don't represent the Igbos. Their opinion are their own personal opinion. Understand me? The opinion are their own personal that's opinion. On Akpabio knew that he picked up a fight that he cannot win. Okay. So he has to technically surrender.
And what about P2B and the ADC?
Then on P2B and the ADC is on a rescue mission, understand, to salvage this country. So, and I feel that's where the pendulum is moving to.
All right, and now this is where we have to draw the curtain this evening. I say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike. We've been speaking with Dr. Anosike. He's a philosopher, economic consultant, author, and a journalist. Thank you very much, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now on behalf of the Backroom Staff, Technical Director, Bass Manager, Sound Engineer, and the Ingest Manager, I am Chukuma Okorotango. Today is Friday. I'm off until Monday. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy responsibly. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian presidential mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian president and vice president, as well as meeting spaces.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, The truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello, Nigeria. A happy new year to you. And it's so good to have you tune in for another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the major events that shaped the nation's political landscape in the year 2025. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The year 2025 was indeed a defining year in Nigeria's political landscape. Although not an election year, it was a year that tested Nigeria's democracy. It was a year many would say stretched federal powers, a year where political alliances and affiliations were altered and were realigned. It was a year where many Nigerians began to really fear for the fate of the country's democracy. Tonight, we'll take a critical look at the major political stories that shaped Nigeria in 2025. The year 2025 started with heightened political crisis in Rivers State, with the governor, Simi Fubara, in intense loggerhead with his predecessor, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. What began as a rift within the state political elites metamorphosed into a bigger crisis as President Tinubu on March 18 declared a state of emergency in the state, leading to the suspension of the governor, his deputy, and members of the State House of Assembly. Tinubu appointed a former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, retired, as the Minister of the State for 6 months. A move many described as a breach of democratic rules. Another major development that unfolded is the gale of defection to the ruling All Progressive Congress. The ruling party tightened its grip through defections, which has raised concerns of the party's attempt to push the nation into a one-party system ahead of the 2027 elections. Several state governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, defected to the APC, alongside numerous federal and state lawmakers and other political figures. The governors who defected include Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowari, Rivers State Governor Similayi Fubara, Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno, Enugu State Governor Peter Mba, Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri, and Taraba State Governor Abu Kefes. All through the year, the main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, got weaker with severe internal crisis, primarily a power struggle between rival factions. In the midst of this crisis, the party held an Ibadan convention, which produced a new national chairman, Taminu Turaki, a move that has been termed illegal by the pro-Wike faction. At the heart of the crisis is Nyesom Wike, who continues to wield his power in the party, but also continues to galvanize with the ruling party. This crisis also led to deep-seated issues arising between Wike and his former allies, Sheyi Makinde and Bala Muhammad. In a bid to position as a strong opposition and effectively challenge the ruling All Progressive Congress, opposition politicians formed a coalition that eventually fused into the African Democratic Congress, ADC. ADC has many prominent individuals in its fold, such as Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Nasir El-Rufai, David Mark, and Abubakar Malami. The party also recently welcomed Peter Obi and many prominent leaders from the southeast, including Eninaya Abaribe. In 2025, there was a coup scare. Reports emerged that security agencies had arrested at least 16 military officers accused of plotting to overthrow President Tinubu and end Nigeria's 26-year uninterrupted civilian rule. Although the federal government did not officially confirm the plot, the ripples it created were profound. Another major political development in 2025 was the 6-month suspension of the lawmaker representing Kogi Central Senatorial District, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, by the Senate. The senator was suspended over her dispute with the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, following her alleged violation of the Senate's rules. She had also accused Akpabio of sexual harassment. 2025 also saw the emergence of Professor Joash Amopiton as the new chairman of the INEC, following the expiration of the tenure of the former chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. These political events shapes the year 2025, and Nigerians are waiting to see how the new year unfolds. Meanwhile, the new year has started with surprises, as the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has announced that he'll be dropping the 9 defamation cases he has in court, including that of Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. The Senate President said this move was initiated by a sermon preached by his priest on New Year's Day. This seems to be a move towards reconciliation and forgiveness, which sets a good tone for the new year. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll bring you our guest, and of course, we'll continue the story from there. Glad to have you back. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele, a public affairs analyst, who would get to help us dissect all the issues that had, come into play in 2025. Glad to have you join us.
Thank you, Nena. Happy New Year, 2026. We are back to the job.
Yes, so we are back, and we are back for good.
Yes.
So first, you heard me when I read out all these stories. Yeah. But before we go into the stories, I would want to ask, how would you describe the political landscape in 2025? And for you, which events really would you say actually shaped 2025?
Yeah, 2025 political event in Nigeria was that of mixed feelings. Because we saw what the last time we had emergency rule regime in Nigeria was during former President Olusegun Obasanjo's time. We had it in Jonathan's time, but in Jonathan, the governor was not removed. It was only the legislative arm that was suspended and that was as a result of the insecurity in the Northeast. But this one was as a result of political misunderstandings headlong between political godfather and the political godson. Wike as the godfather in this case, and his godson, Fubara, similarly Fubara, the sitting governor of Rivers State. That was a very big matter in this nation because at the moment, nobody should be encouraging a political godfather. By the time you come in as governor or even president, you finish your tenure, leave that seat for the next person that is coming in, voted in by the people, to do his own bidding for the people. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, we still see that when the governors are leaving, they tell you they want to go and bring somebody that will be a stooge to them. But I think Wike was disappointed that all he wanted Fubara to do, Fubara shifted, and Wike kept telling Nigerians that there was an agreement. I don't know the agreement that a governor that is leaving will be handing over to the one that is coming in. The agreement Fubara have with the people of Rivers State is to give them the dividend of democracy. That's the agreement, and that was voted for to come and actually give to his people. But Wike kept talking about agreement, and the agreement, got to the extent that even the House of Assembly wanted to impeach Fubara, and you know what happened? The State House of Assembly was burnt down, and when they were not having a sitting hollow chambers any longer, so they started using their legislative quarters, and before you know what was happening, they themselves told Nigerians that they have defected to APC. But when the case became an issue, they reversed and said they never defected. So there were too many imbroglio that even snowballed into some people now started saying, oh, there's attack, they want to attack the oil pipeline. That was actually what now brought in the emergency rule. So the president was like, no, there must not be an economic saboteur to the Federal Republic of Nigeria because of the political crisis in Rivers State. Before we knew what was happening, the president declared state of emergency in March 18, 2025, and Fubara was removed from the office. And he also suspended the House of Assembly, and even the deputy governor to Fubara too was also part of those that the emergency regime actually affected. He brought in his friend, which we actually understand that at least he has a close relationship with the president and Wike, as the former chief of naval staff, Ibokete, who stayed in the next 6 months. That was a very big challenge to democracy in this nation, Nena, because the president fought the military when he said he was a member of the NADECO, that the military must go. The president fought for June 12 when the military annulled the June 12. But we're not surprised that this man who has told Nigerians that he's a Democrat over the years, and he became the president of Nigeria in 2023. By 2025, this same president now came in and brought emergency rule to one of the 36 states of this nation. As if that was not enough, Nena, he brought in a former military officer. The same military he pretended during his days as one of NADECO leaders, and during his days that he was saying June 12 must stay, the annulment of June 12 must be reversed. He now brought in a military officer to now head one of these 36 states he had as president of this nation. That was an aberration to democracy. That actually speaks volume to the democratic system we pretend to be practicing under this leadership of President Ahmed Tinubu and APC as the political party in power. It was a big challenge, and we pray that such will not repeat itself again, even though They went to court. Court has finally gave judgment on that recently, but we are seeing that like an academic exercise because the emergency regime has come and gone before even the court now made their pronouncement on it. So we don't want to hear of such, and such must not be encouraged. Because by the time you vote in a governor, that governor has a mandate of 4 years. Let him do his own 4 years. If he's not doing well, it didn't meet the demand, the needs of the people, the requirement of the people. It is the people that will vote him out in the next 4 years. Not there is a godfather somewhere because he's close to the seat of government. He now use his office to now embarrass, intimidate, and humiliate the people of Rivers State. Let's leave Fubara out of this matter, Nena. Anybody can occupy the office of the governor of Rivers State. So Fubara was just opportune to be the person that was there at this moment. That office of the governor of Rivers State, the governorship office of Rivers State belongs to the river people, not Fubara, not Wike. Therefore, whatever happened to that office is a slap on the people of Rivers who voted Fubara to be their governor in the next 4 years. So Wike and the sitting president stepped on the toes of Rivers people. But thank God they were able to bear it. They allowed us 6 months to stay, and the man came and went. Today we have Fubara back. So whatever is building up now, Rivers people must not allow what happened in 2025 to repeat itself again in 2026. So the Rivers people must watch out because this is 2026. This is the political atmosphere is getting thickened. We are moving closer to 2027. So Fubara must be allowed to do his 4 years and give the Rivers people the dividend of democracy, which outrightly belongs to them. That is the purpose of bringing him into power, to give the people the democratic dividend, not, truncating his leadership, his administration at Intava. So what happened in 2025 must not be allowed to repeat itself in 2026.
Okay.
No matter the visitation Wike is doing around now, the local government, Rivers people must check him. They own this democracy and not Wike.
Okay, let's just stay a bit on the Rivers State politics. So you know that, of course, the governor actually defected some weeks ago, or less than a month ago, if I could say. And one of the things that Wike said, we saw how would I put it, like a counter statement or counter attack, or an attack rather on this person. By Wike was saying that the fact that he actually, when he defected, I think some days later he said he was the 001 or 001. Then Wike came out to say no, there's nothing like that. You're not. Wike came and said he was not. The fact that he actually defected holds no water, in the sense that will not guarantee him a second term and all of that, and that his defection is not even strong enough for it to be applauded. Because of course, if a governor sometimes is defecting, he's supposed to defect with some lawmakers as a substate of our House of Assembly members. But in this case, they had actually defected even before the governor. So it looked like the governor's own was, I have to do this before these people remove me. So, but do you think that come the next election for Rivers State, if Governor Fubara would actually have a chance, now that he's even in the APC?
Thank you. You see, what is going on in Rivers must be something that every EDG of Rivers State must stand their ground. Wike cannot be dictating to the Rivers people. Fubara has defected. Now he's now in APC. If Fubara says he's 001, he's talking of being 001 in APC. APC constitution says that the governor of the state is the leader of that state. It has happened in Delta. As we speak, Rivers left, Delta left PDP for APC. Oborowere is now the leader. The same thing in Anambra, in Enugu, and all of that. So why will Rivers State or Fubara will now become an issue? That you will not, because you are, remember that all these states where it happens, they also have ministers in Abuja, just the same way Fubara, Wike is a minister to Rivers in Abuja. They are not mending into the affairs of what is going on in their state. One of the most powerful minister also in this cabinet is Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo, your aviation minister, is from Delta State. But look at the way he rallied around Oborowere that day and said, yes, Oborowere is now our leader. Even though we have the former deputy Senate president from...
I've forgotten his name.
Yes, from Delta State, who have always been in this party, APC, who has also contested with Oborowere in 2023 election. You remember?
Yeah,
So, but they rally around Oborewe and said, you are now our leader. Why is Wike not doing that? Why is Wike coming up with his ego? So stingy and so selfish, and using the House of Assembly to now begin to intimidate the sitting governor, who the people said, this is our governor. They must check it and they must not allow it to stay. Therefore, so in one of the local governments he visited today, he has started mentioning that Fubara is not fit enough to come for a second tenure. Is Wike the person that will be dictating for people, Rivers State people? Rivers State people must now put him behind him. We have had governors in that state since 1999. How many of them? Odili came in. When Odili was leaving, Amechi came in. Amechi left. And when Amechi left, he came in. And Amechi never visited Rivers because to come and disturb his government. Odili never disturbed Amechi's government. Why will he be disturbing the governor, the sitting governor of Rivers State, and distracting the governor from giving the people the dividend of democracy, which the people so need? Therefore, this new one that is about to come up in 2026 must be checked. Rivers must not be set back again in 2026. And the president this time around, Nena, must not play the ostrich. Because this time, the president is the leader of APC. And Fubara is APC. He must now bring all his children, political children, under his party together and say, come, Rivers must not go through what he went last time. Last time, PDP, Fubara was still in PDP, and we see the leg of Wike in APC and PDP. But today, Wike does not belong to any political party, as we speak. PDP has expelled him, and he has not told Nigeria that he's in APC. So he can't stand at the fence, sit at the fence, and be throwing tantrum into the leadership of headed by Fubara in Rivers State to destabilize his government. Rivers people must check him, and they must watch him. So all these recent, cooked up visiting the local governments now that he just came up with, because Fubara has defected, and he announced that Fubara is now having a direct relationship with the presidency and all that, then he hurriedly went and said he's now visiting local government. Who is he talking of visiting local government to thank local government for an election that came 2.5 years ago, 2023. Election is now 2 years, 6 months, they've stayed in the power. He's now doing a gang up local government visit to thank them. Something is already building in the office. The people must check it. Then, the secretary to the local, to APC was in Rivers, and he gave a clean bill to Fubara and said Fubara can go on in 2027 because he was invited to come and commission some project. And when during the commission, he made the categorical statement that Fubara is doing well and he deserves to be returned back in 2027. Is that what now hurriedly made Wike to run out of Abuja and went to Rivers State and start doing a thank you, appreciation, a visit to all the local government? So all these ones must be checked in 2026, Nena.
Okay, thank you. You really dissected the Rivers State political crisis and everything happening in Rivers State. Let's move on to this fear that Nigerians have. The gale of defections has actually, created fear among Nigerians. Some persons feel that Nigeria is gradually getting into the point where we'll now become a one state. We will now have a one-party system, and nobody wants that. Many people don't. That's not even good for democracy. And some persons have also accused APC of using either money or threat to get these governors to come in. And we saw recently Bala Mohammed actually testify to this, because I think I watched a televised interview some days ago where Felix Moka, that's the PRO for APC, was saying that nobody has evidence to this. That if you don't have evidence, that means it's not true. That everybody who is defecting of their own will. But we've seen how things have played out over the year, especially in 2025. And now Bala Mohammed actually came just a few days ago to say, this is what is happening. We are being threatened to get into, a lot of that. So what do you make of all this? Can you just speak a bit about that?
Yeah, Nena, as far as this defection is concerned, it doesn't give me any sleepless nights. If ADC and other political parties are able to put their house in order before the 2027 general election, Nena, this defection is null and void. The election is going to be between the people and APC. And if the people sees a better political structure, platform to say no, enough of APC, all this defection and even the governor may lose their seat. Two things are here. We will have to have a credible electoral reform that will make you and I, our vote counts. If our vote counts, credibility is brought into the electoral system of Nigeria. We have free and fair election. And we have a better opposition party, like ADC is coming up now, and some other ones comes up. Nigeria will have other political platform to say, no, enough of this ruling party. So all this defection will become null and void. So the election of 2027 is actually between APC and Nigerians. But what we are looking at is that let the politicians in ADC not use greed and selfishness to spoil what Nigerians are looking forward in ADC, coming to be like probably the rescue mission that Nigeria is going to get in 2027. If they don't use greed to spoil their primaries, get that word, their primaries, if they can elect the person that Nigerians will say, okay, this is fit enough to lead us, all these governors that are defecting, they may even lose their seats. And that will be coupled with if we have a better electoral reform that will give your vote and my vote the credibility is so desired and so deserved. Then you'll just discover that the ruling party will be rubbished because you and I are not happy with the ruling party. We've seen what we've gone through for the past 2.5 years of this present administration. We saw the 8 years of Buhari, complete monumental failure. Well, what has APC given Nigeria that Nigeria should celebrate APC in 2027 if actually we have a credible opposition to say, okay, we want to use to challenge them? It will become null and void. The ruling party might just see themselves crashing out of power.
Okay, I'm talking about opposition. You just brought us to our one of the next major events that happened, which is the coalition. And
yes.
You mentioned it and you said if they don't allow greed come into play. And we know that there are factions in ADC at the moment. There was a faction that actually said yesterday that they are rejecting, what's his name, Peter Obi. They're rejecting Peter Obi, and it's just funny because a house that is not, I'm trying to get the right, exactly. Yeah. A house that is divided against itself will not stand. So if ADC cannot put their acts together and now they're having different factions, and some person would actually say it's the APC that is, do you think it's actually the APC that is, that is stoking this fire, or is it their personal greed and differences?
You just said it. That's what I've just said earlier. If they remove greed and be transparent in their primaries and pick the person that Nigerians can say, oh, we can vote for this person, how this person can deliver, all this will go. But the issue is, do Nigerian politicians learn lessons? Do Nigerian politicians actually want the system to change? If the system so change, it will not favor them. They also just want to have it as an avenue to line up their pocket because of their selfishness and their greed. Why will ADC at this teething stage be talking of they are having issues? They are not supposed to have issues at this teething stage. Nigerians are looking at them, how they are going to be able to galvanize Nigerians and be able to say, okay, we are actually a credible opposition to the ruling party. So they must, whether there is a mole from APC, trying to scatter them, they should watch it. If really they know what the reason for their coalition, the reason for their gathering, they should be able to check whatever external aggression or even within that will scatter their plans. That's why we keep saying, what is their ideology that is bringing all these ones together? The ideology is based on what we have already so known over the years, stinginess and selfishness of Nigerian politicians. It must be me, it must be I, me, myself, and me. It will also crash. But if they can manage that one up and say, no, we actually want a coalition. We saw the coalition that took place in 2014 that brought APC. Yeah, there were some other issues in APC then, but they managed it and removed former President Goodluck Jonathan. Why can't ADC, wherever it's coming from now, shown this selfish attitude, shown this, it must be me, shown this, getting external aggression to come and scatter it if I cannot get it, that man must be checked by them. So whoever is coming now, let that person be welcome. Let there be a formal agreement, proper alignment of this is what we are going for. This is why we are coming together. Because Nigerians are not happy with the ruling party. Nigerians want a rescue party that can rescue us. And are we better fit into that position? If they fit into that position, no matter where this crisis is coming from internally, they should be able to check it. Because Nigerian is looking for where they can have a better umbrella, a better rescue, a better canopy to take them out of this strangulation of APC for this 10.5 years that we have had APC. I'm not just talking of Tinubu's regime. I'm talking of since Buhari. You have 8 years of Buhari, nothing was registered, nothing Nigeria recorded. He said he came on the mantra of fighting corruption, insecurity, and economy. And Buhari plunged Nigeria to become the poverty capital of the world, which means in the economy he failed. The insecurity we saw during Buhari's regime, banditry came into this nation. There was no banditry before Buhari came in 2014, 2015. We only battling with Boko Haram. Before he left office, we now have bandits that Nigeria can no longer sleep, Nigeria can no longer travel. Even in your own home, they now come and burn you alive, burn people alive, and burn innocent Nigerians alive. He brought that one in. Corruption. You will agree with me now. How many of his ministers are before the EFCC now? No matter what Nigerians are saying, oh, it's because some of them defected or whatever. If you don't have skeleton in your cupboard, Nena, and you come out clean. So Buhari's ministers now, we have seen the number in Gege is there. This Malami, even his minister for Attorney General, Minister for Justice and Attorney General, is the latest one now. We saw in Gege just last week. We saw his the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Farouk Sadia. We saw her. We saw Hadis Rika. These are Buhari's minister. We saw Emefiele, who was Buhari's Central Bank governor, with monumental fraud EFCC is battling with. So in all the mantra he came for with in 2015, he failed in all. So Buhari was a failure. Now, Tinubu has started on the same trajectory when he told Nigeria that he was going to continue from where Buhari stopped. That's what Nigerians are battling now. We just finished the Yuletide. Nigerians barely managed to feed their family these days. So we don't want any crisis in any of the opposition party now that's trying to come in to rescue Nigeria. They should put their house in order because we want a better platform in 2027 to be able to say, okay, let us vote and unseat this present ruling party if we are not comfortable, since we are saying we are not comfortable with them. But this must come with electoral reform, one, because the electoral reform of 2023 cannot give us a credible election in 2027. Then, two, the politicians in all whatever opposition party must put their house in order and shun greed and selfishness.
Okay, thank you. Wow, that's a very passionate response. Okay, one of the things that also, one of the events that occurred in 2025 was the school scare. And yes, and that was very, very profound because some persons, though the federal government never actually come out to say, yes, there was a coup or there was a coup attempt, but we saw some of their actions and Nigerians felt, okay, this is actually, the reports were actually true. And you will also even look at the way the way and manner that the president responded to what happened in Benin Republic. Probably it was just as a result of, he didn't want to say, and he remembers there was, I'm just saying. But can you just speak to this?
Nena, let's first of all establish and agree that military regime in Nigeria or in any part of the Africa or in the world is an aberration. We must not encourage it. Nobody must encourage it because we are able to speak now because we have democracy. I was a student in 1993, 94, 95 when we had the issue of June 12 annulment, and I know what we went through as student leaders then in Nigeria. But today we cannot speak to issues, even though our politicians are not, they don't want to respond to some of what we say, but we continue to talk. Well, when that coup scare came, September ending, it was that news was brokered by Sahara reporters, though. So they said there was not going to be the celebration of the Independence Day because the coup was initially planned to be hashed on Independence Day. We also saw the president actually was in Lagos during that Independence Day celebration. Then we also saw that immediately that matter came out, they said 16 military officers have been picked up, and we saw how the president actually now removed all the service chief and brought in some new ones. So all this one now began to give Nigerians that actually this coup must be truth. But even though the federal government has said there was nothing like that, even the military too is denied. They have not made a categorical statement. But we also saw that Timi Presiva was declared wanted, the former governor of Bayelsa State and the former minister for petroleum under Buhari's regime, that he was part of those ones that probably the financiers of the coup. Today he's still abroad, he has not come back. The Nigeria government is still waiting for him. He has told the Nigeria government that he's on a medical trip abroad. So we are waiting. So more of that Nena, that story, you know, it's still hanging, still a developing story, because you can't arrest military officers and declare somebody that wanted and tell Nigerians that we don't want to, we will not see the end of it. We want to see the end of it. So if actually there was a coup scare in Nigeria, let it be that everybody that is involved in that coup are brought to book and tried. Nigeria will also hear the end result of that matter. That would be a good one. Then you made mention of ECOWAS. ECOWAS on its own, as far as I'm concerned, have failed in their responsibilities. You don't allow an issue to become a problem before you start addressing it. You know, that's why they say a stage in time saves 9. ECOWAS should be able to talk to the various presidents in their fold. The people the coup comes as a result of failure of governance in most of these ECOWAS countries. When Niger happened, I was in the studio. I told the presenter, I said, more will come. We had Guinea, came up. We had Gabon. Gabon is the latest one now. Then before this, Republic of Benin, that was quashed by that day by the Nigerian government. What are they telling themselves in the ECOWAS meeting? When the people are dissatisfied with the leadership that they voted for, things of this nature will always happen because there are cracks. It is not for you to declare, deploy Nigerian armed forces that day. We saw Nigeria Air Force on air, that it must not work. If you address this issue, ab initio, coup will not come. If the government of the people are happy with their government, they will not remember to, even when the overzealous military want to talk of coup, the people will even join the leadership of the country to quash it. But in a situation where you see that most of the coup that happen, the people go to the street and be celebrating that they now have coup. We have seen Burkina Faso, we've seen Mali, we've seen Niger Republic, we've seen Guinea, we've seen the one that almost happened now in Benin Republic. We saw Gabon. People they are happy. That means something is wrong somewhere. The ECOWAS body is not telling themselves the truth. They must not be talking of coming up with an ECOWAS armed forces to quash a coup when it comes up in any of these ECOWAS countries. But they should be talking of give the people the dividend of democracy. This tight syndrome in ECOWAS that the ECOWAS is not addressing. That by the time you come into power, you're supposed to do 2 tenure. Before the end of your 2 tenure, you now change the constitution for you to remain in power. Like what just happened in Cote d'Ivoire. That Alassane Ouattara has just been sworn in again for 4th tenure. The same problem that came during Gbagbo's regime that almost brought civil war to that country. Why is ECOWAS leadership encouraging all this? Settle these things. Let the people hear that at least you are dealing with them before it becomes problem. Not that when it now becomes problem, you now come out and say that country is suspended. You are not coming up with ECOWAS armed forces to now begin to checkmate other ECOWAS countries. The people owns the democracy. If they are not satisfied with it, and people said, no, we are going to revolt, the people will revolt. So the military will cash in on that and say, no, this is the time for us to strike. ECOWAS must talk to themselves. Leadership of ECOWAS must talk to themselves and put their house in order.
Okay, let's look at the suspension of the lawmaker, of course, Senator Natasha Akpotudwan. And of course, just yesterday, the new year, we heard our Senate president say that he has decided to withdraw all cases. He said to withdraw all cases, all the 9 files he has. And these cases, of course, Senator Odwan's case is one of it. Defamation cases is one of it. And, you know, according to him, he said he had a sermon by his priest. I was going to say by his president, by his priest. And that moved him to doing this. So, you know, that back and forth with Natasha was, many Nigerians actually frowned at it. Some persons said it was not, some persons even called for him to step aside for a while, but we didn't see that happen. And of course, we knew how it ended.
Yeah, Nena, let me thank the Senate president for saying that he has dropped all the defamation charges he has for some other persons that he felt they defamed him. But let's look at what led to all this, Nena. That was the homily that was preached by Reverend Father Donato Sudoete, the Reverend Father in charge of Holy Trinity, Sacred Heart Catholic Church, Aka in Akwa Ibom State, where he worshipped during the New Year. He was quick to come up when the Reverend Father was talking about forgiveness and putting those things behind us, we are in the new year, he came up and said, okay, the 9 defamatory cases he has, towards some people who defamed him, he has dropped it. Yes, it's a good one, but he's not just dropping it. Some of them are also like, he also stepped on some people's toe. What happened between him and Senator Natasha Akpoti was just a matter of ego. The Senate president, in the whole of that 109 senators, they all came from different constituencies. They all have equal rights. You becoming the Senate president is just first among equal. They just want somebody that will just say, okay, you will be our leader. Every other person there can be Senate president because they have the same paraphernalia that brought them into that hallowed chamber. So, but when you now sit as one of the presiding officers in the Senate and you are now using your office now, to now like bully others, the senators must not allow that. But unfortunately, we saw the way all that transpired in the Senate, that almost everybody was against Senator Natasha Akpoti. But she stood her ground and said, no, it must not work. So we saw that a kind of panel, kangaroo panel was set up, and the next thing that came out of that kangaroo panel was that she was suspended for the next 6 months. Yes, but her people were with her, with all the gangsterism that came up, with all the Nigerians abracadabra. The more you look, the less you see. And they say, oh, they were calling, they want to recall her for formulating signatures and all that. That was made on 2 attempts on her, and it all failed, which means her people like her. If the people that gave her senator say this is our senator, why will the same senators who she has the same equal right now come and suspend her, denied her constituency or that leadership for a whole 6 months? I think that the court and Nigerians must condemn that. The court must make a pronouncement on that. Do they have that power to just suspend the same person that have the same equal right with you for 6 months? Remember, it is not Senator Natasha you suspended. She's just the person that represents that Kogi Central Senatorial seat at that moment. Somebody else could have been there. You suspended the whole of that senatorial constituency she represents at that 6 months. So the people of that senatorial constituency even ought to have filed a case against this matter because they were denied leadership for that 6 months. So now he has suddenly become a born again, in the new year and say he's dropping all the charges. He should also know too well that he stepped on toes. The same way he felt people step on his toes that made him to go to court, he also stepped on toes. So if he has become a repentant person, he should repent genuinely and even come and make apology. If not for any other thing, that senatorial seat of the senatorial constituent of Akpapio, Natasha, that was denied leadership for 6 months, he should also use this magnanimity of his dropping all the charges now to also tell those people that I'm sorry for the leadership I denied you people for 6 months when your representative was actually suspended from the House of Assembly, Senate, to make laws. So that will now begin to make Nigerians to know that, okay, it's actually talking of repentance, and that repentance, every other person that were in that panel that came up with that kangaroo judgment that Natasha must go for 6 months, they should all follow the same line. They should be able to, when the Senate resumes, they should tender apology to Nigerians and tender all of them, because it's not just the one, that singular statement. It's a good one. You have started from somewhere, but you should complete it.
Okay, for you, would you say that 2025, was it more about governance or about political positioning ahead of 2027?
We have seen them campaigning. What is the governance? Well, the only thing we hear about Nigeria governance is we are going to see more taxation in 2026. That's one of the things where they were using to threaten us, and we have just entered the 2026. Then the only thing that followed it, we saw that the 47 kilometers of Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway was commissioned 3 times. 3 times, as we speak, only 47 kilometers out of 700 kilometers. And we have seen commissioning of that 47 kilometers 3 times. So where is the governance? If there was governance, Nena, the U.S. President, Donald Trump, and the U.S. Congress won't have been mediating in Nigeria's affair because of insecurity. You know the number of Nigerians that died in 2025? So governance was lacking. So there were so much lacuna that to the extent that it has to be noticed that there was almost like a fake government in Nigeria. That today, where America has started coming in, where Nigerians are praying that America should do more in 2026. So the governance, was not there for Nigerians in 2025, Nena.
Okay, we had a new INEC chairman. That was another thing that marked, another very major event that marked our political space in 2025. Yes. We had a new INEC chairman, and even though some persons would say that after the past INEC chairman was taken, or rather, when he was, of course, he had actually finished his tenure. Yeah, though it looked like he was asked to leave just earlier than a few weeks or a month before. And then we had May, that's the lady who was, or the woman who was like the most senior officer in the INEC. We had her take over for a while. And then before we could say Jack Robinson, we had a new INEC chairman, Joash Amopiton. And he came with different, some people dug out some things in his past. And then one of the things that was dug out was what he wrote about Christian genocide many years ago. And again, I thought before he was actually appointed as INEC chairman, while he was still undergoing confirmation, one of the things that came out at some point was that he was part of those who was the lawyer who was in the panel of lawyers, or for lack of a better word, panel of legal officers, legal panel for the president, and he actually denied it, and he said this is not so. And of course, people are saying, we are hoping, or Nigerians are hoping, that the INEC chairman would do Nigeria well, or would do the right thing when it comes by 2027. And we saw an election that was held in Anambra, though some persons would say that election was the blueprint had already been drawn even before he came into office. So that's not like, that would not be used to test his integrity or how capable he is in this office. So can you just speak a bit about that before we round off?
Yeah, we saw the change that came into INEC in this last year, 2025. Nigerians were expecting it, even if it came very late. At the time we saw the 2023 election, and Mahmoud Yakub, former INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakub, told Nigerians that there was a glitch. That was the time the Nigerians were actually like, this man should take a bow and go. But the president kept him because at least he was able to bring him into power, with all the glitches that he said that he eventually announced to Nigerians 3 a.m. in the midnight that Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency, has won the presidency of this nation. But that is not even the issue. The issue is that now we have a new INEC chairman. The greatest challenge before him is to sanitize INEC, bring integrity into the electoral system of this nation. That's what we are looking at. Like you just made mention of Anambra election. All the characteristics that have been prevailing in Nigeria election also played out in Anambra election. We saw vote buying and all that. Now we are gradually going into the electoral year, which is the 2027. In fact, this 2026 is like go before, which is like John the Baptist before Jesus Christ came. So 2026 is the John the Baptist for Nigeria for 2027 general election. We want to see more plans, more policies that INEC is going to tell us that this is what we're going to change in 2027 general election. This is where we're coming from. We don't want to hear glitch. We don't want to hear that they told us that election was going to be transmitted electronically in 2023. At the end of the day, they now said, no, we went to court. Judiciary supported them and said INEC has the prerogative to determine the modus and operandi of a collation of election result. No. Now we are going to 2027. Tell Nigerians, is it going to be manually collated, or is it going to be electronically transmitted from ward to local government to state and to the national to the headquarters? Then we will hear results, as we see in other civilized countries. Ghana just conducted election. Nobody went to court. We must not allow Joash Amopiton's administration as the INEC chairman to also be like what happened in Mahmoud Yakub, that only 4, 5, or 6 judges now determine who becomes the leader of this nation. When over 220 million Nigerians, wanted a leader, and they go to vote. But at the end of the day, the voting will become null and void. Only 5 or 6 persons now determine who now become the leaders of that nation. He must not continue in Joash Amopiton's regime. We must tell him to sanitize INEC, give us the policies and strategy that he's going to use for a credible 2027 general election while we are waiting, because this is the year we want to know that before the election comes.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Elvis, for being with us, and of course, for your analysis, in-depth and intelligent analysis, as usual. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We looked at the major events in Nigeria's political landscape in 2025. Join us on Monday as we take a look at the major events in the nation's security in 2025. Thank you for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekeoha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa. with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion, as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you every
VOP.
Welcome, guys. Day 2 in 2026, and it's such a pleasure to be here with you. I'm so glad. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. I say us because it's a collabo. Now, before I tell you who I am, if this is your first time, this is where we get to tell you all things trending, all things topical, and I can promise you lots of gist for you today. The grapevine is practically buzzing. On that note, I am Vivian Oguche. You're welcome.
I'm Ikechukwu Ago. We urge you to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss any episode of our show. And to be interesting to also know what you've got to say, so drop us a comment on our YouTube platform to be part of the show.
Yeah, on that note, we jump right into it. And our very first hashtag for today is an interesting one. You see, it's like a 3-in-1 hashtag or a 1-in-3 hashtag. Because the obedience, they've taken over the net. I'm talking about the obedient movement. The obedient movement is taking over the net. They're actually breaking the net right now. And they're trending 3 different ways under hashtag Tanko Yunusa or Yunusa Tanko, the national coordinator of the obedient movement. They're also trending under Dele Momodu, the publisher of Ovation, who is also a PDP chieftain, and ADC chieftain, formerly of the PDP. And of course, we also have hashtag Peter Obi. So we're going to be taking it one step after the other. We begin with hashtag Yunusa Tanko. So he is the, like I said earlier, national coordinator of the Obedient Movement. The Obedient Movement being a group that supports former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, who just publicly defected to the ADC. So much permutations about his political future. So Tanko Yunusa Tanko was on a televised interview not so long ago, and he dropped a bombshell, totally in opposition to what the obedient movements are saying, really, because you're going to see that from the comment section. So Yunusa Tanko says that even if Atiku Abubakar, former vice president, currently an ADC chieftain, even though he emerges as the ADC presidential flag bearer in 2027, that the obedient movement will not leave, that Peter Obi is not going to defect to any other party again. And that has generated a lot of chatter on and offline. So I take you to X now so you see the very first post. Let's do it. So Nigeria First says, so this is like a written format of the televised interview. So the anchor asked, what decision will Peter Obi take if Atiku wins the ADC primary? Obedient Movement National Coordinator Yunusa Tanko said, will take a democratic decision. The anchor now asked, what does that mean? Yunusa Tanko now said, it means we will remain in the party and give the party support. Question again from the anchor. Does that mean there will be no further defection, seeing that Peter Obi promised to be on the ballot? Yunusa Tanko said, we'll take our decision democratically and remain in the coalition. So that has, like I said, generated a lot of talking points. So let's take a look at how netizens are responding to this one, shall we? So Tochukwu of Divine Mercy says, I give it to Mr. Tanko. He is an intelligent and eloquent guy. I love that answer because it tried to introduce an element of deniability. But my credit goes more to the female journalist for making sure that she extracts some form of commitment from Tanko. With Obi finally pitching his tent with ADC this period, I think that usual statement that he must be on the ballot in 2027 doesn't hold water again, except he means as a VP. Even at that, he will still be at the mercy of Atiku, irrespective of whatever agreement they had pre-yesterday. That decision now lies in the hands of Atiku and other ADC chieftains, who will most likely determine who wins the primary or not. I think Obi knows he can't jump back into a new party again for 2027, or he will reduce himself to mere ridicule. Let's pray he is on the ballot as ADC flag bearer, as he is no doubt the best foot of ADC, except they are working on not winning the elections. The next one. Idiakosa says Obi has said countless times that he will be on the ballot as a presidential candidate in 2027. I will forever hold him accountable for that statement. This is not looking good. All right, more. Chikwendu says, it's good that Peter Obi has found a political home, but he must not be a vice presidential candidate to anyone. His transformational agenda and integrity makes him the best presidential material. If he plays second fiddle, his charisma that motivated his movement will evaporate. We have one more to go before we go to the next hashtag. So, Mr. Mike says, Peter Obi wants to be VP to the same guy he claimed he defeated in the 2023 elections. Kechuku, so these are, lots of things playing out online right now.
Yeah, very well. The obedient member always said that, it's Peter Obi on the ballot or nothing. And Peter Obi also at some point said that he's going to be on the ballot as the presidential candidate, if he's to run in 2027. Now, also recall that Peter Obi also made a statement, in that Nedu podcast that, they are actually yet to agree on certain area, before he actually joined the coalition eventually. So I want to believe that, certain level of commitment or agreement has been reached that has made him, move to the ADC. Now, Tanko saying this, Tanko is closer to Peter Obi than any one of these guys on net. Which means there's some level of conversation between both of them saying, yes, I can actually settle, for a position that's not the president. Again,
because Tanko will not come out and say this on his own. Is it possible he can do that?
He can as a spokesperson, just to actually take the balls or the eyes off, Peter Obi as, the major flag bearer. Let it look like, it's going to be a democratic process. It could be that there's a conversation that, okay, yes, we're definitely going to be zoning to the south, but don't, make it public. These are political...
Yeah, but because I want for us to take a closer look at it. I don't know if you would describe Aisha Yusuf as an obedient.
Yes, she is.
Right. She said for the very first time in her life, she has become a card-carrying member. She just joined the ADC alongside her boss, Peter Obi. She did it because of Peter Obi. She is an obedient member. And she said, regardless of whatever is happening, I'm going to be part of the party. So I'm thinking, really, they probably must have had some really hard talk with themselves. But based on what some obedience are saying online, it looks like whatever discussion they must have had has not trickled down to the grassroots yet when it comes to the movement. Peter Obi is going to need to sit down with his supporters and have a really, really, really heart-to-heart conversation with them. Because you see, as this hashtag continues to unfold, you're going to see that there is a lot that needs to be addressed. Because I'm going to take you straight to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag Dele Momodu. Dele Momodu too is talking about the same thing, and he is congratulating Eunice Tanko for a very successful interview. I'll just take you to X now so you take a look at that one. It is hashtag Dele Momodu. Still along the same lines, Dele Momodu Ovation says, of course, he is the publisher of Ovation magazine. Says, very good interview by my friend, brother, and former presidential running mate in 2011. Wow. On the platform of National Conscience Party, Dr. Eunice Tanko. Obedient movement will remain in ADC if Atiku wins presidential primary. Eunice Tanko. So lots of reactions. Obedience are jumping on this. But one no, can we go back to the other post? before we thank you. Ikechukwu, let's dissect this a little bit. So Dele Momodu took us back to 2011, and he said his brother and his friend and his former presidential running mate in 2011 was Unisa Tanko.
Yeah.
Another duo of this kind is former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and his former running mate, Peter Obi.
Yeah.
So it looks like former allies, former enemies, strange bedfellows are really coming together to make this one.
That's what coalition brings. Enemies come together to actually defeat, a common enemy. That's exactly what they do all the time. But then, if you look at Tanko's statement and how he responded to those questions, you know that he's not just a spokesperson. He's also a politician, right? And that's a political answer he actually gave. He wants the people to actually believe that Peter Obi is a loyal party man, he's loyal to the ADC, and that's what it is.
Because
that's the impression
he kept talking about a democratic decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Even when they anchor us, what does that mean?
So
he just talk to his guns.
That's exactly what politicians do. Give you an answer that will be neither here nor there. Peter Obi should be seen as a loyal political party man, and that's exactly what the ADC needs at
But he came clear at the end of it to say, look, regardless of who emerges as the flag bearer of the ADC, Peter Obi is staying, and the obedient movement is staying. It is categorical, and Dele Momodu is applauding him.
So we know, right? I think for the obedience, right, from the way the response has been trickling out, I think for them it's better Peter Obi remains as a loyal party man in the ADC, just as an ordinary ADC member than him being a running mate. That's exactly what I think is going to be the biggest case should he lose the primaries.
Well, I don't think so, because a number of obedience are saying if Peter Obi is not on the ballot, they're heading out the door. Can we go back to X now so we take a look at more reactions to hashtag Dele Momodu, which is along the same trajectory with hashtag Unisa Tanko. Uncle Darby says, them things say we no get mind of our own. Make them they play. I know they vote anybody when no be Peter Obi. Even P.O. self no fit tell me to vote another person. And then Peter Obi's trumpeter says, if Atiku picks the ticket, P.O. can remain in the party as a loyal person. But we, the coconut head foot soldiers, won't. We'll go home and sleep. Goodbye. Ikechukwu, are you taking a look at this now? That's the trajectory it's taking. If he says, if ADC does not give the ticket to Obi, we, the obedience, will vote massively for Tinubu. So you see, this is in direct opposition to what you just said. They are saying it's Peter Obi or nothing. I think another person that sang that same song was Aisha Yusufu, but it looks like she's bulging at the moment. That's what I'm saying. Peter Obi is going to need to sit down and talk to his
well, yes, definitely he needs to do that. But the truth is, if you put it on a scale, Peter Obi a running mate, that's a vice president, or Peter Obi just a party man, I think a good number of them would prefer him just being a party man. They don't want to see.
Well, that's you talking. I mean, we are seeing something totally different here. But what can we go to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Kenneth Okonkwo? It's still along the same trajectory. It's still along the Peter Obi, obedient, Tanko Unisa saga, right? And of course, the former vice, Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth Okonkwo, who actually is also in the ADC, is saying that if you don't join the ADC as an obedient, you are disobedient. And so he's actually trending like mad right now. So I'm going to take you to X now, so you see the post and how netizens and of course obedience are reacting to that one. Hashtag Kenneth Okonkwo. So Nigeria Story says obedience that are not in ADC are disobedience. Kenneth Okonkwo says. Now let's take a look at the reactions. So Senator, oh wow, Senator 1 says obedience are supporting Peter Obi, not a political party. Francisco says, so this is how you all plan to control us all together. Move from here to here like Chelsea changing coaches. All right, Yoruba Baron says, obedient carrying megaphone, ADC waving flag. But both can't even decide who they lead the group chat. More reactions? So, Marvelous Israel says, I'm obedient in ADC and I will never campaign for or vote for Atiku. Gracefully Gracious Chinedu says, what is the business of Kenneth Okonkwo with the obedience? I thought he said that Peter Obi lacks what it takes to win an election. When did he become sympathetic to the obedience struggle. So it looks like there's some bad blood between the obedience and Kenneth Okonkwo. I don't know if there is bad blood between Peter Obi and Kenneth Okonkwo. I don't know. Do you think Peter Obi holds any, grouse against Kenneth Okonkwo?
I may not be able to tell because, of course,
it's not been made public yet.
Yes.
But let's talk about his reaction and how obedience are reacting to him.
Okay, so first, after the 2023 election, Kenneth Okonkwo was very furious, and he actually made some statement that.
Can we give context to this?
Yes.
He was someone who was
very close. One of the spokesperson of
one of the very staunch members of the Labour Party.
Not just staunch, even one of the active men when it comes to public relations. Himself and likes of Yunus Atanko, they were actually at the forefront of a public discourse for the obedience at the point for Labour Party at the point. So, but after the election, he was very angry. He expected Peter Obi to actually challenge the process, be more active because he felt Peter Obi actually won the election. And the way Peter Obi actually just doused the tension and took everything so calm was not the way he expected it. And he came out, he said his piece and actually left the Labour Party. And now, for some reasons, the both of them are back in the ADC now. And he's also calling, the obedient to actually join the P2B, whatever the case is. Now, the truth is, a lot of obedience at that point when he actually left got angry. They actually lashed out. Some of them insulted him because of the words he actually said about P2B's reaction and all of that. Some other persons also agreed that, even within the obedient, that P2B was too calm. The way it actually ended was not the way it should have. But now he's actually making this statement.
It's not the first time people are lashing out at their boss. When former President Goodluck Jonathan conceded defeat to the late PMB, he was lashed out.
A lot of persons actually. So now he's actually saying this. Now the reason why he jumped into the ADC, one of the media briefing he had was that people who's got character to actually defend their votes are actually in this party. Election is just beyond just winning, in a ballot. It's actually about defending your vote. And he believes men who's got character very well positioned in the ADC to actually do that. Now he's actually saying this, and this person is actually reminding him that, hey, you should not even be talking about the obedience because you actually pulled out and, of course, estranged yourself from P2B and asked exactly what. But I think there's a level of acceptance from me from his statement, because if you're truly a P2B person and decides to actually stay in the ADC, come what may, I think you should just stay there if you're very much for P2B. But if you actually decide to actually leave the ADC because P2B didn't get the ticket, and you decide to actually, for example, for those who said they will actually vote the current president if P2B didn't get the ticket, what difference does it make? You actually want the current president out. So this is not just a case about, you wanting a better Nigeria again, which you've always touted. It's a case of you just not happy with whoever it is that's challenging him, if not P2B.
Bottom line, Peter Obi needs to sit down really and have a chat with his immediate constituency, which is the obedient movement. On that note, we move on to another hashtag relay. Something that's been trending like mad as well, Wike versus Fubara. This is another kind of drama, I'm telling you, and it's heating up in Rivers State. So Siminalayi Fubara is the current governor of Rivers State, the sitting governor of Rivers State. He used to have a godfather called, in fact, it was his godfather who allegedly installed him as the governor. I'm talking about former former Rivers State governor, and current FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. So today, Fubara was caught on air saying a lot. He said that dogs are barking. This is not the first time he's speaking in parable. Just some days ago, and we brought that gist here, he had said, no, they do kona waka. If you want support Fubara or support Ashiwaju, no do kona. Today, he's saying dogs are barking. And of course, Nyesom Wike replied him, saying, some people are saying dogs are barking, Abi. Let me tell you the truth. So I don't want to detract from it or distract from it or detract from it. So I'm just going to play the video of the current governor, the sitting governor of Rivers State, saying Fubara talking about dogs barking. See if you can wrap your head around it. Let's do it.
The dog barks is when it doesn't understand. The only reason why the dog barks is when it doesn't understand. That is when the dog barks. If you have a dog in your house and your dog knows you, does it need to bark? So when the dog starts barking, maybe the dog is saying something it doesn't understand. Huh? So we are not barking because we understand. We know where we're going, and we have set all the things that are needed to make the journey smooth and easy sailing.
That is the sitting governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, talking about dogs barking because they do not understand. And of course, the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, had a response, a retort for him. Take a listen to him.
Senator, somebody said a dog barking. This dog that is barking now barked when Rivers people do not even know whom the person was. And the dog that barked made the person to be governor. Others ran away. And he's not afraid that the same dog now is barking. I wish him good luck. I wish him good luck. We are not talking about party. We are talking about the Need Hope family. All of us, we have all decided.
Don't worry, I'm not just going to let you hang like that, like a cliffhanger. In a short while, you're going to listen to the concluding part of that statement. But I want for us to go to X now so you say how publications are reporting this, tug of war between the current governor of Rivers State and the former governor of Rivers State. Let's do it. We go to X now, shall we? It is #Wike versus Fubara. So the very first video you saw is what Chooks is reporting. The only reason a dog barks is when it does not understand. We know where we are going, and we have made every provision to ensure the journey is smooth. Governor Sim Fubara. The next post. So, before we come to this, though, I want for us to take a look at. I thought we had a post where Sim Fubara was talking about supporting President Tinubu and how some people had said it was his downfall or he wasn't supporting President Tinubu. So let's go back to videos before we come. Let's go back to this. I'll come back to this. We'll go to the video where we hear the governor of Rivers State talking about being blackmailed because some people said he wasn't supporting President Tinubu. He now said those who had supported Atiku, the former vice president, who is currently an ADC chieftain, that they have returned to join him, Fubara, to ensure that President Tinubu makes a comeback in 2027. Take a listen.
His Secondus, Right Honorable Asin Akbara, His Excellency Selectino Mayor, Alabo Abiesekewo, and who am I meeting? I won't meet anybody. The four of you that are here, you have come to join us this New Year Eve, or not New Year Eve, this New Year banquet, to tell the world that you stand with the administration of Siminalayi Fubara. You're sitting with us boldly so that people will know that you're not into corner business, but you are standing with Fubara. And because you're standing with Fubara, your support is from Mr. President. So I want to thank you this evening because you don't know what you have done. We're being blackmailed in several places because of your political activities. And not just because of your political, because of your name. But I'm happy this evening that you told me you're going to come sit with us so that the world will know that you're with us and that you have no affiliation whatsoever with any other group that is against Mr. President. I want to thank you especially.
So that is supposed to be a New Year banquet, but it turned out to be like something like a political rally or something. But hey, not to let the governor have the last word. Of course, the FCT minister, his former, talking about Sim Fubara's former godfather, is responding to the same thing. He said, okay, so you say people who were with Atiku before are now with you, that they couldn't even give Atiku 10% of votes. So he's not even bulging. Why don't you take a listen to Nyesom Wike himself?
I wish him good luck. I wish him good luck. We are not talking about party. We are talking about the Real Hope family. All of us, we have all decided that we are going to work for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's no discussion about that. But there's one we must take decision. Of course, you know, we will make the mistake we made last time. We are here to correct the mistake. I heard somebody said, oh, those who work with Atiku are back. They couldn't give Atiku 10%. So what is the political advantage? I won't call their names, but you all know them. We will do all we can to see that we give Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu all the total support that we require. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have bothered myself to say this. Somebody who was a senator said the Minister of FCT is a semi-literate. But the same person dropped out from Rivers State University when he wanted to read, when he was reading law. He couldn't make it.
So in case you want to know how that one continued, it's just the FCT talking about his other wahala and all of that. You do remember that just yesterday we were here where we had the governor of Bauchi State, Governor Bala, saying that, but Governor Bala Mohammed saying that the FCT minister is a terrorist and that he's behind all his wars. The FCT minister responded to him. And someone online was saying, is this fight not too much for only one man? But of course, the FCT minister is saying he's equal to the attacks. You know, Ikechukwu, this whole thing, I don't know. Did you notice that when Wike was going to reply to Sim Fubara, he won't call his name, he said, I heard someone say, I mean, this thing is getting really dirty and it's very public.
I mean, that's his character. Wike's
Whose character? I'm talking about both of them. I'm talking about the fight, you know, becoming very public and dirty between the both of them.
Wike is actually the bigger person, right? I mean, he's been the governor before. He's still very much the one who's got the first, line of touch to the president than the governor of the state. So I think at this point, he should just play, more behind the scenes. He's got the real power. I mean, power behind the power.
Well, that's what you think.
No,
that's what you think. That's what you keep saying.
No,
but it doesn't look like that's what it is.
See, Vivian.
Right?
Before Wike...
We're not going to waste too much time.
Yeah, before the FCT minister actually, went... Because I said it yesterday that he went too far by actually allowing the... president governor had that meeting with the president to actually settle it. Now he's got direct access to the president. That's exactly why he's talking tough.
Who made a mistake?
Wike, because
so he shouldn't have allowed Fubara and the president.
What he should have done, right, from the beginning is to just find a way to actually resolve it. At that point where the governor was very much on the ground, just tell Mr. President, don't worry, we'll settle it to handle it. Bring him back.
It goes to show you don't really understand how this thing is going down. Well, you see, netizens are thinking that there is a gang up here. That it looks like Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara are going to come together in 2027 to vote in President Tinubu. But the tug of war now will begin when it's going to be time for the gubernatorial election. That is when you go know who passed who. So let's go back to X now so you see how netizens are reacting to this particular one. Shall we? Hashtag Wike versus Fubara. Let's do it. So, Izuna says, in summary, Fubara calls critics backing dogs out of ignorance. Wike claps back. This dog backs to make you governor. Good luck now. Politics just got hotter in 2026. Izuna again says, in the end, they'll both sit together, eat, drink, and shake hands. That's just how they operate. They stage public fights to deceive the people they rule, not lead, while whining and dining behind closed doors. Anyway, at least we are entertained. More responses now. Shall we continue to take a look at them? So, Omar Laughing says, Fubara and Wike don't gang up on Amechi. Politics too sweet, I beg. Pragmatic DB says, I foresee a situation where both Wike and Fubara will work for President Tinubu's re-election, but will work against each other for the governorship election. We saw something similar in Zamfara, Oyo, and few states in 2023. Masterpiece says the greatest alignment here at Wike is seeing Fubara and people of River State in all the corners of the government openly supporting our president, aligning themselves to the Renewed Hope mandate, and even taking the steps of joining APC. That shows that Fubara has sought for peace to reign in River State, and definitely he will enjoy that peace and political stability he has really sought for. Let's forgive one another in whatever happened at the past and live for the betterment of the future. There is one more reaction, but if you could just hold on, I'm going to come back to this. I'll come back to this in a short while because that's going to be the final one. Yeah, did you see? Masterpiece apparently sounds like an APC member who is happy that Fubara has decided to align with the Renewed Hope agenda. Now, if you can take a look at the thread, the responses, some are saying that for you to know how the pendulum is swinging now, President Tinubu sent the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, to River State. And he said Nuhu Ribadu must tell him that he, President Tinubu, is proud of Fubara and that he's doing a good job as a leader. Kudos to him. It was everywhere. And then we saw Keyamo versus Keyamo openly applauding Fubara when he was talking about the corner moves and all, if you want to support Ashwaju. These are stalwarts in President Tinubu's kitchen cabinet. So it looks like Fubara actually is not the pawn in this game anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was...
major player.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that the biggest mistake Wike made, he stretched the battle with Fubara too far. Because at that point where Fubara had that window to meet the president openly, now it became a case of, I'm now the sitting governor. I can actually give you whatever the minister gave to you.
Which is the game he played.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the biggest winner here is definitely going to be the president because in the end, both of them will strive hard to actually make River State his.
Which is what the netizens
But then, it's going to be a case of Fubara returning back to the government house and then we keep the house continuing to be minister of state if the president wins.
If the president wins. That's the cash. Yeah. So let's take a look at that next response now, which is going to be the last for this particular hashtag. So Mega Mixer says, before I read his comment that's taken from 3 hours ago, on the 31st of December, 2025, last year, Mega Mixer had said, before Nyesom Ezenwo Wike, there was a certain Lamidi Adedibu who wielded more power than Wike can ever imagine. But today, where is he? The higher the monkey climbs, the more he exposes his tail. Even the tallest tree in the forest must eventually become firewood. And then Mega Mixer today said, I hope Emperor Wike is reminded that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Final thoughts on this before we wrap up.
A lot is happening. You recall that statement that Wike actually made, some time ago, that who is Tinubu without me? I said it here that statement is going to actually get a response someday. And this is the response the likes of KMA has been giving. There's been, some certain level, okay, we can have a new kid in the block that's going to secure whatever it is we need. And then, what they say, if a new wife comes, the old one has to just find another room.
So with the likes of Festus Keyamo, Aviation Minister, and NSA the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, openly, applauding and supporting the governor of Rivers System, Fubara. It looks like it's a show of alignment, and you're saying, hey, the presidency is with you. But as this drama unfolds, guys, be sure to catch every single update here. We move on to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag explosive materials. You remember that Christmas Eve 2025, the U.S. struck terrorist camp, or not just one, a group of terrorist enclave in Sokoto State, and it left a lot of dust in its wake. I can tell you that. Now, we are continuing to see reactions from that particular strike from the U.S. And today, the military came to say they're appealing to citizens, residents, within the area where the U.S. struck, to bring back the explosive materials they are taking from the site of the explosion. It's a lot. You need to wrap your head around it, yeah. But you're going to take a listen to it in a short while. And then there's a video of, residents celebrating that they've been liberated from the terrorist hold. But first, let's go to X. So you see the post that's going to take us to the video. Explosive materials is the hashtag. Chuk says Nigerian military appeals to Sokoto residents to return explosive materials taken from the site of a U.S. Christmas Day airstrike. That'll be Christmas Eve airstrike, yeah? Take a listen, guys.
We can only appeal to them to return harmful to them. We don't expect anybody to take away those materials. We have formations within the armed forces whose duty it is to recover those things. So we also want you to disseminate to them that they should return them to the military or security locations so that we can disarm those things before they cause greater damage to the individuals who have taken them and to the other members of the public.
All right. So netizens are responding to this one. Let's take a look at the responses before Ikechukwu jumps on this. Because I'm going to ask you, Ikechukwu, if this scares you at all. Yeah, that there are explosive materials in the hands of civilians who might not even know how it works.
Yeah, definitely. It does. Yeah, it's very scary.
Yeah, but netizens are responding. Before we continue on that trajectory, let's go back to X now so we see how they're taking this particular one. Daily Peep says, but seriously, how civilians enter sites before military? Toby says, Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. And Toby goes on to say, U.S. help you strike terrorists. Instead of cuddling that entire location immediately, they were pushing propaganda that the bombs hit empty farmland. Now you are requesting the people to return what they took from the area bombed. Big Rose says, this shows that Nigerian Army's intelligence likely had no prior knowledge of the airstrike, which is why civilians were able to enter the strike zone. Normally, ground forces move in immediately after airstrikes to secure the target area. True, right? More reactions, more responses, if you will. Francisco Brainiac says, this country, this shows the Nigerian army were not informed of the airstrikes because they would have been ready to move in immediately after the strikes, secure the area, create the parameters, and cut out public access to the location. So it's either they were not aware or they are very incompetent to not be ready to move in fast. And then he says, God help us all. Yemi says, the child who picks up a snake must not cry when it hisses and then be told to put it back. Some lessons come with obvious consequences and questionable follow-up requests. So this is in two parts here. Yemi actually is saying, look, you guys, this is like a snake that bites. Return it to if it's with you. But others are saying, how on earth were civilians able to, gain access to the site?
Yeah.
So is it true, actually, that Nigeria wasn't aware that the U.S. was going to hit?
I really like the comment of Brainiac. I mean, it's in two phases. You cannot say you're not aware. If you say you're not aware, if you say you're aware, then you not being there when after the airstrike has happened, it means you're not competent, because every military or every security agency, that the very first thing in an area that is deemed high risk or accident or airstrike, the first thing is to condone that area and ensure that every single materials that should be needed or for investigation or for whatever reason needs to be taken out.
That's the word. You cordon off the area. So you put those tapes.
Yes.
Say, hey, not accessible.
So not just the military will be there, other agencies will be there to actually take whatever samples or stuff that they need to take out of that particular space. Again, it's the talk of those materials. Some of them would not even explode immediately. Some of them you take it home and then it becomes a thing. I recall there are certain incident that happened during the 2002 bomb blast event in Lagos. Some persons actually. Some of the bomb that exploded at the
that was the explosion in Dodon Barracks?
Yeah, no, the Ikeja cantonment here.
Okay.
So some of the bombs that actually left the space that didn't actually explode at the point got to some person's farmland, and days after that major explosion, some of them went off, and it actually got some persons injured. So it does happen. Some of them even left the compound to neighboring schools outside the military base, and those ones are also very, very, some of them still exploded. So it is true that these things happen, and that's exactly why it's quite very scary. You might actually take it and keep it, somewhere in your house, and you might not even be at home when the thing decides to actually go off.
So based on what you just said, the military must engage in some intense sensitization to ensure that citizens listen to what they're saying and bring back these explosives if they are in possession of it. If it means a door-to-door one, door-to-door is possible. You remember when former Vice President Shibajo, he was then Vice President, and he was, publicizing the trader money thing. It was going from door
like that
to door. So you could do door-to-door because this is the life or death matter.
Very well.
So I do hope that, it's a good thing that the Nigerian army is making it public, the military, and I do hope that they make it a door-to-door affair. Now, someone also put up another post to say people are jubilating in Sokoto, that the U.S. helped and that Nigerians should continue to applaud the U.S. And he put up a video. So let's go back to X-ray, take a look at that post, and then we'll take a look at the video of residents of Sokoto State jubilating that they've been set free from the hands of terrorists. Let's do it. Yeah. So Ikechukwu, massive celebration in Sokoto.
Yeah.
We're going to see how residents are responding to this thing. I think they're beginning to really understand what has happened. It looks like there's no civilian casualty.
Yeah.
We've not heard of anyone yet.
Yeah.
It looks like the residents are responding. The post that followed that particular video said, people who are saying the U.S. is trying to, invade Nigeria or trying to downgrade Nigeria's sovereignty, they should take a look, take another look. Yeah? Wake up and smell the coffee is what they're saying. The residents are rejoicing.
Very well. When that particular news of Donald Trump, saying he was going to actually invade, or the U.S. will actually come attack terrorists.
Terrorist enclave.
Yes. One of the high points of the whole conversation that people were missing was that in the end, the average Nigerians will not even care, what happens. The most important thing that they want is their own safety. If these terrorists are taken out, the Muslims will be happy, the Christians will be happy, and it's going to be a win for all. So look at them now. I mean, Sokoto is majorly a Muslim state, but they are jubilating because the bad guys have been taken out.
Yeah, and you kept saying it. That, look, this is not a fight against
Nobody
Nigeria.
really cares. The Muslims don't care.
That is a fight against terrorists. But hey, we're glad the residents are rejoicing. And it looks like the U.S. is working, hand in gloves with the federal government. At least that's what we've been told. We're going to see how that one pans out. And we do hope that civilians in possession of those explosives take them back to the military. Let's quickly take a look at it. This is Cherry. This one now brings a smile back to your face, yeah? It's about Skills. Skills was in church and he gave a testimony. Last week, it was, 2 weeks ago, it was Tonto Dike, the actress. Today is the singer, Skills, who said God revived his career through a footballer who is not even a Nigerian. So I'm going to take you to X. The Pulse Nigeria has that post that's going to lead us to the video. And of course, there are responses to that one. Let's do it. Yeah, hashtag Skills. Pulse Nigeria says, God raised a kid in Barcelona. His name is Lamine Yamal. And all it took was one simple dance video. I had 7 prayer requests and everything happened in one day. Wow. Skills shares his testimony at Harvesters Church. Take a listen, guys.
And stuff, me and my team, we made a plan. We knew what we were going to do, but little did we know that God had a bigger plan. God raised the kid in Barcelona. His name is Lamine Yamal, and all it took was just one simple dance video that went viral and changed my whole life. I had a prayer. I wrote a 7 prayer requests, and everything happened in one day. Wow. Yeah. Everything happened in one day. It's so amazing that I saw myself editing an Adidas advert, a global advert. So I want to give glory to God.
Good things are happening, I can tell you. It shows that prayers, when you pray, of course, God answers. There are a couple of reactions to this particular hashtag. And I mean, Skills must be a prayer warrior, if you ask me. 7 requests and God answered all of them in one day. You guys should take a cue. But netizens are responding to that particular one. Let's see, shall we? Yeah. So Mr. Vibe says, may God not use, what is this right? May God not use Lamine Yamal to change my life. Is this sarcasm or is that a typo? I thought Mr. Vibes was going to say, may God use Lamine Yamal to change my life. Then there's one more I would like for you to take a look at, shall we? Wolfcoin says, yeah, Wolfcoin. With Skills, you will realize having fame is different from being successful. Now, when I saw this, I took a second and a third and a fourth look. This is some deep stuff, Ikechukwu, that fame is totally different from success, apparently. Yeah, a few seconds as we wrap this up now.
Success is simply fulfillment. Fame is just you at the spotlight. But, I mean, this story is huge. Yeah. I remember, I think about 3 years ago, I was in a bar very close to this area, and the person who was supposed to come, that particular night was Skills. I was like, Skills, what's Skills doing here? What's in do this guy? And just, the following year or 2 years after, and I mean, see Skills with Lamine Yamal and the whole Barcelona team. I'm like, okay, this is quite impressive. But when I saw his banner that he's coming...
Do you want to quickly give context to that?
Yeah, the Barcelona player
just danced to...
The song in question is actually an old song of his, Shake Body. And then the guy just, used it after a game in the locker room. And everyone just kept dancing. He's actually Barcelona's biggest, player in terms of image. And it became a thing. The whole Spain was singing it, Come on. And that's how, what's his name? Skills flew to Barcelona, was in a private jet with the guys. And I mean, it's beautiful. That prayer request really, it's real big.
It's a heartwarming story, and I'm so glad for Skills. It looks like anything is, it shows that anything is possible if you don't give up. On that note, we wrap it up. Big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked what Ikechukwu and I did, why don't you join us again, same time, same station for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
we'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney Dine, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled, and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ugunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it, and that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndumdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Court postpones Anthony Joshua's driver case to January 20.
Malami, wife, son's detention extended as bail ruling postponed.
Governor Mufwang defects to APC.
INEC chairman pledges credible 2027 elections.
JTF repels bandit attack on Kano communities.
Lagos confirms 8 deaths and declares area unsafe.
On the foreign scene, Somalia assumes leadership of UN Security Council.
Well, in business news, Naira opens 2026 higher, gains 4 Naira at official market.
In sport, Osimhen declares Super Eagles set for AFCON glory.
Well, in the world of entertainment, Burna Boy breaks record for biggest Spotify year by African artist.
Now the news and details. Kayode Adeniyi, the 47-year-old driver of the Lexus SUV involved in Monday's fatal crash, claimed the lives of 2 close friends of former world heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua, has been arraigned in court. Adeniyi was charged before a Shagamu magistrate court for manslaughter, reckless driving, and related offences. The Federal Road Safety Corps had earlier blamed the crash on overspeeding and wrongful overtaking, which led to the vehicle ramming into a stationary truck. The Ogun State Police Command spokesperson Olusheyi Babasheyi said the case has been adjourned to January 20, 2026.
Moving on, the detention of former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami and 2 of his relatives has been extended by 5 days. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday adjourned ruling on their bail application to the 7th of January, following a hearing before trial judge Emeka Nwete. Malami, his son Abdulaziz, and one of his wives, Asabe Bashir, were arraigned on December 30, 2025, on money laundering charges and have spent 3 nights at the Kuje Correctional Center. With the bail ruling now deferred, the trio may spend at least 8 days in custody if bail is eventually granted. Their current detention is separate from the period they earlier spent in EFCC custody. The EFCC, in a 16-count charge, accused them of laundering 8.7 billion naira, involving alleged illicit asset acquisitions and concealment in Abuja, Kano, and Kebbi states.
Still on a legal note, the Bauchi State Commissioner of Finance, Yakubu Adamu, has been granted 500 million naira bail in a 4.6 billion naira money laundering case. The ruling was delivered by Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court, Abuja, following a bail application filed by Adamu's legal team. Adamu, a former Polaris Bank branch manager, was arraigned by the EFCC over a controversial 4.65 billion naira loan transaction and pleaded not guilty on December 30, 2025. Justice Nwite noted that the EFCC failed to provide evidence suggesting Adamu might flee, interfere with witnesses, or evade trial, and granted bail of 500 million naira with 2 sureties of the same amount.
Well, away from legal matters, we take you to Plateau State, where Governor Caleb Mutfwang has officially defected to the All Progressives Congress. The state APC chairman, Rufus Baturi, presented the party's membership card to the governor in Jos. Governor Mutfwang said the move was in the interest of the state, pledging inclusive governance despite the change in party. He called for unity among residents, thanked members of the People's Democratic Party for their support, and said the defection would further drive his commitment to delivering quality leadership to Plateau State.
In another development, the chairman of INEC, Joash Amopiton, has reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to delivering free, fair, and credible elections in 2027, saying preparations are already underway to strengthen Nigeria's democracy. In his 2026 New Year message to staff nationwide, Amopiton described the coming year as a critical period for institutional consolidation ahead of the next general elections. He commended staff for their education in 2025, particularly during the Anambra State governorship election, noting that discipline, unity, and professionalism ensured public confidence in the electoral process. The INEC chairman also pledged to prioritize staff welfare and urged personnel to remain steadfast in upholding the integrity of the electoral system, stressing that every eligible voter must be empowered and every vote counted.
And now to security matters. Troops of the Joint Task Force have foiled an attempted bandit attack on communities in Shanono local government area, Kano State, after hours of fighting. The clash began late Thursday and continued into Friday in Yankwada, Babanduhu, a nearby village. Major Zubero Babatunde, the Nigerian Army spokesperson in Kano, said the bandits tried to enter the communities on motorcycles, firing sporadically in what he described as a revenge attack following losses in a previous encounter. The troops' prompt action prevented loss of lives and major property damage. Major Babatunde reassured residents that the military remains on high alert and urged them to provide timely information to security agencies.
Away from that report, 8 people have died in the Christmas Eve fire that gutted the 25-story Great Nigeria Insurance Building in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sowore confirmed the death on Friday during an inspection of the building, where pockets of fire were still visible 9 days after the incident. The governor expressed deep sadness, led a minute of silence for the victims, and attributed the fire to human error and unsafe practices in the affected and nearby buildings. Several neighboring structures were also impacted, with generators reportedly operating across different floors of shopping plazas along Shita, Martins, and Breadfruit Street. Governor Sanwo-Olu declared the area unsafe and warned residents and traders to stay clear until a phased, coordinated demolition is carried out. He urged traders to prioritize life over property during emergencies.
Elsewhere, 3 persons, including a man and his daughter, were feared dead on New Year's Day after a salon car crashed into a stationary truck at the Birikwere flyover in Obiakwa local government area of Rivers State. The accident occurred in the early hours of the day as the occupants were returning from a crossover service, reportedly unaware that a waste truck had been parked along the road. 3 occupants were said to have died, while others sustained serious injuries and are receiving treatment at an undisclosed hospital. The Rivers State Police Command confirmed the incident, saying investigations are ongoing to determine the cause of the crash.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Okpeyemi Ogulami, a public affairs analyst. But we'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring our analyst on board.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you join us. You're still watching News Hour on VOP TV. Join us virtually to analyze the News Hour is Okpeyemi Ogulami, a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Okpeyemi. Please, can you unmute your device? Please unmute your device if you can hear me, Okpeyemi. We'll take another break now, and of course, when we return, we hope to get connected to Okpeyemi. Just stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still News Hour on Voice of the People television, and we're still connected to Okpeyemi Ogulami, a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Okpeyemi. If you can hear me, please unmute your device. Okay, we hope to get connected to Okpeyemi later on in the news. Thank you very much for still being with us. We're going to move on. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has reaffirmed his resolve to move the state forward, saying he has the resilience to deliver on the mandates given to him by the people. The governor spoke in Port Harcourt while swearing in 5 new special advisors at the government house. Those sworn in are Eloka Tase Amadi, Peter Medi, Emmanuel Frank Fubara, Victor Ekaro, and Darlington Oje. Governor Fubara urged the advisors to work as a team and remain committed to his administration's vision of effective and people-centered governance. He said the appointments were aimed at strengthening teamwork and ensuring the smooth and efficient functioning of government, noting that advisors were chosen for their familiarity with his administration's philosophy. The governor cautioned against complacency, stressing that the appointments were not ceremonial, but an opportunity to contribute meaningfully to service delivery. Development comes days after a minor cabinet reshuffle, which saw the Commissioner for Sport, Christopher Green, redeployed to the Ministry of Justice as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice.
Well, let's take you to Osun State now, where Governor Ademola Adeleke has welcomed the third quarter of 2025 fiscal transparency report by Budget Nigeria, describing it as a validation of his administration's commitment to transparency and accountability. In a statement by his spokesperson, The report ranked Osun among 11 states nationwide with a perfect 100% score, the state's highest performance in over a decade. Governor Adeleke described the ranking as a New Year boost for the people of Osun, attributing it to strict adherence to due process and open governance. He said the assessment covered the availability and timeliness of public finance documents, e-procurement functionality, and access to fiscal data, adding that the result reflects effective management over the past 3 years.
This next report says the governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress in Anambra State, John Nwosu, has welcomed political leaders who recently joined the party with their supporters. Speaking to journalists, Nwosu described the decision as bold and patriotic, reflecting a shared commitment to building a democratic, inclusive and progressive Nigeria. His remarks follow the defection of Labour Party's 2023 presidential-elect candidate, Peter Obi, who on Wednesday officially joined the ADC in Enugu alongside several lawmakers. Nwosu said the move demonstrates courage, experience, and dedication to integrity and development-driven politics, adding that the new members would strengthen the party structure and influence in Anambra. He extended a special welcome to Peter Obi, Senator Victor Ome, Tony Nwoye, and other federal and state legislators, stressing the importance of unity and collaboration. The ADC candidate reaffirmed that the party remains a platform for transformative leadership and national progress.
And now we move to Gombe State, where Governor Inuwa Yahaya has presented 2 million naira to the families of each of the 7 journalists who died tragically in a car crash. The journalists died on Monday while returning from a colleague's wedding in Kaltungo local government area. Speaking in Gombe, Yahaya's representatives, Abubakar Unjodi, Secretary to the State Government, described the donation as a token of support for the bereaved families. He said the government was deeply concerned about the accident, noting the journalists' invaluable contributions to the state's development. Earlier, Al-Hassan Yahya, National President of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, thanked the governor for his support since the tragedy.
Heavy traffic and roadblocks slowed movement on New Year's Eve, forcing many residents to trek to crossover services. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, Oyindamola Olukuto reports that the new year was welcomed with praise, prayers, and messages centered on peace and hope for a better year.
December 31st into the early hours of January 1st. Movement across parts of Lagos was slowed by traffic and roadblocks as residents made their way to crossover service and New Year gatherings. With vehicles stranded in long queues, many commuters were left with no option but to trek through the road to their destinations, determined to begin the new year on a spiritual note. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, worshippers gathered for the annual Watch Night service, marking the transition into the new year with songs of praise and heartfelt thanksgiving.
Among the faithful ones, previous ones, among the successful ones, it's not one that you get to do. It's not that you eat the best food, but you put on the best clothes. I said, somebody shout hallelujah! Somebody that won millions. That all gold worth millions. They are in the mortuary.
The service progressed into intense prayer session as members were lifted personal and collective petitions, committing their hopes, families, and aspirations into God's hands for the year ahead. As midnight approached, congregants showed symbolic seeds into the new year, expressing faith, gratitude, and expectation for divine favor and breakthroughs. The highlights of the service was a word of exhortation delivered to the congregation, focusing on God's promise of peace, restoration, and guidance, encouraging members to remain steadfast despite challenges.
And I'm telling you, the trust you have in me, let it be strong. Tell your neighbor again, I can never fail. I can never fail.
With the declaration of the new year, prayers intensified as worshippers prayed into the year with renewed hope, trusting for a better, more peaceful and fulfilling year ahead. The crossover service ended with joy, reflection, and optimism as members stepped into the new year, believing in positive change and divine assurance. I'm Oyindamola Olokuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so much. Well, in Benin City, Rhoda has a similar story for us regarding the crossover service as she captured reflections, prayers, and expressions of faith during crossover night services as many Christians committed 2026 into God's hands with hopes for spiritual renewal, personal breakthroughs, and a season of fulfillment.
Christians in Benin City, Edo State, ushered in the new year with prayers and expressions of faith during crossover night services held across churches in the state. Those who spoke with VOP TV shared expectations of entering 2026 with renewed hope, expressing trust in God for divine direction, spiritual growth, and breakthroughs in their personal lives.
My expectation is to be closer and closer to God. I will look at every mistake I made last year. I will ask God to help me to correct them this year so that I will serve Him better. Trusting God that the God who preserves us throughout 2025 will also preserve us. We saw the beginning of 2026. We will see the end of 2026. This year shall be 10 times better than last year in the name of Jesus. In this year 2026, the glory of God will be seen in our lives, and we have every cause to glorify His name. And I declare to you, Happy New Year!
They also conveyed hopes for peace, good health, family stability, and success in their various endeavors, while committing the year into God's hands.
I want to encourage every Nigerian to submit to God. God is our help in the midst of trouble. If we submit to God, these series of issues that we are contending with will become a testimony. My prayer is that God will help everyone, Christian and all others, to submit our hearts to God, to do what pleases God. And I am assuring everyone that 2026 shall be a very beautiful year. I'm grateful to God for bringing us into a new year, full of God's grace, full of God's favor. And my prayer is that all of us will join together to serve God, all of us will join together to love God, to follow Him wholeheartedly, and to make Him the Lord of our life, the Lord of our decision. And when we do this, the Lord is faithful to carry us through the year.
As the year begins, Christians in Edo State remain optimistic that their prayers and dedication will usher in a season of fulfillment and testimonies. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Still on expectations for the new year, correspondent Sochima Promise spoke with respondents in Oka, the Anambra State capital, many of whom said year 2025 was a very turbulent and trying period for the economy and security. All the same, many as well still count the blessings in this report of mixed feelings.
For Miss Jedida, 2025 has been an amazing year, even as she counted many blessings and milestones reached within the year. Jedida is also looking forward to 2026 with excitement, being her year of graduation.
2025 was amazing. It was very, very exciting. I mean, this year, next year, like 2026, I'm going to be a graduate.
However, Ms. Uju did not find it easy in the ending year 2025, saying the economic situation in the country made it not so favorable. According to her, 2025 was not really a beautiful experience, but hinges her hope in a better new year.
You know the economic situation in this our country now. But we just thank God we are pushing it. No, really. You know, in this life there is some ups and downs. But we thank God. That is the most important thing. We are alive to see the end of this year 2025. And we hope that 2026 will be more better. For favor, for more life, good health, and for to achieve more this year 2026. Yeah.
Mr. Rock Abelati was on the positive lane because according to him, being alive and healthy is good fortune, though he could not rule out the fact that the economic situation in the country brought a lot of stress. He noted that at the beginning of the year 2025, prices of goods and services went up just as there has been a downward trend towards the end of the year. He looks forward to a better economic situation in 2026 with the hope reducing the rate at which Nigerians seek greener pastures abroad.
Going on the positive lane, I'm going to see it as being a very good year because I'm alive and I want to be grateful to God for life and for the life of my family, loved ones, and everybody around me. But economically, on the other way around, it has not been a fun year because I've been a lot of struggling here and there to meet up with the economic situation in the country. Things at the beginning of the country, things faced up, skyrocketing. But towards the end of the year, you cannot deny the fact that things like PMS, which is the major means of mobility, dropped down a little bit. So on the average, well, it's good. And we are hoping that the economic situation of the country will get better, so that more Nigerians will realize that coming back home to invest is better than going out of the country, because the Japa syndrome seems to kind of increase in this 2025. We are hoping that things will get better. Those on top or those up there will see the plight of the masses. The masses are not finding it funny. So we hope that things will get better and better so that people will be able to meet up and live a normal life.
A businessman, Austin, said 2025 was rough economically as the insecurity issues in the country rubbed off on businesses. He's looking forward to 2026 being a better year for him, his family, and Nigeria as a whole.
We experience difficulties and insecurities and everything. So, in general, as businessman, I know how difficult it is. I know how demand that we're receiving. Demand increase in so many ways. If you understand that this insecurity in the states play a big impact over it. So, only thing I will say is that this year so far, we thank God. God has been faithful. That's everything I will say, and I'm looking forward 2026 to be a better year for me. Yes, my family and also Nigeria.
I'm Sochima from Voice of People Television.
Okay, we'll now get connected to our virtual guest who is joining us to analyze the news. Glad to have you, Okpeyemi Ogulami. Can you please unmute your device?
Yeah, good evening to you. I hope you can hear me clearly.
We can
Because
hear you.
your
We can
voice is
hear
not
you
that
loud
clear.
and
Yeah.
clear. Yeah, glad to have you join us on the news hour. Okay, let's start with this. Of course, Kayode Adeniyi, the 47-year-old driver of the Lexus SUV, of course, the car that was involved in the fatal crash that claimed the lives of two close friends of former world heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua, has been arraigned in court, and the charges that he was charged with were manslaughter, reckless driving, and of course some other related offenses. What do you make of this? How is it that every time the drivers, despite FRSC's their talk and different initiatives, we still get to have drivers in Nigeria have these issues of overspeeding and of course overtaking when they are not supposed to?
Well, I am a driver in Lagos, and I also drive interstates. I could tell for a fact that there are reckless drivers, yes. But we also need to know that for a particular road, there are certain speed limits that are stipulated for specific roads in Nigeria as it is around the world. Sometimes too, when you're on a highway, something contributes to reckless driving, and that is bad road. We need to state that if Anthony Joshua's driver is now awake and then is being charged for reckless driving, we also need to indicate that what was the condition of the road before the accident happened, or at the point of the accident, what was the condition of the road? That's the first thing. And then what can we say about the trailers parked around the road? That's another thing. That's work of the FIR. Everybody has a fault. Whatever happened in that place, the driver has a fault. Nigeria has a fault through the FIRS. And I wouldn't mince word for saying that. So if whatever happened to Anthony Joshua is just Nigeria happened to him. Nigeria called it short for him. That it's all over. Just imagine a trailer parked and the road isn't good. And where the trailer parked, I don't know how the scenario would be. I've not been to the place, to the scene of the accident. But for a trailer to park on a highway is also a wrong thing. So it is not only the driver that should face the penalty. The trailer parked on that road, the driver of the trailer should also face it. And we cannot actually say he's driving recklessly. I cannot say. I'm not defending the driver, but it should also be investigated. At what point did the accident happen? What was the speed, the rate at which the driver was? That's what I can say. But all over, I would say that Nigeria happened to the superstar.
Well, Okoyemi, we've seen videos of the road and the trailer, the truck that was parked. The road is very smooth, very good, and the trailer is parked by the side, or the trailer was parked by the side. But what we noticed was that there was no form of notification to drivers that there's a trailer parked and all. Of course, the FRSC has come out to say that it was overspeeding that caused the accident. But I want for us to talk about something else that's on the front burner right now. The detention of the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and two of his relatives, really, his wife and his son. Now, they've spent like 3 days in Kuje Prison, Correctional Center, and it looks like they're going to be spending extra 5 days because the Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday adjourned the ruling on their bail application to January 7. What do you make of this whole thing? Is this a witch hunt or is this justice in the making?
If it's justice, then we should be asking what is happening to Yaya Bello at this time. If it is truly justice, we cannot be having a selective justice in our country, and then we think some others that are not in line with our political affiliation will be nabbed for whatever crime they've committed in the past. Well, if Malami is facing it with his family, let them face the let them face the wrath of law. But at this point, I would say that this is witch hunting. Whoever is not in the system, in the current establishment, would face the wrath of law. Look at what the other governor was saying, that he was accused by the presidency because he didn't join APC. He was accused of sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, and he came out to say it. So more of what is happening in our country now is witch hunting and not pure justice. That's what I can just figure out in all this.
Okay, let's move on to another story. Of course, still on a legal note, the Bauchi State Commissioner of Finance, Yakubu Adamu, has of course been granted bail, a 500 million naira bail. If you remember Yakubu Adamu, he was fingered for money laundering case. And, you know, so much back and forth on it. And this seems to be like another case of political witch hunting. But, of course, the ruling was delivered by Justice Wike, and he's telling the FCC that they've not provided any reason for him not to be granted bail. So what do you make of this entire situation, especially of EFCC's arrest of Adamu as a result of this?
You see, the EFCC is a tool in the hand of the mighty to deal with whoever they want. And whoever falls into the trap of the EFCC should face the music, because the power that be is using that wing, that arm, that agency of government to deal with. And the arrest of Adamu at this time, well, I would not want to just make any speculation, but I would want to say that witch hunting at this time is just what's going on in Nigeria. Whoever is not complying, let him face it. So Adamu could say, for whatever crime that has been committed for money laundering, is the only Adamu facing, that are committed money laundering in Nigeria. A lot of people are committing it, and then the law, and then the agency is overlooking them. So at this point, if he's been rearrested, well, he had committed a crime in the real sense. Yes, accepted. Let him face it. But we just hope, Nigerians hope, that this is truly in fairness to the justice system of the Federation.
Away from legal matters now, Opeyemi, let's quickly go to Plateau State, where Governor Caleb Mutfwang has officially defected to the All Progressives Congress. So it looks like the ranks of the APC is swelling by the day, by the number. This is another person. And he said why he's doing this is just because of his people. That's a selfless one, that he wants to take Plateau State closer to the center. What's your reaction to this?
The governor is a joke, to be candid. When he was in the opposition as a governor, doesn't mean the state wasn't getting its benefits from the center. That is one question that we should pose towards the governor. And then the governors are defecting to APC at this present time, and then another governor saying that he refused to. He was accused of sponsoring terrorism for not joining APC. The only problem I see at this point is we need to make it clear, but the problem is Nigerians are yet to realize where the power really is. That is the power in the hand of the masses. If a governor joins any political party of his choice, that's a governor. But to this current establishment, if a governor joins a political party or any other opposition or the ruling party, it is believed that the state is won already. Let us know that the only weapon in the hand of these people is poverty, hunger, hardship. The governor, through the governor, how do I put it, in collaboration with had made it possible to enshrine poverty and sufferness into the hearts of Nigerians, and they are facing it. So whatever the governor wants to do, that's what they believe that the state will follow, and not for anything, because the governor has the money that belongs, the fund of the state, the wealth of the state at hand, and the governor will be use it to the best through the local council and then the LCDAs to share palliatives during the election for the people. So governor can join anything they like, but the state hasn't been won. But in the real sense in Nigeria, wherever the governor is, the state follows, even if it's not a popular demand of the people. So that's where we find ourselves. People rushing into the system is because the governor is feeling like if he is left behind, if he is not joining the current administration at the federal level, then something may be wrong with him personally and not with the states. So the governor is just playing his own selfish game.
Okay, thank you very much, Okpeyemi Bamidele, for joining us on the news hour. Ogulami, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Okpeyemi Ogulami is a public affairs analyst. Moving on, we'll go to the foreign scene. Somalia has taken over the United Nations Security Council presidency, a major milestone in its rise and global profile. The Horn of African nation will lead the council's work for January, presiding over meetings and setting the agenda for the body tasked with maintaining international peace and security. Somalia's presidency will be headed by its UN Permanent Representative, Abubakar Usman, succeeding Slovenia's Samus Bulgar. The Somali mission says it will use its presidency to facilitate constructive and inclusive dialogue. The rotating role began on January 1, 2026, following Somalia's election as a non-permanent member of the 15-member Security Council last year. Other African members starting their 2-year terms include Liberia and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, in business news, the Naira opened 2026 on a positive note on Friday, appreciating against the US dollar at the official market. It traded at 1,430.84 Naira to the dollar, according to the data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. This reflects a gain of 4.90 Naira, or 0.34%, compared to 1,435.75 Naira recorded on December 31, 2025. The rise signals sustained appreciation of the local currency from the Yuletide period into the new year.
We now move on to sports. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has declared Nigeria's readiness to win the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. The last time Nigeria ruled the continent was 13 years ago, and the team narrowly missed out on 4th title in the previous tournament, losing 2-1 to Côte d'Ivoire in the final. Speaking to ESPN, Osimhen said the team is determined to go one step further and emerge champions this time. The Super Eagles will face the Mambias of Mozambique in the round of 16 in Fes next Monday.
And in entertainment news, Nigerian singer Burna Boy has set a new record as the most streamed African artist on Spotify in 2025 with nearly 2 billion streams. The Ye crooner racked up 1.986 billion streams, surpassing colleagues Wizkid, Tyler, Rema, and Davido. Wizkid follows with 1.81 billion streams. South Africa's Tyler is third with 1.67 billion, while Rema and Davido complete the top 5 with 1.63 billion and 1.58 billion streams, respectively. The top 10 also include Ashake 1.52 billion, Ira Star 1.47 billion, CK 1.38 billion, Sheyi Vibes 1.32 billion, and Mr. Easy 1.26 billion.
And that's it on News Hour. Thank you very much for being a part of it. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I'm Vivian Oguche.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year, may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope. We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say...
Now this one, they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Hello there, it's a beautiful Friday morning. I will say good morning to you. We are still in a festive period. Talk about the yellow tide, talk about New Year 2026. 2026 is still fresh. So if you were not part of us yesterday, let's use this opportunity to still welcome you into 2026 and to welcome you to Voice of the People Television, VOP. We also appreciate your presence. Those of you that followed us all through last year, we'll also ask you to stick with us this year as we bring you interesting, trending stories all through the year. Now talking about festive period, I recall that we normally take New Year resolutions and all of that, but I haven't heard people talk about New Year resolutions a lot. I recall growing up, you know, I would make New Year resolutions on the 1st. By the 2nd,
you would have broken
it. So I stopped making New Year resolutions. Rather, I now started setting targets for myself. Look, okay, 2025, 2024, 2026, this is what I want to achieve. And I set deadlines, milestones, and timelines and all of that. And somehow it worked better for me than having just to say, this is my New Year's resolution. I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to do this again. Because like many people, I normally break them, you know, even before the year starts. Oh, well, that's part of it. We are in 2026. Welcome once again. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, let's let you into what we have for you on the table this morning. State of the nation, inflation will reduce further in 2026. Tinubu assures Nigerians as Jonathan warns federal government. Political earthquake, Tinubu is surrounded by miscreants, Governor Bala Mohammed. That's coming from Governor Bala Mohammed as Obi's defection shakes 2027 race. Again, still on the state of the nation, NLC demands urgent wage review as inflation bites harder. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. Before we get into all of that, we also have other interesting trending stories. I am Chukwuma Okoro, and thanks for joining us.
Oh, yes, of course. And I am Moses Humphrey. Like NLC, this issue of NLC looking for wage review, I think. Anyway, we'll get into it to see how that will impact on Nigerians, the civil servants, and the rest of them. The other promises made, have they been kept? Anyway, we'll wait until that time. Well, let's take you through some of the conversations that Nigerians are having. The Defense Headquarters, they have confirmed that a comprehensive battle damage assessment is still underway following recent joint airstrikes carried out by the United States forces in collaboration with the Nigerian military against Islamic State targets in northwestern Nigeria. The strikes announced by the US President Donald Trump on Christmas Day were hailed by both governments as part of intensified counterterrorism cooperation. But they have ignited heated debate among Nigerians over civilian safety, transparency, and the true effectiveness of the operations. Major General Michael Onoja, Director of Defense Media Operations, told journalists in Abuja that findings will be made public once the evaluation is complete. He also stressed that the military is committed to accountability. Meanwhile, human rights groups and local communities in Sokoto and Zamfara states have raised concerns about possible collateral damage, urging authorities to disclose the full impact on civilian lives and property. Well, it's what now? More than 7 days after that one took place, and we're still conducting assessments. Well, I personally, I think assessment should have been done with at this time. Should have started immediately. All right, immediately there was a strike. We should have seen ground forces go in, ascertain the magnitude, the effectiveness of the strike, report back, and then start to check out debris and assess the entire place. But you know, it's laughable. And you see, we're starting 2026 this way again. You know, DHQ says, oh, they are monitoring fleeing bandits. They are fleeing. They are scattered now, and we are monitoring them. I'm like, what are you? So you sit down, you use a drone, and okay, they're running away. There they go. There they go. Oh, those ones are going that way. And then what?
To what end?
And then what? Just the other day, in Ondo State, Amotekun arrested 39 of them in the forest. They fled into Ondo State, 39 of them. Okay, you arrested them. And then what? And then we saw the attack in Ondo State as well. The police station. And then people are being attacked as well. So what is going on?
Exactly the point. I think the assessment for me, like you said, it's. I also understand that after the incident, after the bomb blast, military cordoned that place and went in. So what they are telling us is that for like 7 days now or more, they are yet to finish the assessment. But more worrisome is the fact that while you are conducting an assessment of what happened in Tangaza in Sokoto State, like Mosid said, there are pockets of, not just pockets, there are many other issues around insecurity in Nigeria. Look at what a bomb blast, there was also another bomb blast, internal in Borno State that claimed lives.
Exactly.
There's another one in Kwara State where a monarch has been kidnapped and a queen injured in the process. We look at a police station that was razed down, burnt down in Ondo State, and Amotekun arrested. So what is the need of the assessment that you are conducting? Is either it is too early or it is quite unnecessary. Because
I think the assessment is necessary. But then my grounds is with the monitoring. DHQ is saying we are monitoring their movements. So if you are monitoring their movements, what are you doing with the information that you have?
You know why I talk about the assessment being unnecessary, or anyway necessary but untimely, to the extent that because we still have other issues at hand. In other parts of the country, when that thing happened, natives of Tangaza said, look, there were no civilian casualties. They were very clear on that there were no civilian casualties. Apparently, the encampment was destroyed. And I'm not sure that innocent civilians strayed into that camp or otherwise. It was very precise.
Except, of course, if they are sympathizers.
Sympathizers and all of that. And if they are sympathizers, they are no longer innocent. They are part of the problem. So in all of this, what the DHQ should be telling Nigerians is that, look, something happened, and again, Kwara State government said, look, there will be a likely attack. And so people are supposed to stay away from churches, from crossover, from mosques and all of that.
And there wasn't.
I said, what the hell are you telling us? There will be a likely attack. How did you get that information? So why don't you stop it if you have that intelligence? Must you allow it to happen? You don't tell us. So just stop it.
Because tell us, but then do something about it.
What are you telling us?
Don't just tell us. Yeah, well, for people to avoid
people should not know that. People don't scare people. Stop it if you have information. It's like FBI or CIA coming to tell you, oh, there's going to be an attack in a mosque or in a church or in a
Chicago.
The Israeli, the Jewish, the synagogue. There will be an attack on a synagogue. If they have that information, they will stop it. I don't get that kind of information from FBI or from CIA. It is their own internal control mechanism. Like when Mossad warned them, that there might be an attack on US soil before 9/11, and they ignored it because at that time, there was no form of inter-agency cooperation between FBI, CIA, Homeland Security, and other agencies. They were all working apart, from. So if we have this information, the intelligence community should just stop it and not scare people. And at the end of the day, people still went to church, and there were incidents of, fireworks here that caused problems here and there and all of that. DHQ, Nigerians need you to tell us that, look, we are on top of the job. So, like Moses said, if you are monitoring these people, no, they are moving, you are using satellite imaging to monitor them. Take them out. Just take them out. That's what we need. Except you want to tell us too that, you have become part of the problem. Like some people have insinuated in some quarters. Not some people, we have governors telling us, look, we have people in government. We know people in government that are sponsors, sympathizers of terrorism. Unfortunately, these governors never tell us these people. They never name names. And when we have
information and leave us,
plain
leave
politics
us thinking.
with all of that, and when we have a foreign country, another country, UAE give us list of terror sponsors, we don't do anything. We open the file, put it inside the file, and close the locker.
Of course, we have sympathizers in government. Let's be honest, because Sheikh Gumi came on this show and said, look, if you want, you need to arm some of these guys to help you chase out Lakurawa, to man the forest. And it was horrible to listen to, that you're encouraging the government to arm terrorists so they could help you safeguard the forest. And we saw that happen. And NSA did.
Yes, NSA
the office of the NSA did.
Mieti Allah. And when they were
giving guns
they were part of NSA's
so basically, they heeded his advice.
And the same Gumi tells us that for every intervention he makes with the bandits between the government is behind it. That he gets approval for all of it. So the important thing here is, look, Nigerian government, DHQ, and all the security agencies, just get these people out and stop. You need to secure Nigerians and all of that. Well, let's move away. And a very interesting story. Internationally renowned former heavyweight boxing champion, world champ, Anthony Joshua has been discharged from Lagoon Hospital, Ikoyi, after surviving a horrific accident along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that claimed the lives of his close friends and trainers, Lateef Ayodele and Shino Hami. Well, the crash, which occurred on December 29, 2025, that last year, involved a Lexus SUV that rammed into a stationary truck, with the Federal Road Safety Commission attributing the tragedy to overspeeding and wrongful overtaking. While Joshua, visibly shaken and heavy-hearted, attended the funeral home to pay his respects to his compatriots, well, the Ogun State Police Command confirmed the arrest of the SUV's driver, now in custody as investigations continue into possible reckless driving. Both Lagos and Ogun State governments, alongside President Bola Tinubu, have extended condolences, praising medical teams for their swift intervention, but the arrest of the driver has intensified calls for justice and stricter enforcement of road safety laws in Nigeria. When I heard that the driver was arrested, I said, okay, like Fela used to say, double wahala. If the man had died, who would they arrest? If the man had died. But I don't like the use of the word arrest. I like the word, I prefer they say take in, for questioning, to ascertain what actually happened. I went somewhere yesterday and we got into a small debate about what happened. Some people were of the opinion that, look, that the stationary truck was wrongfully parked. Another person said, no, the place where the truck was parked is a place provided by the Ministry of Works that constructed that road for accidented or broken down vehicles to be parked. So it was out of harm's way. The driver recklessly rammed into that truck. So that is what we need to find out from him. What happened? Was he high on something? Was he intoxicated? Was he on any substance? Is there any mechanism that we can use to, at this point, to determine his state of mind or the state of his the chemical combination, whether he was drunk at that point? Moses, do you know, is there any equipment
after a few days?
After a few days, is it possible?
Probably when drip had gone through his system
and all of
and the rest. It might be difficult.
It might be difficult
to assess it. I mean, I don't know of any other means of.
No, I'm just asking that because I don't know too. But I know that within 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, you can assess it, yes, to find out if there was substances in his system and all of that. Well, Anthony Joshua paid respects to his fallen colleagues, his friends, and but I also hear, I don't know, there's a rumor around his resigning from international boxing. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, but I think someone talked about it and asked me. I said I've not heard about that. Except the accident, he had a permanent injury that could prevent him, from getting into bouts and all of that. Oh, well, that accident was unfortunate. But my takeaway is that, look, reckless driving, road rage, instead of solving your problems, it merely compounds it. Like I said the other day, if you're on 120 and I'm on 80 using the same kind of vehicle, by the time you stop, in less than 2 minutes, I'll catch up with you. In fact, we have seen it happen. Somebody will just drive past you, and by the time you get to the next police station, checkpoint, you are behind him. So what was the essence of all those rush? Overspeeding, careless overspeeding is reckless, and please, Nigerians should avoid that. Our rate of accidents is very high. I understand that there's a statistics out there that says we have about how many hundreds of deaths per 10,000 people due to road accidents, and it's very high. In the United States, I think it's about 13.7 for every 10,000 people, and accidents happen, but most of them are avoidable. My heart still goes out to the families that lost loved ones, especially Latif and what's his name, Gami again.
Sure.
Unfortunately,
yes. I think any National Orientation Agency, they have their work cut out for them. There's a lot that they need to do. It's not just about educating people on electioneering, or there's a lot that they need to do. We need a lot of reorientation. We need to reconstruct people's minds, because people feel, hey, I'm driving a good car, so I can speed. It's a thing of excitement. All right, you just get on the road and you just zoom. In fact, when you now add road rage to it, you see people endangering their lives and that of others. Now, the fact of the matter is, there could be incidences that can cause accidents. It could be a tire bust, like the one that happened to the 7 NTA members of staff that were returning from a wedding, a wedding, and they were caught up in that accident and they died, unfortunately. So there could be a tire bust, but whatever the case may be, if the speed is controlled, the impact of whatever, if it's a tire burst, if it's something jumping in front of you, if it's a billboard falling, these are things I've seen happen to people. All right, billboards, posters falling on vehicles, on bridges, and the rest of them, something jumping in front of your vehicle. The impact, your reaction time will be a whole lot more effective when your speed is controlled. If you're doing 60, 80, in fact, 80 is even high, depending on the vehicle
and depending on where
the closeness. Yeah. So if you do 60, 80, I think you can control your speed. If there's a certain emergency, if something jumps out at you, you can still control your speed. So I think we should reorientate ourselves and try to control our
speed. While growing up, we used to have speed limits, put up by the sides of the road, but I don't see those things again. you recall? Yes, I used to see them like within this axis, you can do like 100 kilometers, and you move forward, you see 80. At some point, you see like a 60, 40, especially where you have
the information is there.
Is there?
Yes, the information is there, but people don't abide by them.
What I'm saying, I don't see them anymore. What I see is the mileage. Like Lagos to Ibadan, you see 50 kilometers. After you see 49.
But we used to have residential areas. Residential areas still have those
speed limits. Yes. Especially if they are very highly reduced within residential areas, so that you see kids that are crossing, you can control the speed, control the vehicle, so that you don't cause accidents. I think the Federal Ministry of Works should reinvent.
There's this speed limiter or something that people were supposed to
fixing
put on their vehicles to ensure that when you exceed the limit, it basically just stops the vehicle.
The type they had was that you could, no matter how you pedal, you can't even exceed. You can't go beyond that limit. Some did fix them. Some of these major transporters, FROHC, was very strict, because there's chances. But like every other thing that happens in Nigeria, at a point, we are.
And again, when you now look at the issue of kidnapping and the rest, you would want to. I mean, if you are being chased, you would not want the speed limiter to.
No, but the person chasing you should also have a speed limiter.
You basically will just be driving side by side.
Okay, side by side. Because when he brings out a gun,
you duck.
You're forced to pull over.
Oh well, we have a lot of work cut out for us, and then of course when people go to get licenses, they should be asked questions. It's not just go in there, pay some money, get your license, and come out, and then we see cases where people don't even go to driving school. Did you even attend a driving school? I'm putting you on the spot. Don't worry. Don't answer.
I've already answered.
You don't have to.
I've already answered.
Oh well. Away from that story, let's look at another story now. This is now. When I saw this story, I just remembered what happened between the First Lady and the governor of Osun State. That confrontation that just came to mind. But anyway, it's not exactly the same. But for me, it just reminded me of that incident. Well, in what has been described as a dramatic twist that has gripped Ondo State, an Akure Magistrate Court has ordered the arrest and remand of Shehu Osamaye, who is the Commissioner for Women Affairs, after she allegedly assaulted Chief Magistrate Temitope Alfonso during an official engagement at the ministry's premises. And according to affidavits presented in court, the Commissioner verbally abused and physically attacked the magistrate following a judgment that she considered unfavorable to her ministry. And despite her counsel's claim that she was hospitalized in Ilara Mokun, the court rejected the medical report for lacking key details describing her absence as contentious. A magistrate, Damilola Sekoni, subsequently issued the arrest order, underscoring the judiciary's intolerance for intimidation of its officers. Now, the case, which has sparked outrage among legal practitioners and ordinary citizens alike, highlights growing concerns about abuse of power by public officials and the sanctity of Nigeria's judicial system. And with proceedings adjourning until January 12th for further hearing. So, judgment was given in a case involving her ministry. And I'm trying to paint the picture in my head now. So she goes out to attend an event, sees the judge, and just basically confronts her. Why would you issue that judgment? That's some audacity. That is some audacity, if you ask me. And that's why a lot of judicial officials stay away from, social events. They stay away because of things like this. So when you hear them talking about getting private jets to move them around for fear of what can come at them from political cases and the rest, you wouldn't blame them. Well, now that she's been, she's back in court, I hope that she gets the full wrath of the law. Yes, because it's very horrible. It's a horrible thing to do. You confront a judge for judgment given. That's a horrible thing to do.
Yes, very horrible. But I was just thinking, the magistrates, they're supposed to have police orderlies, right? Because this was an official engagement. So what was the orderly doing at that point? Or probably he was the one. The orderly might have separated the fight if they got into a fight. And what we hear is that it was an assault. One person assaulting the other. And did she just sit there and allow her fellow women to assault her? But all of that, the problem here is that we have people, because they are in government, now they think that they have the power, the authority, to insult people, assault people. This is not the first time. We see people in government, take policemen, their orderlies, their guards, go into a school because the teacher flogged their son or whatever, berated your son or daughter, and you see, it happened in Abuja. I think it was Olisa Meto that took policemen to go harass and beat up a teacher in his son's secondary school. That is not a one-off. That there are so many instances like that. So it speaks to when people are in government, they think that, look, they have become lords over others. But this is a case between a commissioner and a magistrate. Like Moses said, I aligned my thoughts with him. The woman that assaulted another woman should face the full wrath of the law. But I pity her because now if she's arrested and remanded, I mean, her bail conditions will be very, very stringent. They will just try and, put her where she belongs for a while. That is the way it goes. So next time, if you're a commissioner, please don't use your position to assault anybody. No matter how highly placed or lowly placed in society, all of us are equal before the law and before God himself.
All right, let's quickly run to the papers. Let's look at the headlines. So what headlines do we have today? Nigerian Tribune has some headlines for us. The big story there talks about the Bodija explosion. And it says 30 billion naira FG fund remains unspent. 20 billion naira balance withheld, or your government says it has spent 24.6 billion naira of state fund on the incident. Once full release of approved 50 billion naira intervention. All right, that's and then some of the headlines here. Gunmen attack Ondo community, sets police station ablaze, abduct monarch in Kwara. New Year Day sermon. Akpabio withdraws all defamation suits. Plateau governor resigns from PDP, picks APC membership card today. And men to watch in 2026. Tinubu, Obi, Atiku continue battle of wits. Police place enforcement of tinted glass permit on hold. Terrorists kill 9 in Plateau community on New Year's Eve. I like that tag, terrorists, not bandits. And then some other headlines here. Mwobodo Kalu Mba holds strategic talks on Igbo position in Nigeria. Controversial Tax Act. NAS reviews processes of transmission of bills. Clears air on Gazetted Tax Act. Accident. Anthony Joshua's driver in custody. Ogun police. All right, so there you have it. Those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune.
And from the Punch newspaper, well, Punch prides itself as the newspaper of the year. I don't know where they got that from. Maybe one of those awards. First Bank successfully completes 500 billion naira capital raise. Tinubu's deep understanding of Nigeria's economy shows in recent growth. That's coming from Femi Otedola. Canvasses CBN to raise bank's capital to 1 trillion naira. Cardoso, best CBN governor ever. That's coming from Femi Otedola. Now the big story. Banks' bad loans spike after CBN withdraws forbearance. CBN warns banks as non-performing loans overshoot prudential limit after regulatory support pullback. More stories from the Punch newspaper. Remi Tinubu, governors' wives welcome New Year babies. And Wike, Bachi governor lock horns over terrorism financing claims. Bandits launch New Year Eve attacks in Plateau, Ondo, Kwara. Bodija, 30 billion naira FG fund still untouched. Makinde tells Fayeshe. That's it from the Punch newspaper.
From The Guardian, First Bank successfully completes 500 billion naira capital raise. And then the riders to that one, Tinubu's deep understanding of the Nigerian economy shows in recent growth. Otedola canvasses CBN to raise bank's capital to 1 trillion naira. Cardoso, best CBN governor ever. We should query that. I mean, it seems to be the policies of the government seems to favor him.
Favor him, yes.
Oh well, window headlines here. Kiyamo Abdullahi bicker over Obi's defection. ADC's chances. Oyo accounts for FG's 30 billion naira Bodija explosion aid. Says 20 billion naira withheld. Muftwang exits leaves PDP with 4 governors as Bala fingers Wike in party problem. And 2026, the big story. A year to test policies, shape politics, measure performance. And then police suspend tinted glass enforcement after court order. 8 people die in Lagos-Ibadan Expressway auto crash. National Assembly to release certified tax bills amid Gazette's discrepancy claims. Northeast to float regional airline. Commits 30 billion naira on 2 aircraft. They should build railways. Come on. Opposition brands 2025 year of hardship urges change in 2027. Rivers, Wike Fubara rift deepens as parties mobilize support for 2027.
Okay, and from the first daily, beside the nameplate, ADC crisis, Obi faces pushback as faction rejects his defection. Big story, political firestorm. Bala blames Wike for Bauchi crisis, slams Tinubu's camp as Wike hits back. Lagos APC backs Tinubu's reforms, says president won't bow to blackmail. Keyamo accuses Atiku of using Obi for political gain. Well, I don't know why people are worried about what goes on in ADC, especially people that are outside the ADC. Well, Akpabio withdraws defamation suit against Natasha after cleric's intervention. Good one, good story. Boeing acquires 3 aircraft, moves to launch state airline. Talking about the Boeing state, I'll take that again for emphasis. Boeing acquires 3 aircraft, moves to launch state airline. Tinubu promises growth, lower inflation, improved security in 2026. Bandits kill 7 in fresh Plateau community attack. And the bottom strip headline, shock exit, Plateau governor moved to and dumps PDP. And that's it from the first daily newspaper.
And that's about it. We'll get you more information during newspaper review. That will be at 10 o'clock. But in the meantime, let's get into the conversation. Inflation will reduce further in 2026, President Tinubu says, assures Nigerians, and then former President Jonathan also issues warnings to the federal government. Let's unravel all of it in the course of the program.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
And welcome back and thanks for staying us. This is VOP This Morning. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in his unanimous message, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to harmonize tax laws, insisting that the streamlined revenue collection will strengthen the federal government's capacity to finance critical infrastructure projects. He highlighted a 90% surge in foreign direct investment, FDI, which rose to $720 million in Q3 of 2025. As evidence that investor confidence is returning under his economic reforms. Well, Tinubu assured Nigerians that tax restructuring, coupled with enhanced national security measures, will lay the foundation for sustainable growth in 2026, pledging that his government 49 people were killed in Plateau State alone within 4 years, underscoring the human cost of unchecked violence. While Tinubu touts economic gains and reforms, Jonathan's message resonates with many Nigerians who fear that infrastructure promises mean little if lives are lost and communities remain unsafe. Well, we have in the studio here with us Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter and political affairs analyst. He will help us make sense of the situation that we are talking about. Good morning to you, Dele.
Good morning, Chukuma.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning, Nigeria.
And we've been joined virtually by Dr. Brad Onovio-Kuku. Dr. Onovio-Kuku is a medical doctor, but he's here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Dr. Bright, and thanks for joining us.
Mr. Chukuma, Happy New Year.
Beautiful. Good to see you. Happy New Year, sir. And from Sowore, we've been joined by Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eluche is an attorney at law. He's also a political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Barrister Eluche, and thanks for joining us. Happy New Year, by the way.
Yeah, good morning and Happy New Year, Chukuma.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us. We'll be joined shortly by Barrister Asim Adam. He's a constitutional lawyer as well as a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Let's start with Mr. Fanimo here in the studio. We hear the president in his New Year message give Nigerians hope. He said, look, inflation is going to drop. investor confidence has been restored. We had $720 million in Q3 alone, 2025, pumped into the economy. The reforms are working. National security issues are being taken care of. I'd like for you to, tell us, what we saw in 2025 and what the president's promises should hold for Nigerians in 2025. Moving for 2026, I beg your pardon. 2025 is still in my mouth.
For me, the starting point is for us to x-ray the economy, the security situation, which is part of the problem that we have right now that we are grappling with. The optics are not too good for the security situation. Just yesterday, or was it New Year Eve, we had some bandits, some terrorists attacking a police station at Ipele Owo in Ondo State, raising it down. And we also had one in Ogun. Was it there yesterday or thereabouts? So, and that shows that those people that were dislodged, the remnants of those people that were dislodged in Sokoto are finding their ways down to the south. And it's not too good for us. And in a situation, the economic mainstay of this country resides in the south, particularly oil that is the mainstay of the economy. Part of it is in the southeast. At least Abia is an oil-producing state. And I think Imo State is also an oil-producing state.
Yes.
You have in the southwest, you have Ondo State as oil-producing. And in the whole of the south-south, the 6 states in the south-south. And if these people are allowed to infiltrate the south, it means it will cripple the economy this year. So something drastic has to be taken to ensure that such does not happen. Now, on the economic outlook, you see, most of the statistics and projections are basically the macro at macro level and not at micro level. And when you have that, it doesn't resonate with the average person on the street. If you tell me now that inflation has dropped from as high as 34 to maybe 17 now, and we are also looking at the inflation dropping to maybe 12 before the end of the year, and it has not translated to my purchasing power, and my lifestyle has not improved. There is no way it will resonate with me.
Okay, now I understand your position. Now, if we look at where we started from in 2023, shortly after Buhari left and when the president came, there was a steep increase in inflation, all as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. But then, between that 2023 and 2025, we have also seen a nosedive in terms of, like you said, macro at that level, based on what the NBS and
other rating agencies
have said. Do you think that at the rate we are traveling, how do you think 2026 will look? Would there be some kind of trickle-down effects to the extent that, look, your disposable income is able to get you anything?
Yeah,
projections.
It's not as if we have a situation where we cannot count some gains. Between 2023 and 2024, a bag of rice was selling for as much as 120,000. But only few days to New Year, shortly after the Christmas, I personally bought a bag of rice for my domestic use, and it sold for 54,000. So that shows at least something good is on its way. And I also recall that a mudu of gari that we used to sell for 1,200 is now down to about 400 or 500 naira in the market. So all of this is also the good side of
Okay,
the
okay. So
economic
basically,
reform.
based on the way we are traveling, there is hope. 2026
Yes,
might
there is
just be
hope.
good for us.
But the FDI issue is still contentious, because if somebody is coming to invest in an economy where there is so much insecurity, the likelihood of you thinking twice before you bring your money to such an environment is high. And we Nigerians are not even helping matters the way we demarcate the country everywhere we go, home and abroad. So for me, FDI may not significantly improve in an environment where you have security concerns.
Until we're able to push back.
Yes, until we have to push back these terrorists.
Okay, all right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Fanima. Let's go to Benin and bring in Dr. Bright Onobiokuku. Good morning once again, Dr. Bright. Now, based on the president did say a lot, in his New Year message to Nigerians. We are going to take them sector by sector. But for now, we are looking at inflation. Now, the president says, look, economy is going to improve in 2026. Inflation is going to drop, and he's trying to build up the economy. I'd like for you to interrogate all of that based on what you saw in 2026 and how that might, transform lives in 2026. What do you see coming for Nigeria? I'd like for you to also take a peep into the budget, the thresholds, the oil benchmark, the exchange rate, the interest rates and all of that. Put all of these things together and make some kind of projection how you think 2026 will look for Nigerians.
Well, looking at the agenda of Mr. President, there's renewed hope. So we are still hoping that things will get better in 2026, as the case may be. However, for us, the angle we always view it from is the angle of the common man in the streets, wherein how does these indices actually affect the common man in the street. We must also know that there are many facets into the Nigeria economy. Like Mr. Dede Falimo said just now that a bag of rice that was selling for like 120 came down to 54,000 naira. If you go to the market today, there are different categories of rice in the market. As at when that rice was selling for 120, we're still having the rice of 60,000.
My wardrobe.
So
I seem to have lost audio there. That can be okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you cook them, you cannot eat them tomorrow. So we should be able to look at some of all these things in terms of the quality that is coming up. Yes, some good things are actually coming, but sustaining it and ensuring that it trickles down to the common man, I think that's where the president and his team should actually work on. They shouldn't allow it to remain suspended at the top, because some of these policies that are being made, some of these statements that are being made, yes, in reality, in paper, it is there, but in practice, it becomes a challenge. So we should be able to see that whatever thing that has been said on paper actually comes down to actually affect the common
The lives
man
of the people directly. Indeed.
Also looking at foreign direct investment, yes, I could see it as some persons making interest to say this is what we are interested in coming into your country to come and invest. It shouldn't be concluded as if maybe these persons have already come, they're already doing the business and it's already affecting the common man. The enabling environment is something that the president should be talking about. What were the conditions given by these foreign direct investors? What enabling environment has been created for them? We are still having insecurity, which is a major challenge. Yes, the airstrike went on, but close to us here in Edo, Ondo is not far. There was this issue, and of course, pocket of insecurity is still going on within. So until some of these things actually translate to the common man in the street, some of us may just say it as mere talk. But like I said, we are hoping for a better Nigeria come this 2026. Let me just conclude at this place.
All right, hoping for a better Nigeria, of course. That's the hope of every Nigerian. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bright and Neva Cooker. Now let's bring in Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister, good morning to you. Happy New Year. Welcome to VOP this morning. Now, I'm taking you away from your forte, taking you away from the Constitution and the law and other things. And I want you to, bring out your knowledge of economy into this, because, if people don't have food on the table, I don't think there's anything you tell them that they would listen to. So let's look at a few things. The president has assured that, look, the policies that we put out in 2025, we will intensify on some of these policies. And it seems scary to some Nigerians who are at the back end, just waiting, who all they care about is food on their table, clothes on their back, a roof over their head, electricity in their houses. When you look at the story of Nigerians in 2025, where electricity bills were off the roof and minimum wage. In fact, Labour is saying, look, they want a review to the minimum wage now. And Nigerians are looking at, okay, all of those things that we went through, what you earn could not even take you home, let alone take you through the rest of the month. Well, here are the figures. Let's look at the statistics and see how it truly impacted on the lives of Nigerians. Inflation, this is coming from the president's speech now, is an excerpt from the president's speech. President is quoted as saying, inflation declined steadily and reached below 15%, in line with our target in 2026. We are determined to reduce inflation further and ensure that the benefits of reform reach every Nigerian household. In 2025, the Nigerian Stock Exchange outperformed its peers, posting a robust 48.12% gain and consolidating its bullish run that began in the second half of 2023. Supported by sound monetary policy management, our foreign reserves stood at 45.4 billion dollars as of December 29, 2025, providing a substantial buffer against external shocks for the naira. And then he goes on to say, we expect this position to strengthen further in the new year. Great figures, I must say. Great figures. Looks encouraging. But in reality, some will say there is the data, statistics, and there is the reality, the living reality, living earnings, sustainability of Nigerians. How do you react to this data juxtaposed with what is perceived as reality for the ordinary Nigerian who probably, has no knowledge of what this data truly means?
Yes, good morning and Happy New Year to you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good. My friend, my colleague, Barrister Eze, I salute you greatly. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Yeah,
good morning to all.
Good morning, sir. All right then.
Animal, I salute you, Okoro and the rest of you. Moses, Happy New Year. I'm happy to see you guys this year.
Happy New Year. Happy to see you too.
Good. Let me say with due respect, Seneca, the great philosopher, said that we dwell more on imaginations than reality. We dwell more on imaginations than reality. The second thing I'm going to say today is that Aurelius, another philosopher, said pessimism and optimism are two opposite words. One enhances the future while the other kills the future. Now, in the context for which I'm using this today, the President and his team of economic advisors are dwelling on imaginations rather than reality. They are also dwelling on on optimism. Oh, the future will be okay. Tomorrow, we are looking at tomorrow, whereas people are dying. Good. I heard Fanimo speak. The prices of rice, etc., percent. But it depends on the kind of rice you want to buy, the kind of foodstuff.
But isn't that something to applaud the administration for? At least.
Hello?
But isn't that something to at least applaud the administration for?
I am applauding them sarcastically. That is, let me use the word.
Okay.
I applaud them because I'm not supposed to applaud them because it's their duty. Is it not their duty? Section 16 says that the economy of the country must be tinkered with to the happiness of Nigerians. It's a constitutional duty. I don't need to applaud them for doing what they are supposed to do. That is why they are there. But if we have to applaud them for them to get better, I think I have to applaud them. For etc. as case may be. But that does not mean that things are better. Nigerians are still suffering. During this Christmas New Year period, I don't know, for me, a lot of people were on my neck. They couldn't feed. Some couldn't even, they don't even have what to eat. Jobs have been lost. Hopes have been lost. The majority number of Nigerians are suffering. And if you cannot buy, even if you bring the price of foodstuff to the barest minimum, and you do not have the economic power to purchase those things, it goes to nothingness. So that is the situation. So for me, I believe that the president has to do more. The president and his team, they must have to do more.
All right then.
16, Section 15, Section 16 talks about economic policies and why the government of the day must do everything to the happiness of Nigerians. Are Nigerians happy today? No, they are not happy.
Okay.
So these sanctimonious platitudes that this president and his team go on, oh, things are okay. You can't sit down and judge your performance. We are the ones to judge your performance.
Okay, Barrister Adams.
And I am judging him that in 2025, things were not better for the common man. Things were not better for Nigerians. So in 2026, I do not hope that things will be better.
Okay, but Barrister Adams, I would like to ask you, though there's a statement that you made here that should be part of the answer. But on the other round, I would like to, since the president started in 2023 up until December 2025, look at his economic reform policies. Things might not have looked good in 2025 because some of those policies were just taken off. Now, on January 1 yesterday, the new tax law took effect. Unstoppable, according to the president and his team. Now, if you put all of those reforms together and look forward 2026, don't you see any respite coming the way of Nigerians if those policies are very well implemented?
I do not see any respite coming for Nigerians. That is what I'm talking about. Because they dwell on imaginations, whereas we dwell on reality.
Okay.
Imagination and reality. The government dwell on imagination, turning out statistics that they are up above there to help them. But the reality on ground is that, Mr. Okoro, you and I know that level in Nigeria has increased. The ordinary man cannot rent a one-bedroom apartment right now in Nigeria because skyrocketing house rent fees.
Okay.
You understand the point? So for me, I do not see any reason why that should be. See, I describe the economics of Tinubu and his government since 2023 to date as voodoo type economics. Voodoo type economics. That is what they do. How can you be praising yourself? We should be the one praising you. Nigerians know when a government is good. During the Jonathan administration, people were not complaining about fuel prices, full stop, skyrocketing etc. as the case may be. They will tell you that, oh, this government is doing their best. Nigerians know how to praise and emulate their government if they are doing well. But if you go outside your studio today, take sample of 10 Nigerians, about 9 of them will tell you that they are not happy with what is happening in the economic sector of the country as engineered by the presidency and his cabinet. So what are they talking about? Are they ruling for themselves or they are ruling for Nigerians? This is
all right,
the question
well,
let's
get.
So we are not happy.
All right, let's get Barrister Eze Eluche's thoughts on this as well. Thank you very much, Barrister C. Adams. Now, Barrister Eze Eluche, let's take a few statements from what the president said. I'm just going to try to summarize. He said, the renewed hope, the president pledged to implement the Renewed Hope Ward Development Program, which aims to bring 10 million Nigerians into productive activity. And then I think there's somewhere in there that talks about 1 million to, a certain number of people as well. And then he goes on and says, his government will stimulate local economies through agriculture, trade, food processing, and mining. And not just that, invest in infrastructure to improve food security and quality of life. There were a few of those investments that we saw in 2025. Tractors were brought in, for farmers to use. And seedlings were given. Fertilizers were given. How much of that did the government, the distribution and usage of that, was it insecurity that prevented farmers from effectively using these things? How best can government, how can government do this better in 2026? Because, as much as we talk about what the government hasn't done, we should also use this platform to educate the government, tell them a few things, give them a few ideas on how they can do better. Barrister Eze Eluche.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
Good. Let me start with this particular issue of these tractors and everything you mentioned. If you recollect, those tractors were supplied by a character, a known criminal who's absconded from the law in Zimbabwe and Congo, who Mr. President claimed was his classmate. And the age disparity was just incredible, and Nigerians saw that this was not true. This gives you the kind of foundation of most of what this government does. So those tractors, from the foundation from which it comes from, you understand why it will not work. And then you talk about it's for farming purposes. Which farms will they go to? Is it the farms that have been rendered insecure, that bandits and criminal elements, herdsmen, farmers clashes, terrorists have made it impossible for people to go to the farms? But on a general overlook of this budget presentation, I think Mr. Tinubu has only crystallized his position as somebody who can spin whatever he wants to spin and think people will agree with it. I will mention 3 different areas of that budget presentation. One is on the issue of inflation, that there was a 5% drop in inflation. That is absolute nonsense. Why do I say so? At the onset of this administration in 2023, the price of fuel was 191 naira per liter. Now it's about 850. In fact, it actually rose to over 1,000 when this government came in, but now it's 850. That's over 300% increase. Exchange rate, when he came into office, the price of the dollar exchange rate was about 460 naira to a dollar. Now it is over 1,450. So these are incredulous, over 200-300% increases in inflation that has spiraled inflation. And this government is telling us of a 5% reduction. So even those who are talking of a marginal reduction in the price of rice, you don't just rate it based on what happened yesterday. When this government came in, what was a bag of rice selling for? About 18,000. Now it's over 60,000, 100,000. How can you say there was a reduction in inflation when it's actually galloping? The second area I want to mention is this so-called 1,000 creating 1,000 jobs, empowering 1,000 youths per ward. Another falsehood, an abysmal lie. Why do I say so? Across Nigeria, in many wards, in many local government areas, government has lost control. In Sokoto, Kebbi, Borno, Niger, the governments have lost control. In Niger, for instance, over half of the state is outside government control.
Should we blame the government? Should we blame the government at the center solely for this? Because I've shared here on several occasions how some local governments were given certain amounts of money to engage certain numbers of youth for a period of time, say 6 months, and they were to be paid a certain amount of money monthly for that 6 months. The monies were disbursed. But within the local government there, a few individuals took more than one slot to themselves. Somebody taking, about 60 slots, which means that the sum of about 150,000 naira goes into the pockets of one individual in 60 parts, goes into the pockets of one individual. And then a lot of other people within the local government will feel, oh, government isn't doing anything. Should we blame the government solely for the fact that some of these things have not really worked?
You blame the government solely because they know that those local government areas don't exist. Those wards don't exist. Those in Nigeria know that the local government chairman in those areas live in the state capital. So when the federal government still goes out and rolls out money, like in this instance, it says there'll be 1,000 youths will be empowered in every ward of Nigeria, when over 500 of those wards are non-existent. Non-existent in the sense that criminal elements have taken over the areas. So when the federal government still doles out funds to those local government areas, knowing, just like you and I know, that they don't exist. They only exist in paper. Governance does not exist in those areas, and you still give out money. So who do you blame? Do you blame the local government chairman who pockets the whole money? Because the money has been disbursed. Even there's no mechanism or room to even return those monies. And the third area I want to even highlight on is this so-called FDI, foreign direct investment. In the course of the past 1 year, virtually every major conglomerate in this country has left. And Mr. Tinubu has the guts to lie to Nigerians that you have $750 million coming in as FDI from where? Let me tell you what is happening. What is happening is that in the gas area, because I know there's a gas plant that was also recently commissioned in Imo State, and in the LNG areas, petroleum giants are coming in to establish one or two things, and that is what is giving all these figures. There is virtually zero in terms of economic investment in Nigeria from external sources. Why will Mr. Bola Tinubu come and lie to Nigerians? Yes.
Barrister, you just mentioned investments in the oil and gas sector, and shouldn't that give us some kind of hope and joy? Well, I hear you say that the Belarusian, I think the president was very clear on that. He didn't say he was his classmate. He said he was his schoolmate. So I think we need to correct that. Now, I would like for you to take a holistic look of the Tinubu administration's economic policies between 2023 and 2025. Is there anything that gives you hope? Anything that gives you hope that, look, in 2026, 2027, that the decline that we have witnessed with the economy, the fortunes that we've lost in the economy, that we might just have to, might be reenacted, those fortunes that we lost, that we might regain them, based on one or two policies, implementation problems, or if we fix all of those things, does any of them give you hope about the future of Nigeria?
Well, you see, if Mr. President Bola Tinubu had taken the opportunity of his New Year address to be truthful to Nigerians for once, to tell us, look, the economy is bad, we're going to make changes, we're going to change what we are doing, then one would say there will be hope. But he went on air saying he will continue with what he's been doing, which has been ruining lives in Nigeria. So why should I, for goodness sake, have hope in that? Why?
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. You know, some of these policies, when they are churned out, when they are brought out, the government also tells you, look, we are going to travel through hard times. And it doesn't happen only here. I recall that, you know about the Great Society, you know about after the Depression in the US. And when Mao Zedong, you know, brought in his policies that took China more like low, but after a while it sprang up. So I would like for us to compare notes. If you look at those things, that some policies, when they come, when they are initiated, a lot of people, you know, people might be affected temporarily. But when you travel the right direction, you might just get better with time. Don't you see any of that in Nigeria, in our situation?
Well, unfortunately, sadly, none, because the foundations, the pronouncements does not tally with reality. This insecurity is worsening. Like Mr. Fanimo said from his initial comments, that the hitting of the terror base has scattered or decimated terrorists all over the country, as if we don't have an army and a police force in Nigeria. So there's virtually no hope in this regime. And all this renewed hope stuff is just balderdash. I mean, in very succinct terms. It's unfortunate that we're still at this level. We had hoped that after 2 years in rulership, this government would have learned its lessons and begin to take Nigerians seriously. But unfortunately, it is getting worse by the day. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Eluche, for your thoughts there. Let's move away from this conversation. And now let's get into another conversation. Of course, the president's speech and, you know, the promises that he has made will continue to be discussed. Now, politics. Governor Bala Mohammed speaks from Bauchi. He says, look, he accuses the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, of weaponizing the EFCC against his administration. And, well, Wike, in his traditional manner, responded, said, look, you have problems in your state, go solve your problems. Why are you calling me? Oh, well, let's look at what is going on within the PDP and the political space when we come back from this break. Join us again. Well, within Nigeria's political landscape, there's been fresh controversy as Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has accused the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, of plotting to destroy him by allegedly weaponizing the EFCC against his cabinet, a claim that has intensified tensions within the ruling elite. Now, in a fiery New Year's address, Mohammed warned that Wike's actions were aimed at destabilizing his administration, sparking outrage among supporters who view the feud as symptomatic of deeper fractures within the political establishment. Meanwhile, the Plateau State was thrown into turmoil with the sudden resignation. Well, I wouldn't call it turmoil, but then the governor of Plateau State, Caleb Buftwang, resigned from the PDP. And today, he is set to pick up the card of the APC. And of course, questions are being asked. And this, of course, leaves APC with, PDP, I beg your pardon, with 4 governors. And, oh well. Now, as if that wasn't enough, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi defected to the ADC in the last hours of 2025, declaring that his journey to rescue Nigeria begins now. All right, so all of this we'll discuss in the course of the program. We still have the gentlemen with us, Barrister Asim Adams, Dr. Brighton Kuka, Dele Fanimo, and Barrister Eze Eluche. Let me start off with you, Mr. Fanimo. Now, Wike did say, if you interfere in my issues, I'll put fire in your state. He made a statement when, at the onset of the River State crisis, when PDP governors were pledging their support for Governor Siminalayi Fubara, and fire seems to be burning in some of those states. We've seen governors jump out of the PDP, run out of their houses because of the fire. And now Bala Muhammad is also speaking that, look, you're weaponizing EFCC against me. What do you make of this statement? Should we be sympathetic? Should we be sympathetic?
No, there are two perspectives to this. Wike should not be the spokesperson of APC in matters that concern state governors. Technically, he's still within PDP. He's a member of PDP, a card-carrying member for that matter. But he's taking the battle to these APC governors. I mean, PDP governors. And it shouldn't be. Because today, you might be riding on the back of the tiger. You never can tell if you may eventually find yourself in the mouth, walking towards the belly of the tiger tomorrow. And you may not have that sympathy that you require to save you from the jaws of the tiger. And that is what is going to play out in this.
Are you trying to say that Wike will regret his moves later on?
It's likely to.
So you're saying that President Tinubu can dump him along the way?
Why not? Who is that big person in politics that cannot be dumped? There have been alliances and alliances in politics in this country. There was a time Atiku was like the twin brother of Tinubu.
And you don't think he's capable of causing big problems?
Who?
Wike. For Tinubu.
For APC or for PDP?
For Tinubu. For Tinubu himself, if he dumps
Of course, if Tinubu is going to dump Wike, it's not going to happen right now.
When do you think
it would have finished this project?
When? 2027?
Or maybe towards 27. It would have finished this project. But the truth about it is, Wike should be very careful.
Talking about Wike being very careful, Dele, do you think that Wike has the capacity to unleash EFCC against another governor?
Well,
I want us to interrogate that accusation.
That's where I'm coming back to.
Okay.
There's always this attitude for me that why would people always say they are unleashing a dog on me? If you are not carrying the meat of the dog will not come after you. Makinde is there in your state. We have not heard EFCC coming after him. Other PDP governors are there.
Okay, now, but let's say my commissioners.
Of course, if there are infractions, let the commissioners go and answer charges.
No, but my question is, do you think that Wike has the capacity to say EFCC, you go investigate this?
All by himself.
All by himself.
He cannot do that. And if he does that, it means that somebody higher than him
is using him
to do that. But what I'm saying is, I don't like this attitude of why me.
Okay.
If I have not stolen, EFCC will not come after me. If there is somebody that is rocking the boat of APC today in this country, it's Peter Obi. And Peter Obi was once the governor of a state. Shouldn't EFCC have gone back to Anambra State to go and find out how much he stole? And probably pick his commissioner for finance or pick his commissioner for special duties because those are the people that have access to the till. And then you will now begin to say, okay, it is because P2B is troubling APC and the presidency, that is why they have picked on him. But nobody has done that, and we have not seen that happen. He was presidential candidate, he contested the election, he won. No EFCC had come to knock on the door. Bala Mohammed and his commissioners should face EFCC. Let them explain what got missing and what is still in the governance of the state.
And not cry that, look, somebody is after me.
No.
All right, let's bring Dr. Bright Onovi quickly back to the conversation. Now, Dr. Bright, we hear Bala Mohammed say, look, okay, I understand that we have lost connection with Dr. Bright. Now, let's go to Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams, we hear Bala Mohammed, who, by the way, is the governor of Bauchi State and the chairman of PDP Governors Forum, say, look, I'm under pressure. They are threatening me. If I don't join APC, I'll be in problem. Do you think that Bala is telling us what looks like the reality? Is it true? Do you think that it is true that they are forcing him to enter APC, to join APC? Hello, Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
Okay, is the question for me?
Yes, question for you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. You see, on this Wike issue, you know where I stand. Excuse me. And
Barrister Adams, yes. I would like for you to tell the audience, our viewers, where you stand. It's not about me.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me just put it straight as it is. Bala Mohammed and Nyesom Wike, they are both politicians. They are fighting at daggers drawn for their political survival and not for the good of Nigerians. Between them. And they should not, draw us into their personal squabble and the political fight that they are having. Politicians fight every day and they settle every day. In politics, tables always turn. Bala Mohammed, there was a time he was a very prominent governor among the PDP governors. But today, I don't know if he still has that particular, status. PDP as a political party is dead. So if he's saying that they are forcing, and anybody force you to join a political party,
we also had some governors. Barrister, and we had some governors say, look, we were pressured to, and Nigerians feel that a lot of governors that have affected that were pressured, into joining the APC.
Why have they not forced Makinde to join APC? Why have they not forced Makinde to join APC?
He's not a returning governor.
Because he's principled.
He's not a returning governor.
He's principled.
But Barrister Adams, my colleague here my colleague here just told us that, look,
is he a returning governor?
He heard.
Does he want to do another 4 years? Is his tenure not ending by 2027?
Could there be fears that he might be stepping into the ADC to support the ADC? Could there be fears?
Is his tenure not ending in 2027?
Does it look like they want to, Barrister Adams, does it look like they want to stop him from joining APC to give support to APC from the Bauchi angle?
See, there is no, those are just political talks here and there. And I asked a question, I said, why has Makinde not been forced, or prevented from joining ADC? When it goes against them, they come out open to begin to talk whatever they want to say, to see if they can curry sympathy. The bottom line is that for me, PDP as a political party is dead. It's not a political party anymore. It's like the goddess Theodomus or goddess Eris has invaded and affected PDP.
Barrister Adams, we seem to be having audio problems with your connection. We'll try to fix that and come back to you. Now let's go to Benin City, where we've been rejoined by Dr. Bright Onoviokuku. Dr. Onoviokuku, thanks for joining us again. Now, we are discussing the altercation between Bala Mohammed, governor of Bauchi State and chairman of PDP Governors Forum, and the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. Daggers drawn. Look, Bala Mohammed says Wike is unleashing EFCC on my commissioners, my team, and apparently trying to force him to join the APC. What do you make out of that? Do you think it's something that could be a truism? Is it true? Do you think it could happen? Why? Why use EFCC? Does Wike have the clout? You know, does he have the power, the capacity to use EFCC against the governor? Where is that coming from? Dr. Bright, go ahead. Can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Bright, can you hear me? You need to unmute your mic so that I can get your feed.
All right, we seem to have a network glitch there. But let's, I would have loved to go back to, okay, so we have Barrister Eze Luche. Well, I actually have a question for Barrister Sim Adams. Well, let me pose it to Barrister Eze Luche and then go back to Barrister Sim Adams, because we're saying something in that regard. Now, we've had talks. Barrister Eze Luche, please, this is for you. We've had talks about the formation of a task force to oppress opposition and compel the opposition to do the bidding of the ruling party. In fact, there's a name for the task force. I can't remember the first few acronyms now, but it's something for VIP.
ADP for...
ADP, which stands for
VIP.
Yeah, ADP for VIP. And it's an alleged task force put together to, trouble. And then we've seen a pattern. We've seen a pattern where the likes of Abubakar Malami, who is with the ADC, intending to contest for the governorship position in Kebbi State, is having troubles in court right now. The issue of whether or not monies were mismanaged during his time, that's on one side. Some are asking, why now? Not why me, but why now? Also, we've seen, what now looks like a persecution of Godwin Emefiele. That is on one side. We've seen the name of Timothy Silva come up right after there were allegations of involvement in, some sort of ploy or plot. With all of this going on, is this how governance should be? Or should Nigerians be jubilant that yes, some of these people who have infractions, who are accused of embezzling monies, are being brought to book? What are your thoughts?
Much. There's this saying, if it smells like a fish, feels like a fish, and looks like a fish, it's probably a fish. So what we've seen in Nigeria is a continuous process. It's no longer an imagination. The fact is that from its inception, the EFCC has always been used as a Gestapo-like outfit to pummel the opposition. And I'm talking of from the time of Nuhu Ribadu, to Farida Waziri, to Ibrahim Lamurde, Ibrahim Magu, the Abdul Rashid guy, and the current Olukoyede. The EFCC has simply been a Gestapo-like outfit to pummel the opposition and at the same time do some kind of wish-washy affairs running after some 419 urchins. So that is what the EFCC is like. Let us not mistake it. So what is going on now with Governor Bala of Bauchi State is expected. I mean, it's one of these things that when you are in the opposition and you try to raise your head, the government will send its EFCC thugs after you. And that is simple. I mean, during his tenure, Obasanjo used to even say, I will send EFCC after you. During his tenure as a governor of Abia State, Orji Zokalo actually sent his personal guards with guns. There was a shootout with EFCC, and EFCC stepped back. The EFCC, people like us have posited several, and that group should be scrapped. It's of zero tolerance. Sorry, it's of zero import to Nigerians. The police is doing a far better job. The EFCC is a useless organ that only goes after for political purposes and begins to now dabble into, they show miscreants who swindle Europeans or Americans of $10,000, $20,000, while billions of dollars get stolen from Nigeria, and the EFCC is incapable of stopping that drainage. With regards to what they claimed by Governor Bala, Mr. Fanimo's comments that somebody like the governor of your state is not being hounded and it's not being hounded by EFCC. Yes, you don't need to have 100%. To even show that semblance of doing something, they can deliberately leave one or two governors and say, okay, you cannot blame us if one or two persons, or even if P2B is not being hounded. They will hound P2B if they could, but they know that if they dare do that, it will become too obvious, and they'll be asking for Nigerians to react. Those who are not able to decipher the scam the EFCC is for will immediately raise their hands and get on the streets if they try on somebody like Atiku Abubakar or P2B, because they would want to do that, but they cannot. So let us not mistake this fact. Even the former governor
what does this portend for opposition? I mean, if you have the allegation, even though government has come out to deny it, and the word I was looking for, or the acronym I was looking for, is ADP for VIP, and basically it's said to mean arrest, detain, prosecute for very important personalities. Now that's the task force allegedly put together to go after VIPs. Now, what does that portend for opposition in Nigeria as we move towards 2027 and the future?
Yes, you see, my brother, if we don't react when it's ADP for opposition politicians, it will soon be ADP for journalists, ADP for vocal voices like ours. I wouldn't be surprised with this useless tax law that Mr. President says will start if maybe I pay one or two funds and I get arrested, that I have violated a non-existent law. I have violated a crime. In fact, that was one of the things that even piqued some of us most. Mr. President went on air to try to defend a criminal act, a treasonable felony. That's by trying to tell us that the law, the tax law, which he signed, which when it differs from what was passed, the bill that was passed, is a crime. Because Section 1, Subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution is very, very emphatic that you can only govern Nigeria by laws, by the Constitution.
Who determines if it's a crime? Is it the publication or the National Assembly?
Look, my dear, if somebody who will tell if it's a crime, yes, you may think it's the courts, but in the eyes of people, it is a crime in the sense that the House of Assembly that passed that bill has come out and say it is not what we passed that was signed. And in their mistake, in their foolery, the government is talking of regazetting. You don't do such crap. There's no word like regazetting. If you've committed a crime, admit it and take it back to the National Assembly. The so-called notion of regazetting is even to compound the criminality of the whole action. And Mr. Bola Tinubu came out on air telling us he will implement that tax law. So for now, it is ADP on opposition politicians. But I bet you, as time goes on, that ADP will be extended to journalists like you and speakers like me, who even give the opposition, who dare to vent realities. So Nigerians should not rise in defense of Bala Muhammad because it's Bala Muhammad, because clearly he's been involved in graft for a very long time and he's put his hand into a lot of illegalities, and I say that with knowledge. But the fact is, if you let go the criminality being done against opposition politicians, when they come after us, when they come after you, when they come after the professionals, when they come after labor union leaders who try to oppose the evil of this regime, there will be nobody standing for them. So we will pick up the issue of Bala Muhammad because it is a wrong. And Oshiomhole said it, that once you come into the APC, all your sins are forgiven. With that kind of comment and with the reality we are seeing and with the mess Mr. Olukoyede is doing in the FCC, we won't begin to doubt that the FCC is a scam outfit. When he was looking for the former governor of Kogi State, this rascal was dancing all over the place. The EFCC chairman was swearing by his father's graves, by all he could hold sacred, that he will resign if he does not prosecute the former governor of Kogi State. And what do we see now? Because if that former governor of Kogi State is now in the APC, all his sins are forgiven, and the character junkets all over Nigeria in his ill-gotten wealth, and the EFCC is doing absolute nothing. So let us not mince about this fact and begin to ask, do we have proof? Do we don't have proof? Come on. The proof is staring us in the face on a daily basis. So why do we keep on saying that? The reality is the Bala Muhammad is going through what is going because he's with the ADC, and there will be more persecutions. But Nigerians must draw a red line.
All right.
Because when this government sees that all these persecutions is still not working, they would dare to go after even Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. But that is when Nigerians must strike. Because if you keep quiet, we are all gone, man. We are all gone. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Luche. Let me come back to you, Mr. Fanimo. This issue of they're coming after us. They're coming after us. You know, ADB for VIP. That story came out a few days back, towards the end of 2025, and then government, you know, denied it. Said, look, there's nothing like that. But can we take the words of government to heart? ADP basically stands for Arrest, Detain, Prosecute for VIPs. And is saying, look, if care is not taken, it's going to be journalists, it's going to be public commentators in the nearest future, which basically speaks to gagging of the media. Should we be concerned that Bala Muhammad is saying, look, they're coming after me, the EFCC is coming after me, and it's basically it's under Wike's order that the EFCC is coming after me, looking at other issues that have happened in recent time.
You know, that would amount to sounding the red herring. For me, you and I, we know that we don't belong to the VIP class.
Yet.
Yet.
In this regard.
In this regard. Because most of these VIPs are politically exposed persons.
What does it portend for free and fair
the procedure
democracy?
of the law is you arrest, in some cases detain or give administrative bail, and then you prosecute. So it's nothing new. But you see, let's be clear about this. The fact that you hold, I remember when Obasanjo was going after some people that were stealing public funds. It was this same sing song. Why me? It's because I'm not in PDP. It's because I'm not in PDP. That's why they're hounding me. But the fact still remains that investigation showed clearly that you took what does not belong to you. You recall that there was a minister, I don't want to mention his name, he's late now, that was accused of diverting funds meant for certain projects, the ID card project. This particular minister was Obasanjo's senior in secondary school. But he still went after him, and the rest they say is history. And a lot of people like that. So, you see, these people would always hide. Generally, at that level, they don't consider religion. They don't consider political parties. They don't consider anything. What they are after is to make sure that they amass more than enough for generations to spend. So if one or two is taken and is being profiled, he shouldn't come back to us to say, come and save me because I'm in opposition. That's why they are persecuting me. Right. I'm not going to be part of that.
All right then. Well, let's move away from that conversation. We will probably continue this during a newspaper review. But let's touch on the third conversation. NLC demands urgent wage review. And this is coming as inflation bites harder. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
we'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Workers is wearing thin, stressing that organized labor will mobilize strategically and tactfully to hold government accountable at all levels, while pledging to support only those political actors who demonstrate genuine pro-people commitment. All right? Well, NLC's call comes after a bruising 2025 marked by soaring food prices, fuel costs, and deepening poverty, leaving millions of households struggling to cope with inflation eroding purchasing power and economic promises yet to materialize. The labor movement insists that 2026 must be a turning point for justice and dignity in the workplace. Ajaero emphasized that the Congress will pursue the wage review through every legitimate means, leveraging President Bola Tinubu's pledge to ensure workers earn a living wage. The demand has sparked heated debates nationwide, with ordinary Nigerians echoing the union's concern, saying that without urgent intervention, the gap between survival and destitution will widen further, fueling unrest and distrust in government. We have a man who has played within the circles of labor when he was an active reporter. Now he's just okay. He's still reporting. This time around, it's about how much money you have. Really, he's doing business at the higher level. Well, now you have been with labor. We saw what transpired during the negotiation for the minimum wage. The last one, I think that was into 2023. The dilly-dally, the delays, the back and forth, the cry of, you stabbed us in the back, this was not what we agreed upon, and everything that played out. And then we arrived at 70,000 naira. Labour is coming up again, 2026, which, of course, is precedes election, yeah. And it feels like a good time to demand for something when elections are around the corner and government might just listen. But what do you make of this move at this time, coming from Labour?
Labour has the right to demand for improved welfare for its members. But it becomes an albatross on the Labour movement when, at some point, when this 70,000 naira was approved as minimum wage, two things happened. Private sector was not covered in their negotiation. Two, there was a clause that you can't come back in the immediate for another pay rise. And if NHS is taking off this now, would they not likely be violating that clause?
I thought there was a 3-year gap.
That's what I'm saying. So you just got this minimum wage approved last year, and they are now coming back again to the table to ask for more. You see, I hope the Labour movement will not play into the hands of politicians to the extent that they will say it's the opposition that is using them to achieve their own end. Because usually, if you look at the pattern of strikes by Labour movements, it is always towards the election that they come up with some of these things. Obasanjo's regime, it was like that. Jonathan's regime, it was like that. Buhari's regime, it was like that. Now it's
Would you
like
blame
that.
Labour if they
now
do that?
the point
Seeing that that's about the time government will truly listen.
You see,
knowing that the electorate can be swayed.
You see, one particular thing that we failed to recognize during this negotiation for 70,000 minimum wage was federal government came up with their best 11, headed by the SGF, who was formerly a governor. But Labour, the team that went to negotiate, were not strong enough to match the government side. And this was why they were cleverly manipulated. There was a promissory agreement which was not binding on any of the parties, but it was just a verbal thing that nobody could hold anything to. And based on a verbal thing, and when you are going to that kind of table, you don't consider gentleman agreement. Everything must be stated clearly.
So at that point, you believe that the battle ended even before the war began?
Of course.
And okay, now looking forward, do you think that the government is going to listen to NLC at this point?
There's no. What they will do is to begin to shift goalposts, because already that clause, all government needs to do is to go to court. Why did they allow that clause? In the first instance, why did they allow verbal agreements? We know, I don't want to say certain things on air. We know the undercurrent that goes on in labor movement when they want to negotiate. And even when they go on strike.
Can you share the undercurrent with us a bit?
No,
you don't need to mention
You're educating people.
You don't need to mention
You see, there's a way. One thing that is very weak in labor that Nigerians, some of us here don't know, is that the weakest weapon in labor movement is strike.
Strike action, okay.
The moment you get to that, you are already putting yourself against the wall. And sympathy will always come. Nigerians are restless, they can't hold on for too long. And so, labor over the years had gotten to a point that Nigerians don't even trust them anymore.
If you say that strike is the weakest point, what other tracks should labor use to extract promises and commitments from government?
You see, there has not been any time that labor wants to sit with government that government will not provide that opportunity. But
we've heard cases where before the commencement of many of the strikes called by labor, they would have asked to meet government officials a number of times, and government officials would not turn up. And then government would only call them the eve of the commencement of the strike. Right. And then labor will call it up. And I just will say, oh yes, they've taken money.
You see, there is no point. I mean, there's no time. I've been in this for a while. There's no time that labor will ask for negotiation. That government would only do one thing. They will put certain landmines on the way. And it takes a tactical labor leader to begin to know how to navigate through these landmines to make sure that he gets what he wants. In fact, inducement will be part of the landmines. And it takes, there are some affiliated unions of NLC that if they call strike today in the morning, I will tell you, go and sleep. They will call off that strike even before they start the strike. They use that to attract inducement. And it's a formidable affiliate of NLC that does this. So, government knows all this. That's why government decimated the ranks of labor in 2011. And the result is what we are harvesting now. When they made chairman of labor affiliate and NLC president, the overall boss and the accounting officer, and reduced general secretary, who is supposed to be the engine room of these affiliates and the labor centers, ordinary clerks. And what do you have? Most labor leaders are politicians in the making.
So, in summary, what should Nigerians expect? What should be the outcome that Nigerians should expect from this call?
Particularly
or should we just fold our hands and say, oh yes, there they go.
Particularly the civil servants, they should know that right now the road to travel as far as this NSC plant strike is not too smooth, and we are not likely to get anything tangible from it.
They're asking for pay increase, not strike.
Shebi, when you refuse pay increase, there will be strike.
Okay.
Is that not it?
Right.
And there is a particular clause. Moses just affirmed it that there is a particular time you can ask for another wage increase. So all government need to do is to go to court to challenge it, and that will be it. It's just like what is happening now is just like somebody campaigning to say he wants to create Ibadan State. What instrument is he going to use? What? To them, they were clapping for him that Ibadan State is still.
All right, then, thank you very much, Dele Fanimo. But he says he's still a reporter, seasoned reporter, and a public affairs commentator. Thank you for your thoughts there. We've also had Barrister Asim Adams, a legal practitioner, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Itubo, P2B Campaign Organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023, and Eze Eluche Esquire, attorney at law and public political affairs commentator. We're not forgetting Dr. Bright Nyeva Cooker, who actually is a medical doctor, a public affairs commentator, human rights activist, a member, Coalition of Civil Society Organization, coordinator, Indomitable Youth Organization. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and contribution on the program. 10 o'clock will be newspaper review when we go deeper, head on into the dailies. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma. We'll see you again on top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. And of course, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, we have Dele Fanimo staying with us. Thank you very much for staying back.
Yeah, a reporter.
And we'll also be joined by Dr. Bright Uneva Cooker and Barrister Eze Luce in the course of the program as we look at the headlines, of course. Now, let's dive into it. A few headlines here. From the Nigerian Tribune, these are some of the headlines here. 30 billion. Bodija explosion, 30 billion naira federal government fund remains unspent. 20 billion naira balance withheld. Or your government says it has spent 24.6 billion naira of state fund on incident. Wants full release of approved 50 billion naira intervention. All right, that's a big story on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. And Mr. Fanimo here was just saying something different entirely. I guess you've reached out to those at home.
The story here is, which the state government has not denied or affirmed, is that these 30 billion released by the federal government, which was 20 billion short of the 50 billion that was supposed to be released, was actually missing in the account of the state government in First Bank. That it was already paid back into that account. But there is a particular post where the date of the remittance was circled. So I think the government should come clear and debunk this so that we will know actually. Because for me, why did it even take a lot of arguments and people asking questions for government to publish, to say actually how much was taken out of this money and how much was released to the state 1 year after? You see, when you hold information in the public space, you allow rumor to thrive. And that is what now government is struggling to extricate itself from this mess, which ordinarily, if it had exposed earlier than now, there would be much sympathy to the government. So for me, it is not just the money that we are saying is intact. For instance, if Chukuma pays me 100 million naira to keep for him,
I like that.
I'm not saying you paid though, because you come after me to say I should refund your money. And then suddenly I keep the money for 1 year in an account, a fixed deposit account. When I'm coming back to Chukuma to render account, I shouldn't be rendering 100 million naira account. I should also talk about the interest that accrued for this period. So if you have 13 billion in a place, according to you, and you have saved that money for upwards of 1 year, then you should not just come and declare that 30 billion. You should also declare the interest accrued for that period.
But they said they've spent some money
out of that.
About 24 million.
What they are saying is they have spent 24 million, a billion.
Billion, yes.
The state money.
No, the 50 billion.
No. The state money, actually.
The state money.
They spent money. So they said 30 billion was intact.
It's still there.
That they never touched it.
But they're asking government to pay the remaining 20.
So now they're asking. So there are three issues here now. Why did government announce 50 billion and pay 30 billion? Why did Oyo State withhold this 30 billion when you know that
24 billion?
Yes, when you knew that the lives of some people were at stake. As a matter of fact, a former deputy governor that resides in that vicinity was homeless, that it took the intervention of some well-meaning Oyo people to keep him in an hotel for the duration of that trauma. And yet, you have 30 billion somewhere. Wouldn't you have taken part of that money to at least rehabilitate him,
or some
other people. Now, you said you spent 24 billion. Was that money budgeted for disaster management? Or where did you pull that 24 billion? So there are so many questions that the government of Oyo State needs to answer. Why it is necessary for government of Oyo State to answer some of these questions is because other states are likely to be doing the same that we have not beamed our searchlight on. So they need to answer so many questions.
Why I'm not holding brief for Seyi Makinde, but when you asked about where the 24 billion naira could have come from, you recall that the federal government does share ecological fund every year to governors. Probably that's where you could have brought it.
Let's let them answer.
Okay.
Let them explain to us if what is amount for disaster management is up to 24 billion.
Now, this issue here speaks to a larger problem in our governance structure, to the extent that now we have information from Seyi Makinde that the federal government pledged 50 billion, and according to him, they released 30 billion, which he kept intact somewhere, apparently maybe expecting that the balance will be paid. We also see government. At the point, the federal government said, we are sending 5 billion naira apiece, to the 36 local states of the federation. And at a point, when the heat came on the federal government, they said, oh, we have released only 2 billion of this money for us, plus 40,000 bags of rice, to each of the states. When the balance was paid, if the balance was ever paid, we never heard up until this moment. I spoke to the president of ASU the other day, and there was a certain 50 billion naira that government said they have released to ASU. At that time, the man said they had not received 1 naira from the federal government. So the larger problem is, why is it convenient for the federal government to say, look,
we have done so and so.
We have done so. Not that we are going to.
We have,
And so when I like the question that you asked, where did Seyi get the 24 billion naira? Which I tried to provide an explanation, not holding brief for him. When the federal government says we are unbudgeted, because we have a budget line, so all these monies that they pledge, in the middle of the year, you hear federal government say, we have approved so amount of money for construction of this infrastructure and all of it. All those things, are they captured in the budget? I don't know. So these are things that we need to put in place.
Maybe a supplementary budget or something.
Even before the supplementary
budget would pass through the National Assembly. And so it's still in the public domain.
So that is one thing we need to find out. Federal government, before you give money, make sure that the money is there. And don't promise 10 and give 5. It doesn't speak good of the government. Now look at the problem. The federal government is as embarrassed as the state government itself. Both of them, whether they like it or not.
And what right has Makinde got to keep 30 billion? That is not your personal money.
Okay.
Intact for 1 year when others are suffering.
He might be waiting for the rest of the money to
Why should he wait? Government is not a banker.
But he has spent some money.
He has spent some money. 24 billion.
Chukuma, government is not a banker. Government is supposed to be a custodian of funds for the good of the people.
So that is why when some governors are leaving, they will say, look, on their handover note, they say, we left 10 billion naira.
But how much debt?
Well, P2B left credit. He didn't leave any liability, according to the dispute that. But I think it's something.
24.6 billion is also a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
What they say they've spent already.
So what did they spend?
24.6 billion.
You know why I will not want to take this government seriously on this matter. I recalled COVID-19 period. Makinde is somebody I have passion for doing so many things in Oyo State.
So many good things
in Oyo State compared to his peers. But when it comes to issues like this, we can't just be sentimental. Let's probe. There was, during COVID-19, Makinde was in the saddle. Within 24 hours, government of Oyo State said they spent 200 million naira to fix a camp. And when probed further, that particular camp they were talking about to quarantine people with COVID-19 was actually Arch camp. that has been existing for many years in Olodo.
Maybe to set it up.
There was nothing, we went there, there was nothing new that was brought into the place at that time. And this same government said they gave money, certain amount of money running into billions of naira to UCH to cushion the effect of the influx of COVID-19 patients. The CMD came up in the open that they should come and show him where they paid the money to. That money was never paid to UCH. So how will you want me to believe all this today? And why it is even doubly embarrassing is, why must we wait till this time? Even let's assume, without conceding, that this money was intact for 1 year, that it was not moved and returned. What is that government doing there? I mean, without that money doing there. You see, corruption starts in the public domain when a particular money was earmarked for certain things and you keep it. Or when certain money is exhausted in a particular subhead and you take money from another subhead to fund that subhead that is depleted. It's corruption. So there are so many dynamics to corruption. He has not finished explaining. He will explain tire.
All right then. Well, let's check out a few other headlines here. We were deceived. All right. Okay. So yes. We were deceived. Rivers PDP chair blasts Fubara over defection to APC. All right. How I struggle. Okay. That's one of the headlines there. I think it will just open up that one so we get a better understanding of it.
That's the question I wanted to ask. Didn't you see it coming?
So here is the story now. The story has it. A factional caretaker chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Dr. Name Ewo, has lamented that the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara, deceived them into believing that he was capable of wresting political control from the FCT minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, only to dump the PDP in the middle of the political sea. Well, he went on, he said, look, rather than follow the path of peace, Fubara joined the APC. Now, the PDP chairman, who addressed journalists in Port Harcourt on Thursday, also demanded that the Rivers people should be aware of the full content of the agreement reached before the emergency rule was lifted by the president. Now, he's quoted as saying, the mandate of Fubara is holding was given to him by Rivers people, and all his actions and inactions affect all those whose mandate he's holding. Therefore, it is incumbent on him at this material time to fully disclose to Rivers people all the agreement he entered into in a peace deal brokered by the President of the Federation before the emergency rule was lifted, Ewo said. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts?
The PDP chairman I hear is factional chairman, so that is what happens anytime. In fact, it's only in APC that I don't see all this factional something. APC seems to be the only political party that is intact. If you go to the Labour Party, you have factions. If you go to SDP, they have factions. Even in ADC, a faction has emerged. Even in Enugu State, I was just laughing. Then and I were talking about it on our way to work. And a faction of the ADC in Enugu says, we can't accept Peter Obi's registration and defection into the ADC. And I'm like, oh, the battle has even started before
he settles in.
Before he settles in. So now the PDP chairman, the factional chairman in Rivers State, I'm surprised that he's saying this. Why I'm surprised is because even political neophytes knew, people who are not even analysts, people who are not followers of political developments and events, knew that it was a matter of time to defect to the APC. Now, saying that he promised them that he was going to wrest power wrest the control of the structure from the governor, from Nyesom Wike. Well, Nyesom Wike, they shouldn't have believed him because he wasn't a politician in the first place.
Okay.
He wasn't a politician. He was a career civil servant, got up to the position of accountant general, I think, of Rivers State, and had a lot of, rapport with the governor. Now, governor now made him the governor. Wike now made him the governor for continuity. They should have known, if they were politically savvy, that Fubara would not be able to do that. Why Wike was able to wrest the structure of the PDP from Amechi is because Wike has been grassroots, from local government chairman to chief of staff to minister of state, then to governor. So when Amechi left, with the little structure Amechi had, it was easier for Fubara for Wike to build his own new political structure based on the structure that he inherited, the small structure that he inherited from Amechi. But Fubara didn't even wait to build a structure before he got into the fight. So I'm surprised that he is coming out to say, look, that he promised. They should have known that as a godson that he will not be able to take power from Wike. And up until this moment, when people say, look, Fubara is now in APC, he has direct access to the president and all of that, I simply ask them, if you go to River State, all politics is local, and we are looking at the grassroots.
Grassroots is not in
who controls it? It is still in control of Nyesom Wike. But there's a school of thought that believes that, look, if the president reigns in Wike, and with the 600 billion naira, I call it booty, at the disposal of River State, which Wike says is the cause of the problem in River State, all eyes are on that 600 billion naira. If Fubara gets in full control of it as it is now, House of Assembly has been complaining. He doesn't get approval from us for spending. In fact, they said that since he became governor, that he has not received one approval from them. He's just been spending money. So if he has that kind of largesse, deep pocket from with him, he will be able to play some kind of upset here and there, especially when the president says, oh, Mr. FCT Minister, I think.
Okay. There's fresh news coming from Rivers State. I think it would be wise to just share it at this time.
Okay.
We hear that the governor has approved the appointment of 5 special advisors, including 2 former commissioners who served under his administration. This comes barely 72 hours after Governor Siminalayi Fubara carried out a minor cabinet reshuffle with the redeployment of the Commissioner for Sports, Christopher Green, to the Ministry of Justice as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice. However, a statement released by the Permanent Secretary, Rivers State Ministry of Information and Communication, Dr. Ono Sirawu, said Green would continue to coordinate the activities of the Ministry of Sports pending the appointment of a substantive Commissioner for Sports. The latest appointments were contained in a government special announcement released in Port Harcourt late yesterday by the Permanent Secretary, Rivers State Ministry of Information and Communication, Dr. Ono Sirawu.
This is a reshuffling of cabinet. When he came back in September, has he submitted a list of commissioners? Because it was in contention there.
It was in contention there.
It was in contention that out of the how many, Wike was asking for 12. So I can't remember.
Did he present names to the State Assembly?
To the State Assembly.
Was it approved?
So I'm a bit confused when I hear that there's a reshufflement, a regime of this cabinet. So where is that coming from?
Well, the
was there an existing cabinet?
Or did he start with?
Or he continued with the previous one?
I think he continued with the previous one, and he's just reshuffling his cabinet now because this particular new commissioners is coming 72 hours after the reshuffling of the cabinet. So I think there's a new reshuffling.
No, these are special advisors, not commissioners, according to
special advisors. Yes, special advisors.
He has the authority to appoint special advisors, and but he also has recourse to the State Assembly
for special advisors.
I think he only has power to appoint special assistants. Special
advisors are cabinet level.
Cabinet levels, yes.
Okay, cabinet level officers. So he can appoint special assistant.
Without recourse to the
now,
state.
what this means is that I see the battle, the front getting tighter. He's actually trying to now build his own structure with these advisors. And don't be surprised that these advisors are people who are going to hold,
strategic
positions for him, so that they'll be able to liaise between him and maybe those areas, maybe a cluster of local government and all of that. So apparently he's gradually trying to build his own political structure now ahead of 2027.
And also
when Wike says 2027 is not guaranteed for Fubara, I think Fubara has already decided that he will be on the ballot for 2027. He's taking that decision,
of course,
even without saying it.
No governor will want to
do one term.
The urge.
Yes. No, the pressure we had was that it was part of the agreement, the letters of the settlement, negotiated settlement, that he wasn't going to come back in 2027.
You see, like I said the other time, there is no way a Tinubu will leave a sitting governor who will not bother him with resources to contest the election and go and bring another person that he will have to buy shirts, tie, shoe for socks. So Fubara will contest next election under APC. There's no doubt about that.
No, under APC, given.
There's no doubt about that.
It was under
the only thing that can happen is if Wike feels strongly, and I don't think he want to defy Tinubu, because Tinubu will make a mincemeat of him if he defies him. So everything still boils down to the position of Tinubu on who takes the ticket of Rivers State in the next election. And Fubara is playing the good boy up till now.
To who? To the president?
To the president.
Okay.
In fact, he has certainly campaigned for him on 2 occasions at a public function. So,
he has said it openly. Even when he defected, he said he was going to align to the good. In fact, that the president has done so well.
So Wike should be careful so that he doesn't get stranded.
I like that. I like that. Wike should be careful. Wike should be careful.
All right. Well, let's take a few more headlines from Nigerian Tribune, and then we'll move to another daily. Gunmen attack Ondo community, set police station ablaze, abduct monarch in Kwara. New Year Day sermon, Akpabio withdraws all defamation suits. Plateau governor resigns from PDP, picks APC membership card today. That one will be happening very, very shortly. Mumba holds strategic talks on Igbo position in Nigeria. I wonder what that means. Then Adeli wants to decide Igbo position in Nigeria. Men to watch in 2026, Tinubu, Obi, Atiku continue battle of wits. Police place enforcement of tinted glass permits on hold. Terrorists kill 9 in Plateau community on New Year Eve. And yes, of course, Controversial Tax Act, NAS reviews processes of transmission of bills, clears air on Gazetted Tax Act. All right. But I'd like us to zero in on, have your comments on Akpabio.
I was going to
nine of those suits. I mean, he listened to the sermon and he was touched. The priest's sermon was directed at him. He felt touched, and he's ordering his lawyers to withdraw all 9 suits against individuals, which of course we know includes Natasha, defamation suits and the rest.
I think that speaks to the fact that.
But does that imply that they might also withdraw their own suits against him?
This speaks to the fact that.
What if they don't?
Our clerics, if they told the part of honor, can influence a lot of things in this country. If with a stroke of a sermon that probably lasted for less than 1 hour, could change the heart of the king, and he suddenly withdraws. So it shows that they should also step up their preaching and preachment in churches and mosques.
The question I'm asking now is, it's a good thing that he has withdrawn these suits against these individuals. What if some of these individuals don't withdraw their own suit against him? So what happens?
No, some of this, since we don't even have the list,
we know Natasha will be involved. He has 9.
She may not be one of them. That's the funny thing.
He said all 9. He said all 9. So
is it all the suits?
He said he has 9 suits against individuals 9 suits against individuals for defamation and the
See,
rest, and he's withdrawing
let me
all
tell
9.
you-
What the lady is saying is that Natasha could just be one.
It could just be one
or two in those suits.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, if there are 5 suits against Natasha and is withdrawing 2, 3 are still pending.
No, he said all.
He said all the defamation suits.
No, my position is this. To answer your question directly, what if those people don't withdraw?
Yes.
Now, I think that since he was one that filed
Initiated it.
Okay.
So that would be the end.
Settles it.
No,
Okay.
that settles it. And I like that, but then I don't know what just told me that. Look, I'm not sure that the priest or that the clergy acted on his own. I don't believe that the clergy.
You know you are very good at hazarding guesses because you've been part of government.
I'm not sure that the clergy acted on his own. There must have been some promptings here and there, probably for some quarters that said, okay.
So you just use that opportunity.
Why don't you preach in this light?
In this direction.
No,
It's
no, I would not want to agree with you.
Anyway, but that's what I think.
At government level, preachers. When somebody like Akpabio is coming,
So the priest will probably have taken
apart from
orders on what to preach about.
No, that is not what he preached about. Probably in the course of the sermon and forgiveness, and so if you have anything against your brother,
So he would have been prompted to say that in the church.
They do.
It happens now.
Let me tell you,
It happens.
if somebody of the stature of Akpabio, or maybe the president, is coming to a church, that cleric must submit his preaching for
The
that
sermon.
day, the sermon for that day, before that Sunday.
You know what you're saying? Do you know the gravity?
I
of
know what I'm saying. I'm saying it openly on live television.
So for clergies, it's not about the leading of the Holy Spirit.
No.
No, even when you submit,
It's not as if you cannot walk around it. But the theme of your preaching
must not be one that overly criticizes the government.
Particularly when it's coming to your church.
Planned though.
Yes.
So that is what it tells me. But whatever it is, it's just good that look, Akpabio has.
Let's commend him at least for
commend
this.
his, voice of reason.
Yes.
I think it is good that all these shenanigans about. You asked me,
which is a major distraction.
Which has been a major distraction, not just for him, but for Nigerians
Yes.
and the good people of Kogi State. Kogi Central that Natasha represents. Now that said, I would like to. There's another headline there that you mentioned: Nwobodo, Carlo, and Mba. Now the Nwobodo is Jim Nwobodo, former governor. He's still alive. He's still alive, and he's the only surviving
governor
class of
1979 governor.
Yes, he's the only surviving, and
he should be in his 90s now.
He's 89. I think he's 89. He went there as a young man, and Carlo. The Carlo is OUK, and the Mba is Peter Mba. I don't know why OUK and Peter Mba would drag this old man into this. Because apparently, these are two APC apologists. They are trying to discuss the position of the Igbos in Nigerian politics. Who gave them that authority? Do they represent the Igbo nation? No, they don't. We have an Ohanese that represents us, socio-cultural and sometimes political. These are APC apologists, and the next thing they will tell us is to line up behind Tinubu. That is what they are going to do. And I'm sure the Igbo nation, as discerning as they are, will not take that. But they are Republican. Nobody tells them what to do. They know what to do when it gets to 2027. We have, in the thick of time, left our own sons and supported people that we knew had capacity, to govern Nigeria. We did it in Obasanjo. Emeka Ojukwu was on the ballot. We didn't vote for him. We supported Yar'Adua and all of that. So for Mba and Carlo, it's just that they are, and I think Nigerians, and for the Guardian too, Nigerians the Igbo nation was insulted when Shetima told us that, look, that Mba's entrance into APC has brought back the Southeast into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. That was a subtle insult, and Igbo people felt like that. Peter Mba, who is just governor for 2 years, so his entrance into APC, before he went into APC, we had other big wigs, of the Igbo nation joined the APC. Their entrance in the APC, in fact, who were part of the branch of ANPP that collapsed into APC was led by Ogbo Nayono, and not a Peter Mba. So if we had people like Ogbo Nayono, Ojus Okalu, despite his infamy and all of that, was in the APC, how come it was the entrance of just Peter Mba the other day that brought us into the mainstream of Nigerian politics? That was insult. That was insulting. If they want to bring the Southeast into the mainstream of Nigerian politics, they should go back to the no victor, no vanquished, the 3 R's of reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reintegration into Nigerian society. Because it wasn't even done up to 5% after the armistice was signed on January 15, 1970. So whatever, but I'm not happy that they are dragging this old man at the age of 89, almost 90. He should be 90 this year into this mess, because it's a mess. What they are going to tell us that, look, President Tinubu is the best thing that happened to the Igbo nation. And we've been insulted again by telling us that, look, after Tinubu, that it will be the turn of Igbo presidency. Who says that crap? We are not going to take it.
All right, then. You want to add something to that?
Are you speaking on behalf of...
I'm not
speaking
on behalf of you. When I say we, I speak for the people that will align their thoughts with mine.
There may not be many.
No, very many. Very many.
I was wondering the same thing.
The same accusation he levied against those guys is also...
No, that's what I'm saying. We won't take that crap. I'm speaking now for people that align their thoughts with mine.
That are likely...
No, people that I know that there are billions that align their thoughts with mine.
Okay. All right. You want to add anything to that?
No.
Another headline. Okay, he has said a lot already. So no need. Let's just move on to another headline.
No, I know Dele will not add. I know you will add.
All right. Okay. So, well, let's move to another daily. Moving on to the Guardian. I have a few headlines from the Guardian. No, the Punch. Yes. Banks' bad loans spike after CBN withdraws forbearance. CBN warns banks as non-performing loans overshoot prudential limit after regulatory support pullback. And then we have Otedola, Mr. Femi Otedola, saying, look, CBN Governor Cardoso is the best thing that happened to banking in Nigeria, basically. And this headline is tied to First Bank successfully completing 500 billion naira capital raise. The writers here is Tinubu's deep understanding of Nigerian economy shows in recent growth, coming from Otedola, canvasses CBN to raise banks' capital to 1 trillion naira. Cardoso, best CBN governor ever.
You see, I'm not going to talk about that in the main, but I'm going to talk about this bad loan. When you talk about bad loan in the banking sector, as these facilities, have they impacted positively on the real sector of the economy? How much of this loan get to the real sector, the industrial sector? Because when you talk about loans that are given to real sector, they never run bad, except something unforeseeable happens. But you find out that most of these are insider abuse loans. What Soludo, as CBN governor, cleaned up that led to the annihilation of some banks then has come up again. That is exactly what is going on. Insider abuse, there was a particular MD of a bank that had a house built and he was letting it out to the same bank where she presides at ridiculous amounts, almost like 20 times the prevailing market value of that accommodation. Some of these MDs were giving loans to directors and their cronies without collateral. So loans like that are likely, in most cases, going to go bad. So rather than go to the direction of praising Cardoso, I'd rather go into that. Let Cardoso do a cleanup of these so-called bad debts. The ones that are supposed to be referred to AMCON, let him refer it to AMCON to sort out. Not just closing the gap. Because these are depositors' money. Your 1 naira, my 5 naira, your 10 naira makes up this particular loan that is going down the drain. So the CBN should do something about it in collaboration with NDIC.
Yes, I think there were a lot of insider abuses, during in the banking sector.
In 2005.
Yes, in 2005, and up until you recall that there was a Access Bank. You recall how Access Bank acquired
Intercontinental Bank.
As at the time,
Erastus Akinbola's bank.
Yes, as at the time, Access Bank acquired Intercontinental. AIG, the MD of Access Bank, was indebted heavily.
Yes.
To Intercontinental.
Yes. In fact, Intercontinental was supposed to be a bigger bank to access.
To Access Bank,
Yeah.
So
it's
all of that, it sucks in, and so many things. Bad loans, friends, families, cronies.
That's it.
Even in Diamond Bank,
Yes,
Diamond Bank
of
had
course.
to go down because
Of course.
of lots of insider abuses. If Cardoso is around, and with these loans, these bad loans, it's a lot, it's a lot. And so if to answer the question I asked directly, how it affected the real sector.
Real sector, yes.
Of course, it wouldn't. It wouldn't affect the real sector.
No, what I said, it affected the real sector.
How it affected it?
How it
impacted? How it impacted?
No, it's not how it impacted it. What I'm saying is, how much of this loan gets to the real sector to boost the real sector of the economy, which is the engine of growth.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
don't give it. They don't give.
They give to their cronies.
Yes.
And when you go to BOI, Bank of Industry, now Bank of Industry is also supposed to be some kind of a buffer, to give support to in the industrial sector. How much of that gets to the real industrialists?
Exactly.
And the SMEs. I keep talking about SMEs.
You know what banks do these days? Banks will give traders loan and monitor that money through letter of credit approved to the manufacturer in Europe or Asia, and monitor from the port to the landing of that commodity in Nigeria, and then appoint their staff to the warehouse to be collecting money and paying directly to the bank, so that in 3 months, whatever loan you are given, you are paying back with interest.
Okay, so
it's a short-term loan they give.
Okay, short-term loan they give, but
that will not help the economy.
But it's a measure of control for their own business.
You see, banks should give loan to real sector, long-term loans for the real sector, because how many people can a trader employ? The average trader does not need more than 5-10 people. But the real sector, a factory can employ 1,000 people.
Yes.
So you are creating employment.
That is why we have the Bank of Industry. That's why we have...
Bank of Industry is just an interventionist organization. But the real bulk of money, how much can Bank of Industry give out? It's just like a palliative thing. But we have almost 27 banks now, with the new ones that are springing up. Now, these 27 banks, imagine if together they pool resources and give out like 10 trillion, which they have the capacity to give. On a long-term basis to the real sector. You can imagine the corridors of Abia, Imo, Oyo, Ogun, Katsina. Factory will spring up. Today now, if you travel along Lagos-Ibadan Express, you see factories springing up. But unfortunately, you hardly see Nigerian factories springing up. These are Chinese factories.
Okay. So, but the thing about local industrialization is that, that banks necessarily don't give startups long-term money.
We're not talking about SMEs.
No. What I mean is the long-term money for industrialization. The industries have to be doing well first.
It is the banks that will help the industry to do well.
And that is what I'm telling you.
And you know where they got it all wrong? You see, insurance should be a bigger player in the economy than the banking sector.
The insurance companies also invest in banks.
Do you know
Because
that
when they collect
in most advanced countries, insurance companies own banks?
Okay.
But here in Nigeria, the reverse is the case.
Companies.
And that's why everything is upside down. Because the insurance has capacity to shore up risk. And that risk will be held down by the insurance company for the bank to be able to give, knowing that there's a safety net.
Insurance companies have bankable funds.
Yes.
They put in banks.
That is what I'm saying.
My point here is that if we are talking about industrialization, to build up industries, the industry has to be there first, set up until 10, 20.
What about the ones that have been set up that are dying?
Now, exactly the point. Now, the banks are afraid of putting in money there, not because they are not interested in investing long term.
They are never interested.
No, but
banks don't want. No. Banks want to declare profit every year.
No, but because these companies are not making profits because of the inflation in the economy. So will you expect the bank to dump in money in a corporation they know that is likely to fold up in the next 6 months?
The same cry of inflation that will prevent industries that are local from thriving. It's the same economy that you have Indians and Chinese setting up companies.
Now Indians come in.
With their phones.
India come in with their phones.
Then
single-digit interest rates.
That's what I'm saying.
Which we don't have here.
Now, what we're saying here is, if government is intentional, government has a supervisory role on these banks, that they should be part of growing the economy by giving out long-term loans.
No, the only way they can do that is by reducing the interest rate. Make it single digit. Because they are the ones that said the MPR, the central bank, banking committee.
The bankers committee is made up of the central bank governor and all the MDs of the banks.
Yes, but it is the CBN that sets it.
You see, the point is, government needs to come down heavily on these banks.
No, what the government needs to do is to reduce the interest rate so that banks, when they put it there, industrialists will be able to access it. Like we just talk about the Chinese and the Indians now, who come in with their own funds, single digits sometimes, and they are long term, so they're able to, they have flexibility, which we don't have here.
All right then. Well, that will be a good place to leave that conversation as we take a few more headlines and then wrap up newspaper review. Ebonyi, these headlines are from Newsday, First Daily, I beg your pardon. Ebonyi acquires 3 aircraft, moves to launch state airline. Okay. All right then. And some other headlines here. Kiyama accuses Atiku of using Obi for political gains. Bandits, Tinubu promises growth, lower inflation, improved security in 2026. And yes, of course. Yes, these are some of the major headlines there. Shock Ekiti, Plateau Governor Muftuang. Shock exit, I beg your pardon. Plateau Governor Muftuang dumps PDP. So, yeah, those are a few headlines.
For Muftuang, it's not a shock. He announced it long ago now. That
of course not. And he made preparations for this day.
For this day. And to Ebonyi State, acquiring 3 aircraft. They say it's about 30 billion naira or what, acquiring aircraft. Well, they built an airport. They built an
airport that has not functioned for like 2 years.
No, they want to start functioning.
No, they want to function.
So probably they will put one, Lagos, Abakaliki, another one.
Abuja.
No, it mustn't go to Abakaliki now. Another one could be Lagos, Abuja. They want to compete. It's an airline. They want to compete in the industry. I wish them well.
Okay, it will be Lagos, Abuja, yes, because that's where the traffic is.
Probably Lagos, Port Harcourt, or Abuja, Port Harcourt. So in all of that, they start with governors. While you are building airports and opening airlines, and there's Enugu Air too. I don't know how they are doing. You should also remember that. Look, you need to have a cluster of. In fact, there should be connecting rail lines.
Connecting rail lines.
All the states of the southeast, so that people could move freely without having to put pressure on the roads and all of that. So that when somebody flies from, If I fly from Lagos here to Abakaliki, I should be able to enter into a train and go to my own part of Abia State that is close to Abakaliki and all of that. It makes it easier for everybody.
Go and buy CNG bus.
No, the trains would just be perfect. Perfect.
Yes, perfect.
I said, let him go and buy CNG bus.
Alex Oti did. Alex Oti has a couple of them in Abia State.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the conversation. Newspaper review, and Daily Fanimo, season reporter, and Chukwuma Okoro also used to be an editor before he delved into presentation.
And those are journalists.
So there you have it. There you have it. Well, I am Moses Humphrey, but Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political
and I'll be
Lens.
joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. There's a big story here. Now, we hear that a faction of the ADC says, look, P2B are not welcome to ADC. That would be a major topic of discussion. And we also hear that, look, Akpabio has forgiven Natasha and every other person that defended him. Well, this is 2026. We'll look into all of that. Join me then.
Starting on a clean slate.
Quite interesting.
All right, then. I'm Moses Humphrey. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Not every time when they start, people will know say they don't start their show. Inflation will reduce further in 2026. I say talk on. Show don't start. If you start to talk Happy New Year, not go say bad. Because people they tell me say man also talk say happy celebration. Say what have you saved? I say I've saved my life. So Sunderland yesterday, y'all go stop Arsenal. Go stop Man City. Can't give Arsenal hope. Arsenal not play match yesterday, but a good day for Arsenal. I did tell you. I see Mukele. When I see Granit Xhaka, 33 years, the man will be say recruit that Granit Xhaka come back to Premier League. God will bless him. Not be saying me a Sunderland fan, but if you see good to me, you appreciate him. Waiting me see yesterday, I surprised say email. I say Sunderland. I even yesterday Xhaka get Godfather approach. If I tell and I don't believe. When that match first started, they watch the tempo, na energy. They only pursue and see up. When check your Ranger there for check your the try. Master the try. But as I see Xhaka, wait. They say Xhaka, they ask all those boys, say, how are you? How is your family? How is your wife? How is your wife? They go say, okay. You know why they ask them? So if you're a wife, they get issue, now don't get physical mentality approach. They don't say won't play the match. Xhaka now they trust, they say, see, they give them orientation. Anytime when you look, they see Xhaka. You look back, they see him every time, he's there everywhere. Now that kind of player, they need. And they go sign Xhaka, and Xhaka make phone call, say, how far Mukele, where you there? You know Mukele? Carry Mukele come Premier League. He talk on for interview, they go check him for Sky, I did there. He carry Mukele, come back now. Let me say, come Premier League. May they straight to Sunderland. I'm not sure say that if you go relegation now. I'm not sure. Because they're too good. You only give fiscal, you only say, shoot, Master himself, the surprise. Guardiola not going to talk too much. Mukele job mark Haaland like say the one money, house rent, he never pay. You know, say without post, Haaland is nobody. Haaland need post, need score goal. But that Mukele just all outside. Not get a chance. Not see ball play. I can't watch them. I say, who be this Sunderland? How they tell they do them? They never lose any match for home side. Now Arsenal now they jubilate now, they celebrate now, 4 points not clear now. You just like everything they work in place for Arsenal because Arsenal never to tell you talk about Arsenal. Because what Arsenal do, I see that match. What's that you take win Aston Villa? You go give them line, give them pressing. Declan Rice not there. Marquis coin challenge, I'm doing that come out. You say Aston Villa we just shoot them. But 3 weeks ago, maybe say they win Arsenal. Now say just say come back now. That one if you go everywhere they train now. They sit down and say I'm doing that. You say that tray, put on pocket. Megales not the year word. You go they doing own now. So if you follow Premier League where you're not seeing as it be, Arsenal night top 2025. Now Arsenal night top 2020 champions of 2025. So Arsenal just there on top everywhere. I don't know why I want to go now. But more they look. But you know if you start this show, they say now radio station now media now you play Sunderland anthem. If you do it now, my friend will tell you I'll flag you. My friend will from YouTube. But when you leave on one side, when you just jump enter. I know if we do this show, say I not say congratulations to Sunderland because that draw be like a win for them. When I watched them play yesterday, I say, EML, this team good to go. I don't know the kind of resilience and the point. I don't know how to say one. They say physicality from beginning to end, they pursue City. Me like Aki, I get special love for Aki. Get one mistake, Aki, I say, God, me no mistake. Because the result, you go their way. That they call Sunderland. So, when you give them respect, say, if you see Sunderland, they come now, they don't stop us now. If you say that way they call robbery, score that goal now, the story for different. But Man City, they don't know to talk. They say, it's just a game. But media people, these are media work, we too talk. Which time say best because they ask Guardiola a question, say, Guardiola, how you play now? Maresca don't come on, Maresca not the game, I don't son, that you like, you see how you see her. Guardiola look at her and say, no, they ask me, not be Chelsea. Maresca, my guy, we don't say, my boy, you understand? But not go they ask me, say, no. Now, Chelsea question. I'll be sitting now. Yes, more just jump enter. More enter Premier League matter. Now, we see this one. Say more talk now. Premier League, Chelsea that will play Man City on Sunday without Enzo Maresca. Bros, if you talk, say Maresca not try for Chelsea, you be enemy of progress. When I hypocrisy will call you, I know that I won't call you. If you say Maresca, you'll see Maresca. See, coach, you'll be saying that. That'll be world class to say. I don't want to talk. I change. I don't want to know when I work class, no work class. But Maresca cannot be that kind of top coach. You understand? Based on start and everything. From who know him before. We know him. You understand? If do some small things, he follows on coaches. But he try. I see, we'll give him record. I see how many games they don't play. We cannot come full. If you look at that record finish, you know, say 2 trophies. This one, the record is over. I see record. 92 games. For coach, you say get this level. See the level he did, 92 games, 55 wins, 2 trophies. Maresca. He don't go manage that, don't go win 2 trophies now. Just for see, 2 trophies in just a season and a half. Okay, season and a half like be. Now, as Chelsea boss, because he qualified Chelsea for Champions League. See, we know Chelsea record normally. We know, say, under Abramovich that time. Understand? If not to do it, you go as. Mikel talk and say, with the train now, fly, helicopter don't come from up now. Benetton, so you take go, we know. But more talk through as your play. The real matter, Chelsea in a big club. Sometimes people don't understand. See, not they carry the talk and say, me not be Chelsea fan, me not be Arsenal, me not be any club fan. But Chelsea in a big club, we not need to fear them. Their record not be here. Record not set. Many clubs not be set down till Jesus come. And they tell you true. Because this Chelsea team and they look now, we go to say Chelsea, they are small, they are not good. Chelsea, not, see, the figures, they need that leadership quality. See the team where they talk now, they did discipline. Okay, now on Sunday now, they get hope now, they do money in the bank, waiting for midfield, they show say don't make a better player, Dorian. You go pursue, you go anywhere. You know, what do you call him? Caicedo, Abi? Now Caicedo now not play now against City. That way they call Mini Rodri, Nicolas Gonzalez, Nico Gonzalez, they go get small knock, they call Rodri, they play ball. I watched City yesterday, I say, yeah, if Chelsea see drop, and I'm just thank God. Because all I know, Chalobah, Haaland, the call, go score goal. So the thing now, if you say Chelsea now, if you use Rosinho, we never know, because Rosinho they do well for Strasbourg, I never know, get connected with Luco. But the news now be say, Chelsea don't go part ways now with Enzo Maresca. So no Maresca, but that Sunday match, now they want to play. All those boys, they like her. He can't even go come on against Bournemouth, then we all change. We were the shot. Say, why not come on this coach? Why come on this coach? Why come on Kopama now? You the shot now. You get like, but you supposed to take a deep breath. I play. Now Maresca don't go now. Our chefs want to do, I mean, never know. But we just wish the best of luck if they feed one. Our team will be say we know say them good. They get potential. They can't contract the girl those boys. Me they ask say, thought boy, I think they do one. Nicolas Jackson now, do you think he like what he's going through? See what I tell you, you get players, you see the contract. Because Moody going to do gym now, you know contract again. I've been a power increase. Nicolas Jackson, Enzo Fernandez, all of them can say the contract long. But they're she, very bad boys for area they call by their Chile. Their contract long. And that one, you get advantage, you get disadvantage. The advantage is if you want to buy them, you buy them, buy contract, join. But the advantage is if you want to buy, you don't live out expectation, you don't lose now. You don't do your business, you don't lose because you pay them. You pay them. More just to jump for that news based on Chelsea matter and Premier League news. We don't give a update now. More talk about already console AFCON. I say I'll tell you this news. We might tell you now you just play now. I don't know where you for they watch me so, but I want to tell you this one now. Mozambique players. Mozambique. Hey. See, I don't know how to give this information now, but we'll do conversation now based on money matter. Mozambique team now don't go, they don't offer them now 500,000 medicals. And not medicine, they call it, not medicals, they call it. So now there will not be naira 500,000 medicals. So it's not medicals. I have to call, I don't know the Mozambique level, but I want to tell you now, me going to carry calculate the press of my phone, not shake on. Man, know how much it be for naira. This shake on, for that naira matter, 11.3 million naira. He will beat Nigeria on Monday. Round of 16, they come. I don't see. It's not my portion. It's not my portion. Don't me say not be your portion. If it happen to you, I tell you, God forbid not they work. See them. And if you know Mozambique, I tell you, they be like Portugal boys. You see Mozambique, you see Angola, they speak Portuguese. Now they won't go play. Now I'm telling you the update now. You play now. Their president they call Daniel Francisco Chapo. He don't make this up. I say he don't praise the members of Mozambique. Say they make it around of 16 for Morocco. Now the country head of state. You know, say we the call our president, head of state, and then that time ready for Nigeria. The man I don't go see head of states now. Can't give a better message to the players and the coaching team. Say they praise their performance for this tournament. Say they try. The president can go see call their achievement remarkable because they did worthy of recognition. He said they make the whole country proud. Nigeria and they hear me so. Super Eagles, now you there? I will tell you about Super Eagles now because the guarantee your player like now to inspire their team, because this Sokar report now say their president don't announce say an extra bonus 500,000 for every player and member of the coaching team if they will be Nigeria. They say, is there anything money cannot do? Now they talk, Abi. Now, because they talk, say the whole country, they support the team. And they did sure, say they will beat Nigeria. All these results they get, and they're not the fear. We give Tanzania 2-1, not been a force. Now get mine to talk. I'm going Tanzania not supposed to score Nigeria 2-1. Because they play, so we don't get hope. Go meet, how they call them? Tunisia people. 3-2. We they concede in our own. Normally, to score is open. Now we they call go. Bring it on. Nigeria match now go. You're going to play. She said, wait, you think that Claire Davido to play that bet? Davido, go play bet. How much you put that time? $25,000. I mean, we win almost $92,000. Now money be that one now. Now that match that they come out on Monday and they go play for Complacent Sportive Defense. If you like a Complete Sportive Defense, your make sense. And on January 5, money matter. See, for Benin that year, with the corner Orukwe, money matter. Money they give up. Now, Africa boys have a dress. See, the dress over. Mozambique and Nigeria. When I saw that, I said Mozambique. Boutique, check. I don't know those things. English. Whenever say school has come, I lie you. No mind them. Mozambique. If not be school, I don't tell you Mozambique. Mozambique. So, congratulations in advance to them first, because they don't try. But if they do, me your like and they try. Say motivation to win Super Eagles not easy. Quality, all them see me, all them look man. If say Richard now will carry on invest, you come and give me the whole get results. Me I fear that match, but I never know where I want to be because they will speak Portuguese. You sabi, they hear Portuguese where we will speak. We will go. Osimi say leave and pitch will speak. But then, but we also jump come up for that news. Which one they now? Motor in a Super Eagles now. They see in our business as usual. We they train. The Oyibo call it closed door training. Closed door training not only when they get COVID or Ebola. Closed door training, we say, you know, not see what they do. They say now business as usual. Now just for this new year, they don't do this as I the phone and the young, so when I go check out, they train, not be watching, not be see them. Based on Mozambique Round 60 match, they close door. Nobody go fit. They call an epic battle. Not fit see them. Today be Friday, so the team now they train as I the phone and the young so. Now who they tell us this news? Now I want to know. If not be promised a folk be media officer, I want to know. Who am I to know? Promise the folk now they tell us now say Richard say you need to prepare. Say you want to prepare a team based on the match they console. He say you don't want any form of distraction. Nobody may not disturb me. I want to concentrate and I want to do my job. And Richard Blas say don't know what they play now. Richard don't know say Richard don't know say all these people they call NFL they not get joy. Say if you not do well, if he sack you. But I'll tell you now in feet, I wait you don't do it. Richard you said they try. So Super Eagles now going to enter Monday AFCON round of 16 clash with Mambas of Mozambique. Supremely confident. I don't want to play that match. I never know. But when I get this record, say they never lose to any Southern African in 5 meetings. You know geography, Abi? You go school now, Atlas, go check out geographical areas. Understand? You can see the Western Indian. Understand? Say Super Eagles never lose to Southern Africans in 5 meetings. Now we say we get record. But I don't know say to say I have a Caribbean con show today because I don't reach I don't ring bell. I don't know how to forget the bell from my pocket that time. Not say follow me come here. I want ring bell for NFF. If they not do well, we go talk. If they do well, we yarn. We not to get you for NFF matter. I talk. I say they run our football like politics. Nigerian Football Federation. Not beside they carry talk. If I talk now, they say carry him, take him to Abuja, carry him, unlock me. And they tell, the way I say they do the football thing, I don't like him. I don't run football matter now. They turn football now. Football now not some politics. Now maybe they talk and say, go hard for me to see Nigerian politician. Maybe say go be my role model. You go hard. You go hard for me to see Nigerian politician. Maybe they don't get self-interest. You go hard. Whether they me no ask me. Now we get news they want give now based on NFF matter, and I like this one. Based on say I not get better to Tanana, them you clap for them. I like what they do. This time around, you go to clap. Just a clap. Because, see, NFF not go set target for a chair and company, they know. Say, you get what for do. Based on the expected things, based on the AFCON knockout stage. But I'll tell you now, news where you play now. Nigeria will not just qualify to round of 16 based on saying a small team. We talk with 100% record. So, you just do that one, that go get achieving feat. For that match, only that one alone, each player, Nigeria get money. Each player, $15,000 bonus and they give them for reward. I say, okay. We both go say not fair enough. But now the majority of the players, they talk say the money now rich. The money feel big for you when they hear me so, but yes, super good player. Now money they play for Thursdays. 9 NFF 9 the end. The Nigerian film not finish. For the Nigerian NFF now, super good NFF can't go reach agreement. I like this one. It's sweet me totally my body. They can't go reach agreement. After they go negotiate, finish, they go increase the bonus money. Now from initial $15,000, they don't go double the money now into $30,000. So all the players now, hey, you're picking up play ball, you miss. So if you feel say your football age don't allow you, you can. If you are still young, you can understand. Football good though. $30,000. Don't say too big, but based on Nigeria to talk and do what they do before for NFL, Nigeria Football Federation, even the NFA that time. Now they don't say don't double the money now from $50,000 enter $30,000. The money sweet me. Now let me say me carry the talk now. Another proposed deal because you see the inside. Because the federation now, they say for every goal when they score, they give them $5,000. For every goal. I say this record not there on the own. Nobody say super. I don't enjoy because the previous edition we say they get percent. Not because they do one like that. This one come about. This one like they talk and they do one once. NFF and I don't try for this one. I'm not too like it. I don't miss. I not talk. This one I don't like. I don't become my friend just today. I don't know how I go till last. If you want me, I won't say alive. Just try to do one way because so far the Super Eagles don't score 8 goals for group stage. Only group stage. More people do the maths together. We'll share can. We score Tanzania 2, Abi. You give Uganda how many? You give Uganda 3. You do your maths now, 3 plus 2. Now, small, we done like this 1, 2, 3, 4. Put that together. That's why I give you 5. Now, we say career for jail. When we go catch Uganda, you know what you give the other cranes? They be like train the cranes. We give Uganda. We give Uganda 3-1. So you go plus 5, enter 3, now you give you 8. So based on the result where they don't do now, Super Eagles news, they don't score 8 goals. And now they follow on the young, so no. These boys, they don't see $40,000. And when you go talk, there's still more to come. This Super Eagles matter, NFF, now they try now, talk and do now they like. I will not see, now maybe they talk Nigerian politicians, understand? Because when we connect this news to Nigerian politicians, because they give us manifesto when they manifest. 2027 they come, so we not use your head. I don't like Nigeria, I don't like no, understand? Because at the first one, you know why? They give us something on the last. I just take me back of rice every sale shop. Back of rice will be big, now half. I'm not. They give 5K, they jump up. Just say your fish, all move. Come, take kororo, take oil. You go eat and cook. Food not finished. I play now. I don't tire. David go to dress like don't come from Namibia. See, Super Eagles, I want to tell you now, I'm not trying to buckle up. I'm not showing myself, say, NFF they try now, I'm not just try now because me not they sing their praise now, they give them a shout now, they give them a shout out. Me not they just try, $30,000 I'll be here. So if you say that the women match, you give us a kind of sound. If you not score goal, you're not going to tell me this one. I'm not telling me. Even if it's a good ready for, be not tell me this one. Your break now, if you now, they tell me, no. Nobody tell me. $40,000. You know that. Don't say they go share them. Make that go 1 year, you can score. 1, 2. Now 10. So the more they score, the more they give them the money. Tell now Rich Mo, you come for this news. Richard, my guy, God will bless you for the work they do. More look, enter Victor Osimhen matter. Osimhen, the talks that they like now, they like him. Victor Osimhen. You like him, be? You know, he said we respect any team that scales through. We are not scared of anybody. It will mean a lot, not just to me, but to the whole country, the whole team, the whole Nigeria. He said, don't say, where this trophy comes. He said, the boys, everything, say we give our best for training, say we pass, we do everything, we send clear message. Say we come Morocco now, we from Nigeria come Morocco now, we from our club come Morocco now, not just a look face, we come win trophy. The message clear. It's clear. 9 points from opening 3 games. Bros, may you talk through now. If you want to tell yourself true, may you talk through now, true. They try. Now this year now, they don't say we finalists for last one. I've come with Morocco, where we say Ivory Coast, what they 3-4. Now Super Eagles now they play and they go small. Round of 16 now, Mozambique now won't go play. Now Victor Smith they give us message and say we don't get carried away by the hype. So Victor Smith they say no matter how they hype them now, say they bother them. Say they get a lot of work to do. Say we are going game by game, not letting each win get us carried away. Now leadership quality be this one. Oh. This one now. Okpolo. That's how use your head. Use your head. Try to use your head like a galley. Galley na senior brother for area. They know. Now, may I tell you now. As you they play so, see the news now, Steven website don't play 87 minutes. For that match you don't play against Poput side. Because chair get some kind of see if coach do it, I just give some kind of credit because me no Osimhen 87 minutes I play for that match. And to get your look at if you not play this how it comes so. They for not put blame on Eric Chair. You don't decide they get mind. I don't give advice. Because to get that much than a suspension, I know play games with Mozambique. But Osimhen talk sort of say I like. They come and look there and say I can't question the coach tactics. I love you question coach. He said if you want me to play, I'll go there now. If you put me for bench, I'll go sit there now. Me others play. He said I'm okay with that too. He said I don't care about yellow card. He said I have to accept the call. I just do what I needed to do. And when it was time to get off the pitch, I did. No, see me they talk. Eric Chair on the train, they do coaching, players rotation. Eric Chair for your man, I don't talk to you. Don't talk to eh? No be like a club, we don't change that. You don't change. Now let me even tell you now, I'm Master Basoji. Ebenezer can still pay for Pisa from Inter Milan alone. Salim Fago and Cyril Deza, they don't get meaning, they don't say injury. Now then people will never play ball. But with 8-man squad. Coach don't say try. Get accolade. You understand? Coach don't say try. You know if you make coach, they do can't change like that. Everyone don't play much small. But no matter the kind of credit I'll give, she not be give credit reach MFA. You know MFA? You know No. Now be Ivory Coast coach. He changed 10 players for last match they win against Gabon. I said I take one. When he looked back, everybody said all the over, then I called Diallo, Ahmad can't change everywhere. Everywhere all makes sense. Every couple of say all Declan Rice. I play now, you get Merino for inside your pocket. Everywhere all makes sense. Let me say you're going to celebrate now. You see that Ivory Coast team, and they used to look 10. And they look 10. Unnecessary. Say they change game for her. Say cool for fun, and they look there. Conan, you do want to go, no, say not good though. Zaha call the way number 10. I say don't. You see Ivory Coast, and they use style. Like one eye, you know one eye, I can't see not to get experience too much. I mean, I'm mad. That might always show people say, yeah, I'm me, I'm mad. I know you have a con. Not be say if I talk, I'm not talk about the Senegal. We'll talk about Senegal, but see these two teams now. You have small connection. See Khalidou Koulibaly now for Senegal, now get collect red card. They don't miss it. Sudan, I want to do. See, when I'm small, they tell you get everything with the talk. That time was small. Me the talk and I went folk way. For any area, the talk and for Agbasa talk and. So the person you feel beat, you don't need to tell God may he help you. You understand how they go? I pass you. I don't mean no know. The guy with the video they do African news, they work for here with us. You see trouser we wear today, Bungolo. If you see trouser, be like, not before African news. You do African things. African people don't send us something. You get from for Kenya, understand? That DVD, get what they talk about they like. Now you get anybody you see where you that make you hashtag tag DVD. He say football is like biscuit. He say football is like biscuit, you can crack from anywhere. He they talk on. No, nobody na DVD get on, keep on for her. After I call this one, post on status, me get you. But I tell you, you see this one DVD, Ross Novels, this one there. Me, I know where I don't crack from. Sudan. How Sudan want to qualify against Senegal? How? Sudan. Say Sudan beats Nigeria team for Chan. Not me say go, hey. Football, I respect football. So because I respect football, anything can happen. Understand? But bros, how they think on Sudan to win Senegal for round of 16. That means African football don't change. You get another walkover, I don't play again. Tanzania. Let me I love the laugh. Can Tanzania win Morocco? Me not see Perry now. Me not see Perry now. Me not see Perry now. Me not always see I more day close and y'all day there. Yeah, son. Too sweet me to stand. You say? And I said when I see Perry now, I don't see round of 16 to cut off right now. They find we win at 38. Mali, Tunisia. Bros, make a young sharply analyze this before I enter the next story. Where we say the next story wanted Nigeria to play Mozambique. How want to play all those things. Now, we don't okay, now be the news. So round of 16, Nigeria they play Mozambique. Now see more talk through, more tell ourselves true. This Tunisia. Shout out to all the African, not African team. They don't say try. Tunisia, they don't say try. Nobody they top but Algeria and Egypt, they try. But see, more you talk true. I don't know Mali they do 1-1, 1-1, 0-0. You qualify at round of 16. One of the underrated team in Mali, Koulibaly or the Ibisuma, they're good. Now I don't know if I want to believe her, but me now, I keep this record. My mind they tell me say Mali go collect result for Tunisia, and they tell you I don't know I want to play, but if he said like that. But Senegal, Sudan, Yoruba go say na Sokwe law, and I'm sure television change that game. Then Egypt and Benoit, in as much as they respect Genetro. My black say don't go. I don't know. Mamouche, Salah. Actually, now you they see they're good though. They're good, but Genetro, they're lighter. All those boys, all those. See now, Nigerian players every say space not there to play for national team. I go to national for Benin Republic, because chance not they Benin at the corner Benin Republic. So if you ask me now, Egypt go struggle, but they'll get that result. But again, the team get compacted. Now, the next match ready for your list for your table now they call them CIV. With CIV, no HIV. They call them Côte d'Ivoire, Ivorians, Ivory Coast. They come play against Burkina Faso. Shout out to their legend, Bansi, where to find. Number 15. If you know her, you know her. Now, if you look this record, so you see this match now they come so on the 6th of January, you also say na better match. I know I don't want to play. Burkina Faso good though. But based on exposure wise and everything, Ahmad they come. Zaha they for one side they come. Kese won't play through pass they come. Sekou for fun I know the year were too big, he gets straight like Aturi. Black say don't go. Ivory Coast will come out for me. I'm going to give. Now, round of 16, the biggest match so far, if you follow this game, we're now Algeria, Congo. Not call me Kizike Buku because not expired. Last year expired. Just 2 days ago. Now, if you ask me, I'll tell you the truth. Say, this one where they see, so Algeria, it be like say, this is a weird talk. Now, weird talk. But it might be the end of the road. Now, who did that again? I just talk, not say Algeria not win, no matter if they there, but this Congo today compacted. Bakambu, Mbuku, Mashwaku, Wan-Bissaka. You see them? They're good though. They're good. But Algeria they try. When I say they picking they find clean sheet. In Papa travel all the way from Bodo come Morocco, they watch that match. So they picking just they try for that pose. But more jump enter Nigeria match on Monday. Complex sportive defense. Nigeria, Mozambique. It be like match also go score. But Nigeria will concede. Nigeria will do what? Concede. Now, RSA, South Africa, Bafana. The only connection I get with them and Lesotho on my forehead. All them can Ghana, Mungazi, they both home Wakena. Understand? Sitole, Kekana, Mbule. I too like that. I know it two make sense. Now, the big, okay. Well, if it doesn't have biggest match, this one, but me, I feel say the big match now, Nigeria, Congo. Not be say on paper by name and qualifiers and the record, you give South Africa and Cameroon, but me don't choose my own, you get your own to choose. Now, South Africa, Cameroon. I'll just give credit to Cameroon first of all, because they don't get some kind of player. Other example, and Gisa. Abuba cannot do there, or none are not there. The way they change, get on them more, they try. More give them some kind of serious small record. So South Africa, Cameroon, if you ask me who go win, my brother is 12. Wait till me 12. Afiz, what is 12? What is 12? He said anybody can win. Then the last one, he don't go. He's gone. Bro, smooth touch, we don't go. The last one I don't finish. I'm not sure say they go fit Duan. I'm not sure say Tanzania go fit Duan. I'm not sure. No be say no disrespect. Tanzania, this is the end of the road. I'm sorry. They not fit do and they not get anything to offer to Morocco because as they look Morocco, I say no matter what Ibrahim Diaz play, no fit start match for Real Madrid. Did they try? A small. But I'm not sure. Okay, mostly enter open confession. Before we talk about this one now, buy a share. More your sharply roll enter break now. More go buy something for market now. We not waste time. Now they come back. When we just buy something, we'll come back. When I deal with us, we come. Just shake one like this. Now, person when don't understand television work. Now your director will tell you saying 3, 2, 1, cue. Standing by, you stand up. You not go past camera. When you come out, they give you noted. I play. You just start to train wait to say second. Noted for. More just run. Eric Chell, Franco Malian, you know my guy. I want to talk. I'm more just give some credit based on say you don't say try. The round of 16, not easy. Eric Chell, my guy. Round of 16, he talks say it's a lot of pressure. But based on a pigeon, na pressure. He said for sure, he said, I'm not fascinated by that. He said, since when you chair come, say you don't already get enough pressure. He said, he feel good. You know, I feel good because the town is perfect. He said, I feel good because the hotel is perfect. He said, I feel good because the atmosphere is perfect. Now he can talk, say, he dey give a calmer approach for touchline. Say he don't dey matured. And Richard say the way they see him before they do that man's job. Say different from now. Now we say they pour water for head. Now they don't pour water for head. They say don't get calm mind. Say don't dey calm. Say now say the approach on touchline dey calmer to compare to the previous tournament experience. In context now focus on daily work. When we quote Eric Chen, you know he talk. He say we are calm. And if you watch the game, I think I'm calmer than the last AFCON. I try to stay focused during the game. Only one game at a time. He said, I have my vision. Sometimes it is very good. Sometimes it's very bad. That is football. We work every day and the team works hard. Now we can go do indoor training so that you cannot see them. Now Eric Shea matter with that. Eric Shea not talking on I see this so and so. So indoor training makes sense. He try, and that's not true. Coach Ebi say, see, Abolo, no disrespect. Coach Ebi say they pour water for your head. Coach, when they pour water for your head for, when they manage Mali, and not forget that match against Ivory Coast. He try. You not believe him. Now Ivory Coast can go win that match, now can go carry Nations Cup. They not able to play anything for that Nations Cup. But based on team resilience, they sack Gasset, that coach, they sack him. Now they look, see. Look back at your drawing board. Now let me say, okay, all this drawing board come T square, no P square. No, that's that. Look back. Ivory Coast FA. Look. Say, Gasset, you need to go. As Gasset come out, who can we call? He say, MFA, take over. That was the story. And so in life, all change. MFA now one of the best coaches in Africa. I follow. You don't win the Nations Cup now. I play. If you don't like him. Shout out to those who be say no like me. Because that's what it be. Now life. You might not like him. It didn't work. It makes sense. I beg, from one story to the other, more talk about Lookman. Give him respect. African Player of the Year for which year? 2024, abi? They don't collect him for here now. Akim don't collect him. But Lookman, they try to show say, I know what I'm doing. Super Eagles for Lookman don't officially they crowned as the highest rated player for this Nations Cup. A fitting reward for group stage campaign. He got to get this record now. But according to leading football analytics platform, the guess so far, the girl who scored. The Atlanta player, they don't top on as AFCON rating, player rating chart. He has standing record now 8.36. Then you go play some of several continental biggest names for the matter now. He get influence. The influence game. Now big player with that. But he never finished for there. Algeria captured the Riyad Mahrez. Can't follow the record. It cost second. Yeah? See person rating, 8.59. People do this in the no football. Because if you look man, they put Lucas Zidane, they try you. See, this is the perfect one. See, one of the first time for African football, they not do Joro. Because Lookman, they're quiet, but the moment they shake. It might be quiet, you know, they understand. But the moment, the time when you take deliver your team, you give one guy dance here, barrage, and go outside, chain it, we left. Salah, when we say they're there, the time when they need and I they deliver. And it's not, are you watching him? Now go play draw yesterday with Leeds United. From point to run up and that, but trash. I have no disrespect, I heard the talk. Now, Salah 8.40 at 8.40. Then Riyad Mahrez, South American player. How many did they now? Now they don't dominate. 1, 2, 3. Look at Zidane. Zidane picking there. So all Zidane should they play, but no matter how they take play, nothing like that, papa. Riyad Mahrez, 8.32. Amad Diallo, that boy, I don't know how far they will go, but that boy must make AFCON first 11. Nobody could drag that position with him so far. But if he end as they go, Salah to the other side, but Diallo will come. The way Diallo to the place, Diallo really cannot play. You know, see Salah. Salah, one of the prayer points now, you want to win AFCON. They are the king of African football. 7 times. Cameroon will be 5. Now see Diallo, 8.2. 8.25, then Lucas Zidane. So now the record be that. But look, man, nobody let tell the story. People say not get anything to lose, based on sensational form. See, man, tell you the truth. Ademola Lookman, na national team player. Ademola Lookman, na tournament. See, difference there. You can be a club player and a national team player. They work. They get club players. They get national team players. So it depends on where you find yourself. Example, club player na Isaac. Not be national team. They score, but understand? So club player. So Lookman a tournament. It's a tournament. See, I'm a tournament player. You understand? Tournaments different from club, you know. In the play of tournament, so you come back in just an appearance. It's with 8-year-old and not deliver 2 goals, 2 assists. Combining sharp finishing with intelligent movement, decisive final passes. In performance now, not just lit up Nigeria attack, now just give us better tune, tactical tune. Eagles fluid, or you work on a high tempo style. For now, one thing they clear for this AFCON, Lookman not just they perform, it is set standard. You understand? You not just they perform, he's doing what? Setting standard. If you like Lookman, he did play well. But again, when we don't talk now, Lebiosu. I mean, Lebiosu. I know it comes now, it makes sense. I want to give this update. Say, in news, it is stable. Report, give us a 1 month injury absent. He could come up for camp, now lie you. Not saying I lie, but the news don't come back and say not be. So he can stay as long as we are still in the AFCON. I'm the able to talk. Combinations, yeah. There's nothing like playing for national team, bro. He said when he tell us he could play for national team, not believe him. Him talking now. He said, I cannot believe it. He said, I almost started crying. I talked to my papa. I bet my friend called me, say something on Instagram. He said, when he's saying the emotion, I said, normally, this guy, he said, normally, they had him, though. You know, they cry. No, they emotional. In my all day. He said, but as I see my name, I begin to cry. Now, he be the second player, and I like what this guy they do. We don't call my guy. We don't call right to side somewhere. When they play right back to say, I like to watch you play, say it's okay. Say the team needs competition. And I'm going to talk about the next story now. How they play now? Understand? Standing by. More talk and I'm going to run. I'm going to talk. If you follow me, you are well for Lagos. You never to tell me talk. See, for radio station, for every blog, we play, they talk about Rafael Onyedika. They talk and talk. Say Onyedika, this one, Onyedika, this one. I'm not saying they carry talk. The boy good though. He good. He dey calm. He sabi play ball. He get sense. He dey read game. Now small boy if he get talent, From where they come, we know the story, we know it matter, we know it. Understand? Very shaken. Whenever I watch and they remember where they come. In grassroots football for Anambra State on the chair, or Zala Football Club, whenever they play that time. And not get you got nothing to do. Look at today, Onyedika story is changed. Onyedika now they cost headache for Richard. Now Richard they think, what do I do? And Richard now they sleep again. I think should I start Onyedika against Mozambique? Because he don't know what he want to do again. But based on coach now, based on Francoman, you know you take pen on one side. Onyedika recommend tell you now your play now. Onyedika now you got become the only Nigerian player where people they include for best 11. You hear me? See, not because they see Onyedika. The only Nigerian player when they include for best 11 compiled by statistics platform. 24 years now your deal. He don't come record the highest individual rating of the round. He's come here. He good though. I don't even give you this jersey. This 300 can for advice. You are going to see why the time. Then I never hear. Better player. Who don't good, don't good. Who don't find. Make up now advert. He play ball die. Now, when I say, wait, man, tell a record about this boy. When I say they carry talk. See, 77 touches. He the visible. They show himself. Anytime he ball, he be like, he call it like Granny Shaka star. See me. Man, they give me ball, man, they play. He gets 77 touches. This boy will get chance. All these kind of players, and they come opportunity come but once. He not say now. See, even if Eric put up for bench next match, Eric come here go to judge him. Shots on target 2, goals 2, accurate long ball 6/6. Waiting they play now. Be this boy again. Accurate passes 70 over 72. But when I want be this one, we don't feel fair exam. Passes into final third. That was a shake on 6. Rafael Onyedika, what tissue ball? You too play, you too get sense. Make a shout out to your grassroots for start to. All the way don't make this boy reach where they God will bless all of them. See, young boy, young player, 6 recoveries, they play ball. I beg you, come on, you too good. I beg. You too good. Ew. They see record. He good. Now, see, this boy. Not so see, you know, when they talk, I say, too hype on. Oh, yeah, the guy is good, but not too hype on. I say, why not too hype on? Men are they hype on our own. If now born are British, they don't say all the report, all the scars, they don't bust everywhere. Now, not be only now. Just see the news. Victor Sime and Lookman, they say added for best 11 for match day 2 of the competition. But for the round, they can enter there. Opportunity. See, when you get chance, I might tell you, see chance, see football, take your chance. For Club Brugge, where they call Club Brugge, it is star match. Club transfer news everywhere won't come out. Say you want to sound on. See, don't be say with the kind of hype man. Who don't find. Who don't make up now advert. Who don't good. He good. See, he gets chance. He utilize them. Coach say this is the opportunity. Take it. The now he can't change for that match. He can't play finish. Now what is the problem? Eric on the sleepwear. He's worried. He's thinking, what do I do? I want to play next match. If I point, he good. He has sent the message clear. He should say, me, Rafael Onyedika. I know where they come from. We good, me, I out there. So, we just give credit. None of that too hyper. So, Onyedika, me, I feel they give you accolade. Just they give us results. They show us workings. So that we talk about it, Onyedika, that's how many people know say good though. But you need that kind of PR. I mean, because if you good, see, you know if you compare Mbappe now, and the follow the talk, I say, you know if you compare Mbappe now and Vinicius Junior. No, they play ball, different players, abi, but PR too much. Harry Kane on the score goal, they don't talk about Sky Sports. When they score, they go talk. I bet Lagos side Arusha match break. I won't come out. I bet might come out. Thank you so much. Now they watch the Friday edition of the show. Now, Sports probably now be this, and our voice of the Boot TV. Now they watch too for Lagos. Now we just see this. So for everybody who watch us for overseas, all the way they watch for Obodo everywhere. God go bless them. Now when see the Nigeria they watch us, me and they hope for say Nigeria feel be Mozambique, go knock that pako. Terry Tab said they learn work. My name is Nakizike. And when I will come back, I go join again with you. Now, but we get meetings with the comment and I'll get anyone else to deal with us with the culture party.
VOP TV, Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Tragedy strikes in Bayelsa as New Year fire outbreak hits 6 states. Lagos Island fire prompts search for missing persons. Sowore to access damage at burnt insurance building. Former Attorney General of the Federation seeks freedom amid money laundering trial. Police pause tinted glass action nationwide. Police hold a driver in Joshua's incidents. In the world of business, CBN move pushes NPLS above safe limits. And in sports, Venus Williams ends AO wild card at 45. In entertainment, rap legend Olamide shuts down mainland with homecoming concert. Now the news in full. New Year celebrations have been marred by a wave of fire outbreak reported in at least 6 states across the country. While most incidents resulted in property damage, a heartbreaking tragedy occurred in Bayelsa State where a young life was lost. In Yenegua, an 11-year-old child died after a fire tore a residential wooden structure on New Year's Day. Fire officials say the blaze was likely caused by a candle left unattended, reminding everyone of how quickly a small flame can turn deadly. In the nation's capital, firefighters spent the early hours of the morning battling a massive fire at Cake Hut restaurant in Wuse. The blaze, which was reportedly triggered by fireworks, cost millions in damages, but was fortunately contained before it could spread to nearby buildings. With the dry Hamilton winds now in full swing, the Federal Fire Service is urging Nigerians to be extremely vigilant. They are advising Nigerians and citizens to switch off all electrical appliances and avoid using fireworks on open flames indoor to prevent further disasters this season. Moving on, traders at Ikotu, axis of Lagos State, are counting their losses this morning after a massive fire tore through a shopping complex in the early hours of New Year's Day. The blaze completely gutted 24 shops, leaving behind a trail of destroyed electronics and charred appliances. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service received a distress call just after midnight and arrived at the scene within 10 minutes. Firefighters from several stations collaborated to contain the flame, preventing the fire from spreading to nearby residential buildings and transport terminals. This latest disaster follows a string of market fires across the state, including the recent blaze at the Arena Market in Oshodi, and the ongoing recovery at the Great Nigeria Insurance Building, all in Lagos State. Officials are growing increasingly concerned about the frequency of these outbreaks during the holiday season. Initial investigation by the fire service suggested that an electrical surge, possibly caused by negligence, triggered the inferno. While millions of naira in goods were lost, authorities have confirmed that no lives were lost in the incidents. Meanwhile, the search for survivors and missing persons is intensifying at the site of the Great Nigeria Insurance Building on Martin Street. Emergency teams have officially opened a dedicated help desk on site to register names of individuals who haven't been seen since the fire broke out on Christmas Eve. Lagos State emergency officials confirmed that rescue operations are still active, with teams using specialized equipment to comb through the debris of the partially collapsed 25-story structure. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State is expected to revisit the scene today for the final assessment before a planned controlled demolition of the building. So far, the tragic incident has claimed at least 6 lives, while a dozen others have been rescued with various degrees of injuries. Responders are working around the clock to address public anxiety as families continue to come forward with reports of loved ones believed to be trapped. La SEMA is also urging the public to remain calm and cooperate with officials to ensure a smooth recovery process. Families looking for information are encouraged to visit the complaints unit of the scene rather than relying on unverified social media reports during this critical stage. Still in Lagos, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is expected back at the scene of the Great Nigeria Insurance Building fire today for a critical follow-up assessment. Days after the Christmas Eve inferno, the governor is reviewing the site before the 25-story structure is brought down in a controlled demolition. Engineers have warned that the building is now structurally compromised and poses a major risk to the surroundings, busy markets on Lagos Island. A special committee is already finalizing the best and safest world-class model to put the skyscraper down without damaging nearby properties. Meanwhile, SEMA has officially opened a help desk at the site to address growing fears about people still trapped under the rubble. Families who haven't been able to reach loved ones since the fire are being urged to come forward and register their names with emergency officials. Government experts have established a strict 100-meter no-movement zone around the building to protect the public from potential collapses. Authorities are warning traders to stop trying to enter the restricted area as rescue teams continue their work until every bit of the debris is cleared. Still in the spirit of the New Year celebration, the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Lanre Issa Onilu, is calling on Nigerians to unite against insecurity across the country. He says patriotism, shared responsibility, and civic engagement are key to achieving peace and development. In his New Year message, Issa Onilu noted that the government is stepping up efforts to tackling insecurity nationwide. However, he stressed that success depends on the cooperation and active involvement of citizens at all levels. He described collective actions as the strongest weapon against threats to national peace, warning that insecurity thrives when people feel disconnected from national affairs. The NOA boss urged Nigerians to stand up together and reject the vision based on ethnicity, religion, or region. Issa Onilu added that rebuilding faith in Nigeria requires more than government action, but a revival of national values. He praised President Bola Tinubu's stance on security and called on traditional rulers, religious leaders, and youth groups to promote peace, unity, and respect for the rule of law. And speaking about New Year resolutions, it's begun to take its effect from some, as Senate President Godswill Akpabio has withdrawn all defamation lawsuits he filed against several individuals, including Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. The announcement came during a New Year Mass at Sacred Heart Parish in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Akpabio revealed that he had nearly 9 ongoing lawsuits over alleged slander and defamation. He said a sermon by the parish priest prompted him to reconsider and pursue reconciliation instead. The priest had called on parishioners to let go of past hurt and embrace peace. Inspired by this message, Akpabio instructed his solicitors to formally withdraw all cases. Observers say the move signals magnanimity and sets a hopeful tone for 2026. It marks a fresh start for all parties and closes a chapter of high-profile legal battles in the public eye. As Lagos State and other states in Nigeria enters 2026, many residents say the real New Year wish is simpler daily life. At a crossover to usher the new year with worshippers express optimism for a better year. Oyindamola Lokoto has more in this report.
31st into the early hours of January 1st. Movement across parts of Lagos was slowed by traffic and roadblocks as residents made their way to crossover service and New Year gatherings. With vehicles stranded in long queues, Many commuters were left with no option but to trek through the road to their destinations, determined to begin the new year on a spiritual note. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, worshippers gathered for the annual Watch Night service, marking the transition into the new year with songs of praise and heartfelt thanksgiving.
Among the faithful ones, among the glorious ones, among the successful ones, it's not one that you get to you. It's not that you eat the best food, but you have put on the best clothes. I said, somebody shout hallelujah! Somebody that won millions. That all gold worth millions. They are in the mortuary.
The service progressed into intense prayer session as members were lifted personal and collective petitions, committing their hopes, families, and aspirations into God's hands for the year ahead. As midnight approached, congregants showed symbolic seeds into the new year, expressing faith, gratitude, and expectation for divine favor and breakthroughs. The highlights of the service was a word of exhortation delivered to the congregation, focusing on God's promise of peace, restoration, and guidance, encouraging members to remain steadfast despite challenges.
And I'm telling you, the trust you have in me, let it be strong. Tell your neighbor again, I can never fail. I can never fail.
With the declaration of the new year, prayers intensified as worshippers prayed into the year with renewed hope, trusting for a better, more peaceful and fulfilling year ahead. The crossover service ended with joy, reflection, and optimism as members stepped into the new year, believing in positive change and divine assurance. I'm Oyindamola Olokuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
And in Benin City, the Edo State capital, Christians also gathered in churches to commit the year 2026 into God's hands, offering prayers for spiritual renewal, personal breakthroughs, and fulfillment. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, captured reflections and expressions of faith from crossover night services.
The Edo State ushered in the new year with prayers and expressions of faith during crossover night services held across churches in the state. Those who spoke with VOP TV shared expectations of entering 2026 with renewed hope, expressing trust in God for divine direction, spiritual growth, and breakthroughs in their personal lives.
My expectation is to be closer and closer to God. I will look at every mistake I made last year. I will ask God to help me to correct them this year so that I will serve Him better. Trusting God that the God who preserves us throughout 2025 will also preserve us. We saw the beginning of 2026. We will see the end of 2026. This year shall be 10 times better than last year in the name of Jesus. In this year 2026, the glory of God will be seen in our lives. And we have every cause to glorify His name. And I declare to you, Happy New Year!
They also conveyed hopes for peace, good health, family stability, and success in their various endeavors, while committing the year into God's hands.
I want to encourage every Nigerian to submit to God. God is our help in the midst of trouble. If we submit to God, these series of issues that we are contending with will become a testimony. My prayer is that God will help everyone, Christian and all others, to submit our hearts to God, to do what pleases God. And I am assuring everyone that 2026 shall be a very beautiful year. I'm grateful to God for bringing us into a new year full of grace, full of God's favor. And my prayer is that all of us will join together to serve God. All of us will join together to love God, to follow Him wholeheartedly, and to make Him the Lord of our life, the Lord of our decision. And when we do this, the Lord is faithful to carry us through the year.
As the year begins, Christians in Edo State remain optimistic that their prayers and dedication will usher in a season of fulfillment and testimonies. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Meanwhile, in Awka, the Anambra State capital, residents reflected on 2025, which many described as a turbulent year marked by economic and security challenges. Despite this, several respondents said they remained grateful and hopeful for the new year. This, according to our correspondent in Awka, Sochima Promise, who has more on that report.
For Ms. Jedida, 2025 has been an amazing year, even as she counted many blessings and milestones reached within the year. Jedida is also looking forward to 2026 with excitement, being her year of graduation.
2025 was amazing. Very excited. I mean, this year, next year, like 2026, I'm going to be a graduate.
However, Ms. Oju did not find it easy in the ending year 2025, saying the economic situation in the country made it not so favorable. According to her, 2025 was not really a beautiful experience, but hinges her hope in a better new year.
You know the economic situation in this our country now. But we just thank God we are pushing it. Not really. You know, in this life there is some ups and downs. But we thank God. That is the most important thing. We are alive to see the end of this year 2025. And we hope that 2026 will be more better. For favor, for more life, good health, and for to achieve more this year 2026 year.
Mr. Rock Abelati was on the positive lane because according to him, being alive and healthy is good fortune, though he could not rule out the fact that the economic situation in the country brought a lot of stress. He noted that at the beginning of the year 2025, prices of goods and services went up just as there has been a downward trend towards the end of the year. He looks forward to a better economic situation in 2026 with the hope reducing the rate at which Nigerians seek greener pastures abroad.
Going on the positive lane, I'm going to see it as been a very good year because I'm alive and I want to be grateful to God for life and for the life of my family, loved ones, and everybody around me. But economically, on the other way around, it has not been a funny year because I've been a lot of struggling here and there to meet up with the economic situation in the country. Things at the beginning of the country, things faced up, skyrocketing. But towards the end of the year, you cannot deny the fact that things like PMS, which is the major means of mobility, dropped down a little bit. So on the average, well, it's good. And we are hoping that the economic situation of the country will get better, so that more Nigerians will realize that coming back home to invest is better than going out of the country, because the Japa syndrome tends to kind of increase in this 2025. We're hoping that things will get better. Those on top or those up there will see the plight of the masses. The masses are not finding it funny. So we hope that things will get better and better so that people will be able to meet up and live a normal life.
A businessman, Austin, said 2025 was rough economically as the insecurity issues in the country rubbed off on businesses. He's looking forward to 2026 being a better year for him, his family, and Nigeria as a whole.
They may experience difficulties and insecurities and everything. So, in general, as businessman, I know how difficult it is. I know how demand that we're receiving. Demand increase. so many ways, which we understand that this insecurity in the states play a big impact over it. So only thing I will say is that this year so far, we thank God that God has been faithful. That's the only thing I will say, and I'm looking forward 2026 to be a better year for me. Yes, my family and also Nigeria.
I'm Sochima from Voice of People Television.
Back in Lagos, as Nigerians stepped into 2026, citizens expressed renewed hopes for improved living conditions, even as concerns persisted over the implementation of the new tax laws that took effect on January the 1st. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Ogunswada captured residents' expectation and aspiration for the year ahead in this report.
Year began with prayers and celebrations in many parts of the world. In Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his New Year address wished Nigerians a happy and prosperous New Year, while assuring citizens that the year ahead will usher in brighter days for the nation. However, one major concern for many Nigerians in 2026 is the implementation of the new tax laws, which are scheduled to take effect in the new year.
The new government policy will definitely come into place. So this tax that the government is about to tax everybody, we should expect that it's not going to change, and everybody should just try and adjust with the new policy. That's all I will say. And I just believe that people should work more, do more, because it's a year of putting more effort in all you do, because the government is telling you government bringing in taxing policies, telling you that you should work more, do more, put more effort on everything you're doing. And I just wish that the government will pay interest into the work policies of various organizations, so that they can be able to pay up this tax with ease, not somebody using all his salary.
Amid these concerns, Nigerians are also expressing hope and renewed aspirations for the year ahead, highlighting goals they believe will improve their lives and strengthen the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that report, and also other reporters, Onidamola Onukuton and Sochima Promise, including Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Moving on to other stories, New Year's celebration turned tragic in parts of the country. Security authorities in Zamfara State are investigating deadly attacks on Maikogo and Maya's communities. Bandits reportedly abducted several villages, forcing residents to flee into the bush for safety. An eyewitness said an explosive planted along a convoy route killed at least 9 persons and destroyed motorcycles and trailers. Security operatives engaged the attackers and pursued them into nearby forests. The Plateau State armed bandits struck Chogwi community in Jos South just before the new year, killing at least 7 persons. Residents say the attacks occurred despite prior security alerts warning of possible raids. Search and rescue efforts are ongoing in both states, raising fears that casualties may rise. Authorities continue to appeal for calm while investigation and securing affected communities. You're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories that we've read through is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and Happy New Year to you.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful new year, and we have our hopes, our expectations, and our decisions to make it better.
Well, the path of decision is quite beautiful, because a lot of persons who want to ask what is the decision of the government, particularly on the path of insecurity. I mean, we just read out a couple of seconds ago in Chugwi community in Jos South, where 7 persons on New Year's Day were killed as a result of armed bandit attacks. In fact, the one that happened in Play 2, the story emanating from that residence is that there were prior warnings to both the security operatives around that axis, and these armed bandits still find their way to operate freely. What do you think the government at this point can do better, particularly on the part of bandits who are so armed and still are attacking villages?
See, the point is, it didn't start today, and it's not going to end just one day. The important thing for us is to see government moving against these people, trying to decimate their ranks, and ensuring that they are not given room to operate. You will notice that they target of city communities, soft targets. You know, the other day, I think it was on the New Year Eve, they went to a war.
Right.
It wasn't a war they went to. It was a village near a war called Ikpele.
Okay.
And they went to, they sacked the police station, burned the police station and all that. So, and it was at the point where people had left their various homes to church for crossover nights. You see, those guys, having been dealt with by the US government, and because they didn't expect it to happen, so they're going to be nomadic now. They're not going to remain in one particular camp to launch attacks. So they will be roaming and roving around villages and communities that may not have enough security presence. So eternal vigilance should be the watchword of people living in those communities. They are not going to get to the main city. Those who might want to get to the main city will likely be the ones that are suicide bombers. And we have not seen much of them lately.
Now, concerns are being raised about the fact that these attacks, before they were carried out, people were warned. And the residents also are clearly saying that they also detail security operatives around them. But the concerns that are being raised right now is who is to be held accountable for this level of failure of security on the lives and properties of these people who have lost their lives. And of course, their families
if it is investigated and it is true that actually there was a tip-off before the incident, it is the responsibility of the divisional police officer in that community,
right,
that he should make sure that he does his thorough investigation and analyze the situation and ensure that those guys were repelled. And if from credible intel, he notices that these guys that are coming, that is available manpower within that police station, in that jurisdiction, couldn't handle them, he will call for reinforcement. Police officers are not using the mobile phones. They use walkie-talkie. That is exclusive to them. It's a radio-based form of communication. So he should have radioed the next police station. There will be an area commander that takes charge of all the police stations
around that
axis. And then if the area commander may not be able to cope, he calls the deputy commissioner operations, who will in turn inform and mobilize adequate backup to repel these bandits.
Now, there's also the call, sorry to butt in there, there's also the call of clearly publishing transparent breakdown of actual field deployments on the part of government. Do you think that is needed at a point like this, where people would know who is in charge of an entire location and can easily hold accountable whoever is in charge, should these kind of security challenges be developed again? Because that has been a major outcry around Nigeria. And as it stands, government seems to be a bit mum on that particular request of publishing the breakdown of deployment.
You see, security issues are not meant for public domain all the time. Because it's like you are opening your flanks. You see, the man in uniform is more in danger than the man in mufti. It is only when the man in mufti carries out his devilish act that you identify him. But when you see a policeman coming with his uniform, you know he's coming. You know he's a policeman. So, most of the time, intelligence issues, security issues are not meant for public domain. Because it's like you are telling your enemy that you are coming. If you cannot run, they will prepare for you.
Now, I still want to talk about the security issue before I jump to another story. The presidency on the president, I beg your pardon, on the 1st of this year did say that on the part of reforms, talking about national security and of course security, he said it's never easy, in his words, but it is necessary. We remain mindful that economic progress must be accompanied by security and peace. Our nation continues to confront security threats from criminals and terrorist elements determined to disrupt our way of life. In collaboration with international partners, including the United States, decisive actions have been taken against terrorist targets in parts of the Northwest on December the 24th. He's actually making reference to the US strike. But on the part of security and intelligence, he did say agencies will deepen cooperation with regional and global partners to eliminate all these threats. Now, he's clearly talking what some quarters will say is ambiguous, but how very visible is the reality of what we are seeing with these recent attacks, both from the 31st to even the 1st?
You see, those terrorists that they call bandits, I call them terrorists, would also want to make a statement. You know, they want to say that we are not deterred by their assault on our ranks, and that we are still intact. But what government needs to do is to intensify efforts. And it has shown clearly now that these people are not amenable to peace. All these, we are negotiating with them, we are reaching out to them, we are doing all those grandstanding by Gumi and his ilks. It's balderdash. They should go all out. These are public enemies. These are killers. They don't deserve to live amongst us. Not to talk of negotiating with them. A blackmailer will continue to ask for more once we begin to negotiate for him.
But the government has not stopped. The government has not stopped anything that has to do with the reintegration of these people into the society.
That's what I'm saying. Government has to stop it. Government has to stop it. These guys, no matter what you give them, it's just like you are looking. You are calling an Agberu in a motor park that makes an average of 50,000 every day to give him a job of 40,000 naira a month. How will he cope? These are criminals that they can seize just one person and 10 million naira will be in their kitty. And tomorrow they are also kidnapping the same set of people and making so much. You saw even during the cashless policy before the election, the way they were displaying words of naira notes. New notes, not the old notes.
And then
whereas the average man on the street couldn't access just 2,000 naira to buy his anti-malaria drug.
And the actions and the body language of the federal government is going after the social media platforms at which these people are brandishing these videos. The concerns are being raised, Mr. Fanimo, about the fact that the National Orientation Agency is calling for a holistic approach to dissemination of information on the part of, curbing insecurity. But beyond speeches, what monthly scorecard do you think that the government has so far done to making the ordinary Nigerians believe that as it stands, government is doing something really worth it when it comes to insecurity in the country? Because we're not seeing any.
For me, I've not seen anything concrete that suggests that government is all out for these terrorists. Because why would you arrest somebody who has confessed to killing not just one person, several people? And you ask him, why did you kill? He couldn't plausibly account for why he killed. That person should face the law.
Now,
that person should be killed.
Before I let you go, because I know we're seriously pressed for time, on the path, so I'm going to take the presidency in beats. On the part of security, how would you rate this administration thus far, owing to the fact that we've seen several body languages of the president not looking like it truly wants to curb insecurity? I'll give you one example. Serious allegations were raised about the Minister of Defense for State. I'm talking about Matawale. And as we speak, he's stealing the office. So how would you rate security on the part of this administration?
For me, on the scale of 10,
yes,
I will rate this administration 4.
4?
Yeah. Because what I expected from them, you see, when you are fighting these miscreants, it should be in the public domain that you have. Every day you come and announce to us that you decimated the ranks of bandits, you decimated the ranks of terrorists. You are not naming actors, the real actors. How invisible is Toji?
And then there was also another list of terrorism financiers that they also brought out, yet none has been prosecuted.
You have not dealt with that list. You have not called out the people mentioned in that list for them to come and answer to allegations of financing or aiding and abetting these terrorists. So for me, I'll give them 4.
Now,
and I'm being generous.
Okay, I like your generosity really, but then looking into 2026, how can they do better?
Well, having run through 2025, and we have seen that much mileage has not been covered. Now is the time to show grit, to show resilience, to show intolerance to all these people, and let's begin to show them that they don't deserve to live among right-thinking people.
All right, then. Well, we really do hope that the federal government truly is listening to voice of reasoning like that of Mr. Dele Fanimo, because some quarters will say 2026 seemed to be like a year for campaigning for the presidency and some other politicians. But we wait to see as they unfold. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a major political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo, for being here. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, former Attorney General of the Federation seeks freedom amid money laundering trial. These and more when we return. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. And it's still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. A high-stakes legal showdown is unfolding right now at the Federal High Court in Abuja, where former Attorney General Abubakar Malami is back in court today, hoping to secure bail after his remand in Kuje prison. Malami isn't alone in the dock. His son and wife are also facing heavy allegations of laundering over 8 billion naira. The family has remained in custody since late December while their lawyers prepared this morning's application. The EFCC is expected to play a hardball today, arguing that the former minister should remain behind bars until the trial is over. They claim the 16-count charge involves a massive breach of public trust and significant state funds. Justice Emeka Nwite is currently listening to arguments from both sides before making a final call on their release. We'll bring you more on that story in our subsequent bulletin. And in Ogun State, the Ogun State Police Command has confirmed the detention of the driver involved in the crash that killed two associates of boxing superstar Anthony Joshua. The driver was behind the wheels of the Lexus SUV at the time of the incident. The incident happened along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway where the vehicle collided with a stationary truck. Two passengers, Lateef Ayodele and Sina Gami, died on the spot, while Joshua and the driver sustained minor injuries. Police say investigations are ongoing to determine both the immediate and remote causes of the crash. Officials are also examining the level of the driver's involvement in the incidents. Anthony Joshua has since been discharged from hospital and is recovering at home. Lagos and Ogun State governments have extended condolences to the families of the victims and praised the medical team that treated the injured. Moving on, the Nigerian police force has suspended the enforcement of its tinted glass permit policy across the country. This followed an interim court order stopping the planned action. The police had earlier announced that enforcement would begin on January the 2nd, citing public safety concerns. However, they say they were served with the court order on December the 17th. According to the force, the suspension will remain until the court hears and decides the main suit. The case has now been adjourned until January the 20th for further proceedings. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun says the force remains committed to the rule of law. He assured Nigerians that lawful and intelligence-driven strategies will continue to be used to protect lives and properties. And from that particular story, we'll go straight talking some business. Nigeria's banking sector saw a spike in bad loans in 2025 after the central bank withdrew COVID-era regulatory reliefs. The CBN says the industry's non-performing loan ratio rose to about 7%, above the 5% benchmark. The Apex Bank explains that the increase followed the end of forbearance, which had allowed lenders to restructure troubled loans without classifying them as bad. With that support withdrawn, several facilities have now crystallized as non-performing. Despite the rise, the CBN insists the financial system remains stable. It says banks are supported by strong capital buffers, healthy liquidity levels, and improved interest income. The bank adds that ongoing recapitalization and tighter supervision will further strengthen lenders. However, it warns that raising bad loans, must be closely monitored to prevent risk to financial stability. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. Seven-time Grand Slam champion Venus Williams is heading back to the Australia Open at the age of 45. The American tennis icon has been handed a wild card, marking the oldest woman to feature at the season's opening major. Williams will compete in the main draw at Melbourne Park for the first time since 2021. She says she's excited to return to Australia, a place filled with special memories from her long career. The former world #1 has won 5 Wimbledon titles and 2 US Open crowns. She also was an Australian Open single finalist in 2003 and 2017, and a 4-time doubles champion at the tournament. Venus is expected to warm up for the Open at the Auckland Classic before heading to Hobart. Fellow American Coco Gauff has described her comeback as incredible, praising her longevity and impact in the sports. Still talking sports, Chelsea is back on the search for a new head coach following the exit of Enzo Maresca after just one season in charge. The Italian left amid reports of internal disagreements with the club's hierarchy. Attention has now shifted to Strasbourg's manager, Liam Rossignol, who is emerging as the leading contender for the role. Reports say the 41-year-old already has strong backing within Stamford Bridge. Rossignol currently manages French Ligue 1 side Strasbourg, a club owned by Blue Coal, the same consortium that bought Chelsea in 2022. That existing ownership link is believed to boost his chances significantly. While Chelsea continues to access other options, Strasbourg are already considering possible replacements in case Rossignol leaves. The club's owner are expected to stick with their data-driven approach as they look to reset their long-term project. And from sports, we go straight talking entertainment. Lagos mainland was bustling this New Year's Day as YBNL boss Olamide made a triumphant return to his roots. The rap icon headlined the Mission 26K block party at the Ikeja Police College, marking his first major mainland show in years. Olamide stormed the stage with his classic hit, Lagos Boys, sending thousands of fans into a total frenzy. He performed a non-stop set of his biggest items, proving exactly why he is still considered the voice of the streets. The energy stayed high all night with a heavy hitting lineup of DJs, including DJ Any Money and the duo Wani X Handy. Other rising stars like Lade and Fido also hit the stage to keep the crowd moving well into the early hours. This homecoming comes right on the heels of Olamide's massive sold-out show at London's Wembley Arena just a few weeks ago. It was a perfect way for fans to kick off 2026, celebrating the local hero who has taken Nigerian street culture to the world. Still talking entertainment, popular TikTok star Pella says his 100 million naira Mercedes-Benz SUV was damaged in what he calls a deliberate accident. He revealed that the repair cost would be a whopping 11 million naira. The accident happened after a breakup with his lover Jarvis and even landed him in the hospital. Pella took a break from social media but returned to address the incidents with his fans. In a live TikTok session, he asked followers to help him raise money to fix his car. Many fans have expressed concerns and support for the social media star. Pella says he has yet to repair the SUV due to the hefty bill. He hopes crowdfunding from well-wishers will get him back on the road soon. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. Is VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV.
Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. Yes, this is the place where voices matters. And yes, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, it's just how many days to, the new year. And it has been a lovely season. And I trust you that you enjoyed your Christmas. And because me, a lot of people have been eating the chicken, doing a lot of things, but they not remember me, but there is God. So yes, we are back again, and this is actually beautiful. Yes, Please get ready, everyone, because we're about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And yes, this is Spotlight Show. And first off on our list today, we are going to talk about a lot of things. But yes, first on our list today, we're going to talk about the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, has revealed the reason he stopped working with female secretaries, stating that the decision was a deliberate personal precaution rather than a policy against women. So Pastor Adeboye made this known during a sermon where he explained that the nature of his work eventually required him to stay late into the night. So particularly after relocating his office to the redemption camp, according to him, working alone late at night could create situations that might lead to temptation or misunderstanding, which he chose to avoid entirely. Do you get? The respected clerk further noted that the decision was based on self-awareness and his commitment to maintaining moral and spiritual discipline. He emphasized that he knew his background and personal weakness before giving in his life to Christ, and therefore took proactive steps to guide against anything that could compromise his integrity or ministry. Pastor Adeboye stressed that his action should not be interpreted as discrimination against women, but as a personal safeguard amid at upholding his values and preserving his testimonies. And please, me, I support what happened, because in as much as we ladies, you understand, we too dey dramatic and the rest of them, everybody they run away from temptation. See, it is the truth. You just need to avoid it. So you can't blame him and say, that why did he stop having a female secretary or whatever. He knows himself. That is the main reason he did that. So he has even come out to state it. There are lots of people that will still, hide their character, and you say, because I want to get a female. If you know yourself, you know it, you know what you can do. So definitely you just have to avoid it. A lot of people don't come and talk, say, why you go they talk like this? Maybe you are just trying to discriminate the women. And no, it's not it. It's not it at all. Because we women, we are too dramatic. We can do, people just, especially the rate of women now trying to blackmail pastors and the rest of them, because things just they fly up and down. So if now pastor will come and say, no, I don't want a female secretary, he's supported. I'm telling you, because nobody they trust anybody again. I'm not basically stating this because I'm trying to say because there have been lots of allegations flying up and down this time around with a lot of pastors, secretary, people. Is a lot of things this time around. All right. A lot of people don't come out and say, Papa, what do you do now the best to avoid wahala? Because the first time when they go hear this kind of thing now, everybody go carry on for their head. Oh, this pastor carry this person. So to avoid problem, you run away from it first. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning what Papa has said, Papa Adeboye. And yes, let's take some comments of what people have come out to say. And yes, somebody said, sometimes it's not even about knowing yourself. It's the devil, and we have flesh. Apostles all through the Bible talks about how weak our flesh is. Even the strongest, most disciplined can fall. Yes, that's true. So yeah, the best way to avoid sin is to run away from it. Supported. Do you get the best way to run away from this kind of problem? Run, no. Because them say later, they pay and pass. All right, let's take more comments of what people have come out to say concerning what Pastor Adeboye has said. And Vicky Adoli said, this is a man of God who is taking precautions to avoid temptation. Yes, you should not take me. This is human flesh. Tell me, because we are all human beings. We are human we be. So you cannot say, no, I'm the strongest man. They play. Okay. Adamilare said, man, know thyself. Yes, so please know yourself and run away from it. And Ios Fiction said that the Adeboye is wise and a smart man, because even Jason Durello of the world is doing the same thing now after experiencing Shege Pro Max. All right, Hadassah Esther 23 said, flee from temptation. Yes, run. Okay, me, Tarj said, even Baba no even trust himself. God, I beg you. See, for you to see all these kind of things, you need to run away from temptation. If you say if you do them, anything where say it will bring you problem, Kuku just avoid it. Because waiting, you know, fit finish, no just start am. I'm telling you, because now the end now matter. Because when they go drag you up and down, it's not, nobody will save you. Because a lot of things are happening now. People just they lay allegations up and down. People they carry this. We don't know which one we want. We don't even know. We don't even know the truth of the matter again. Because if you even explain your own side of the story, the be like say now that time you even open everything, everybody could attack you up and down. All right, as well. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments, and people are actually talking about it. And yes, that gender mad girl, as Richie Savage is well with you. And Adola Wooden said wise. Then Sisi Timi said run away from temptation. Yes, so then Lekan Feishan said one thing that most people miss about Papa Adeboye is that he is full of wisdom. Yes, he knows when, where, and how to approach matters. Everything is not gra-gra or about social media wisdom. Wisdom is profitable. Yeah, wisdom is profitable. Oh, that is just it. All right, let's take more comments of what people are saying. And this brings me to even talk about, 2026. That is, it's few days to the new year. I know everybody don't they get their mind and say, I want new resolution, everything. See, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. See, another thing now is how to accomplish those things, and it's discipline. If you tell yourself, like, I'm going to change this kind of character, but before I even talk about that self, see 2026 where they come. So, everybody, you see, if you get bad character, change that bad character in Jesus' name. So, 2026 is the time for you to, be better. Maybe all those things that you never achieved during 2025, that as is ending, definitely 2026, you just bring out, set your goals. Know what you want to do with your life. See temptation, run away from it. Sing. I don't know that I'm going to tell you. See, I don't want to do this again. It's not, you have to be determined to decide. You will decide to say, I don't want to do it again. You have to work on it if you really want to stop those things. And trust me, everybody they do their, plan how their 2026 will be. You make you try plan good one. Not be bad one. Not be every time you go they get bad character. Bad character go they fly up and down. Change for once. This 2026 made them see you say you be good person. All right, let's take more comments of what people are saying about Papa Adeboye, about him and taking the secretary as a female. And yes, Eyeglass 14 said, leave spirituality aside. Understanding who you are is very important. And yes, that's true. So Vivera Milneri, as I said, he is wise. He is a wise man who sees from afar and takes precautions to avoid unnecessary dangers. And that's true. And the due praise said, simply wisdom. Yes. Okay. Another person said, the best way to resist is to run away. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And everybody is accepting what everybody just agrees with what Papa has said. Because trust me, you that is saying, I'm a strong man, you have already told yourself that, I don't want to do this year. But, when you just, one sight of something where you could just see, your body don't, hey, see, this 2026, now for you, personally, you have to start talking to yourself. I want to change you. You go decide I'm now. If you really want to bring that change to yourself, you decide, write them out, and pray about it. It's simple as that. And see, run away, flee from all evil devices. I'm telling you. And yes, we have more and more comments of what people are saying. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And me, Terrell said, even Baba don't even trust himself. Who I can be. I beg you. Liz Dana said, lol, all men are the same. Take it or leave it. Just that some get sense past some. Even if you be pastor, you are not exempted. Okay. All right. It's Story B of Jojo Official said he's not. See, this time around, make we just tell ourselves the truth. Try to do things right this period. This is the year 2026 is forthcoming. So change. Live bad character. Try live good. Help people. Be kind. Be the courage people needs, be an inspiration people needs. Not you coming to do a lot of things. Say this, in fact, this 20 days. Some people have not already decided. Say this 20 days, God, I go see war for war. They calm down. No be everything no be fight, everything no be war. Everything no be fight, everything no be war. Try be kind to people because right now a lot of people need this. And trust me, 2025 was a good one. Thank God for life. We celebrated. So 2026 is coming. Just plan yourself. Know what you want to do. And yes, you'll be helped. All right, let's take another story. We have been talking about a lot of things. And the second on our list today, we're talking about Senior Pastor Chris Okafor of the Mountain of Liberation and Miracle Ministries has publicly addressed swirling online allegations involving a woman, claiming to be his daughter as he confronted the situation during a church service amid a wider reputation battle. So a woman identifying herself as Miss Chi Okafor made claims online about her relationship with the clerk, prompting Pastor Okafor to call his children forward in church to directly ask if any inappropriate conduct has occurred with his children, denying the allegations. So, and describing the claims as unfounded, the pastor insisted that nothing inappropriate ever happened under his supervision and called for clarity as part of his response to the controversy. So the matter has also played out in the media and legal arena, with Okafor's lawyer demanding an immediate DNA test to verify or disapprove the paternity claims and threatening legal action against those spreading what they label defamatory content. So the cleric has denied being the biological father of the woman making the claims and has framed the saga as part of a broader attempts to damage his ministry, while social media personalities involved in this case continues to challenge him to produce evidence. This matter is a long one because we don't even know who is saying the truth again. Pastor Chris will come and say his own. VDM will bring out his own. Doris will bring. Everybody just gets waiting they want to talk. God. What have we see? Basically, I don't know what we have turned the church into. Like a lot of people don't have respect for the body of Christ. I'm telling you, no more respect, no regard. People come to church, behave the way they want to behave, and they feel because they want to, they just do anyhow. And a lot of things are just happening. And like God just they watch us from heaven. They say, now my pikin be this. If to say God na mommy, see, plenty people they don't wipe a lot of people. But see, our God is a merciful Father, and trust me, that's why Ingo does they see all these things they keep right. So we don't even know what is going on again, because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this Doris issues with Pastor Chris. This one will come say, now my picking. This one will come say, no be my. What is all this? It's a lot of things, but yes, let's hear what he has actually said and how he actually called his daughter on the pulpit to talk about the allegations. Let's see the video.
Since you know me as your father, I gave birth to you. Have I ever hurt you in any way in this? Huh?
No.
Has it ever happened in any way?
No.
If you lie, God will judge you, God will punish you. Has it ever happened?
No.
In any way?
No.
It has never happened?
No.
Never!
Now, see, I even saw a video that came up one time about the so-called, daughter of the pastor that came out to say, she regrets even having the DNA or the blood running through her vein, running through her body, Kiniko, where video brought her out, but her face wasn't really showing. So my own question is, in fact, the complexion of the lady I even saw wasn't the same thing I'm seeing right now. So who is now, like, everybody does deny their own, let's see be this. It's a lot of things. Trust me. I don't know what people have turned this church into. Everybody is now saying that they can, you can do anyhow in church now. Everybody, you just go scot-free. It's crazy. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, the issues between Doris Ogala and Pastor Chris Okafor. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Baba Legba TV said, be careful when you are trying to correct a negative impression. You might end up creating another terrible one. Damage control most times creates damage you can't control. Exactly. I think that is true. You know, sometimes when you don't plan yourself, say you want to explain, person don't talk petty bad things about you, and you want to explain yourself. There are some things that need to be that just need to be left alone. Allow sleeping dogs lie. Not be everything you go come out they talk. See, because you go end up, you know, they shoot that. You try to calm the situation down, but it's not going to work. Yes, it happens. It happens. And come to think of it, about this Nigeria where we did. So people know they believe waiting that one way they talk. As far as they don't hear, say, you do this kind of thing. If you like, you go explain tire. I'm telling you the truth. You go explain tire. People know they hear the truth again. They don't want to hear now that one where they talk. Now they want to believe. All right, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. And yes, Nikita Yembe said she's not saying her mind. Okay. And another person said, official J. Benson said, obviously she's not having it. They've cursed her into submission. Okay, I think a lot of people talked about the video that we just watched right now, and people are saying that the lady is acting as they actually forced her to say those things. So, I don't think it was a question they asked her. If definitely she was forced, definitely there should be signs, but I don't see any signs. To me, do you get what I'm trying to say? So let's take more comments. Somebody else said we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Ekulumi said, what a shame display. You literally threatened her on stage. See, what you're not sure of, make, just open mouth, talk. You don't know if this is actually true. You don't know if it's a lie. So be very sure of your information before you state that, that she's lying, that they just forced her to say these things. How sure are you? Yes. How sure are you? So just be very sure of your information before you go to talk. Plenty say, but what I'm watching right now doesn't look like, she was forced. But people are still saying that she was forced, but it's well. Because they already don't get that adage on their head, say, this person, do this kind of thing. But it's well. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, Pretty Luke said, this doesn't feel right. Bringing out your child in front of the congregation and whole world to ask her such a question. What could have been prevented if he had kept a clean record? Oh, it's well. I get very correct men. It's well. Let's take more and more comments of what people have come out to say. We have a lot of comments of what people have come out. And Coco said, I am a certified, all right. Another person said, may I never find myself in a situation where I have to start explaining to the whole world. I'm telling you. You know that I just feel that when people say bad things about you and within yourself, say no be true, why don't you just keep quiet, avoid the whole display, the whole drama? Because sometimes when you try to, fix the whole thing and try to correct and do that, you might end up, scattering the whole thing and everybody go just misinterpret it actually. Yes, they will misinterpret it and say a lot of bad things, and you yourself already know, say you was just set the records, straight. Say do this kind of thing, but end up they will come tell you say now you do them. And all this kind of thing don't need you to talk plenty. You just allow sleeping dogs to lie for your own safety and your own emotions, because it's a lot. Trust me. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying, because it's a lot of things. And yes, another person said, Lord, this man thinks we wear diapers. Okay. Abayomi Alvin said, if you lied, God will judge you. If you lie, God will judge you. I think as a pastor, are you meant to say such, make such statement? Because I heard when he said, if you lie, God will judge you as well. Let's take more comments of what people are actually saying. We have a lot of comments of what people are saying concerning the issues between Doris Ogala and Pastor Chris Okafor. So, yes, official, the twins 07 said, just imagine she said, yes, everywhere go first blow before congregation go scatter. Church Abasa. Okay. And Kiki Bam Bam said, He definitely violated this girl, no doubt about it. And Sweet Awilo said she couldn't even look at him. I don't understand. How do you expect her to look at... You guys, they asked the question. She was supposed to look at the church and explain. Why people reasoning this thing the other way around, for crying out loud? A lot of, like, una too they imagine things for una head. And definitely now we don't carry and say, hey, now the truth be that. Calm down. Things are not meant to be this way. If he has explained, may we watch and see, because we don't even know who they talk to again. Doris not talking on, VDN not talking on. Pastor Chris don't bring out your own matter. Everybody's saying something about this case. So make una they calm down. Definitely, we don't say nothing is hidden under the sun. It's going to come out one day. All right, let's take more comments on what people have actually come out to say, because it's a lot. And somebody, Sweet Awilo, said she couldn't. And Igala Cowboy said, make he try sue. May no go there. Make I first of all advise. Don't go there, because if you even try anything concerning VDM, wahala go boss. Everywhere go first blow first. Before you go realize what they do. So Kuku just leave this matter, make it just, everybody will forget about it. Because definitely this thing will, you see, social media will remember, but for now, make everything just lie. Because everybody just, they bring their own story, bring their own matter, bring their own problem. It's a lot. I beg. All right. And yes, we have lots of comments. Let's take more and more comments before we move to our next topic. And yes, Official the Twin said, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more comments of what people are saying. And then the Intentional Twin Mom said, people who mostly need to defend themselves at all costs have a lot more going on that meets the eye. Yes, may God have mercy on him, on the body of Christ. Amen. And Shadyville 08 said, which one is God will punish you? Wahala. Okay, Rosemary Ison said, I really don't blame him. I blame those people clapping for him. Because what is all this? People are just listening. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Please, let's check, see more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Martins Wosu 21 said, give thanks. Give this video to a psychologist. The girl can't even look at her father in the face. Something is wrong. Pastor Chris should step aside from the pulpit, go back to God and repent of his sins, humble himself and concentrate himself back to God after a while before mounting the pulpit. May God have mercy on him. And my heaven said, body language never lies. Before the mouth speaks, the body has already told the truth. Pay attention to what people do, not just what they say. All right, is well. I just feel this has to be, fixed. A lot of people have done this church. I've been saying it. This, the body of Christ is now something else. People don't have respect or regard anymore. You come to church, you do a lot of things. I've seen like countless stories of robberies in church, fighting. Those days when you go to church, I think that's where a lot of sacred things happen. You don't just come and, behave anyhow, do anyhow. But now, things that are happening are overwhelming. They are actually scary. And if people will never even still believe believe in God, or still want, come to church and do all those, and come to church and worship with people. But because of all the stories where don't they happen, a lot of people don't they draw back, say, if not so church be how you want take be. So make I just live my life the way they live. All right, see, it's a lot of things. I think this whole thing has to be fixed. Yes, it has to be, because a lot of people have turned the church into something else. All right, it's well, but I just feel that everything has to be all right and fixed. If the lady is lying, nobody can help her, but if she's saying the truth, then fine. It's left for her to decide. It's her choice. All right, and yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of juices to talk with you and say with you. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Is the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say...
Now this one, they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things, gist upon gist. And yes, next we have on our list, we're talking about, there has been a viral tweet saying, if you use money to attract a lady, that lady will leave you when there is no money again. And this question goes to the guys, because I would like to ask this question, that kind of thing. So, I'll be asking, is this marriage? But the love, the money has to be there. If you say you want to do the love alone, I won't say 100% that marriage will last for long, because definitely money, when money don't enter, when it's where you tell your wife like this now, or your husband, everything will enter where you go, they understand. But trust me, to me, I just feel that money and the love has to be involved, because yes, it is what it is. All right, a lot of people don't come and say, me, I know what. See, I want just the money. A lot of ladies have actually come out. Guys, don't talk their own. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. Their own experience. They've said, me, I can stay with me, I cannot. All right, Prosper Crew said, life no get manual. Do whatever works best for you. Yes, and that's true. If it work for you, if you say I love, now you want day inside love, you don't want money. Oh, voila. Good luck to you. All right. As what Billboard said, whatsoever you do, don't date or marry a broke, non-potential woman. Even if you put a woman, still don't marry a broke, non-potential man. Do you get? You need to balance this thing. Make it not be like sister, now only the ladies die they chop. I beg you. At Rafi 2K3 said, if you are still dealing with girls that needs money for nails, hair, food, cooking gas, and the rest of them, it seems you're a joker. I don't understand. See, you people should be coming down. Definitely, we ladies, see, this thing, it has to be balanced. As a man, you already know your job. As a lady, you already know your job in there. Yes. Because you cannot say, please, I'm not looking for anybody that don't want money. I just want love. You're joking. You cannot tell me that you are looking for somebody that will not look at the fact that you need to get married, financially stable. Even before entering marriage, you have to be financially stable. Not basically for the men. I'm saying this generally for both the men and the women. You have to be stable. You, where they come marry, you're supposed to get what you do for yourself. So that man no go they use you, they play, hanky-panky. And yes, for the men too. More na you understand what ladies want. You want a lady, but you cannot be, at least be romantic for once. You don't say ladies, they like all these, flowers, all these little things that makes them happy. But you now coming to say, hey, my love, see, when there's love, please, money should also follow it, because a lot of people cannot stay in that love alone and tell you that from thy kingdom come that there's no money. Not only you go carry yourself, know what you carry yourself for. So, all right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, a love that you buy with money will be sustained and maintained with money. A love that you did not buy with money will also need to be sustained with money, right? So choose wisely. All right, official KBEC AB said, nothing like a foundation built with natural love. Bro, there is love, but when there's no money inside the love, now you know what you did. All right, Investor Grace said, lol, even the one we love self, they break. Take a play first. All right, Barris Esselsa said, most Nigerian men don't know how to love. They believe money is all they need to offer. And most Nigerian ladies don't know what love is. They believe if a man provides money, then the man loves them. It took me until I left Nigeria and started earning money for myself to really understand this. Okay. And Wanyi Buego said, even if you are using anointing oil to attract the babe, she will still bill you. Not be lie. If you like rub all the whole anointing oil and say, God, he must love me. Forget that thing. Women, we love money. We love to be taken care of. Because tell me, why won't you love? After that, they go say precious is their vein. Ma, tell you the truth. Leave the vein. Leave that vein thing for us. Yes. Because you cannot tell me, yes, love has to be there, but money too has to be there. But you cannot tell me that, okay, you have to leave because a lot of men don't do that. You understand? Because say the woman get money, they don't relax. Based on say now the woman go, they provide everything. More now they calm down. See, this life not just hard. Now you just try to make it hard. All right, let's take more comments on what people have actually come out to say, because this is a lot. And yes, Wanyi Buego said, just make sure you are with a woman that's resourceful. Thank you for that. And not selfish. Every woman loves money. Yes. But her empathy will keep her with you. Trust me, and that is the truth. All right, let's take more comments. And Olai Mata said, man, we use money buy love, no they pay finish. At DJ Reeves said, when love, not money, is the foundation, a relationship has a far greater chance of lasting. A relationship built on love will outlast one built on money. Love is the foundation that makes relationship endures. Money alone can never. All right, when love comes first and money second, the relationship stands stronger against time. All right, I think I support that, because when love comes first and money second, there should be money. That is just what I'm trying to say, because you cannot sustain, I'm telling you, you cannot sustain marriage without these two things. That is just the truth. For peace to reign. Let's take more comments. And CJ Best said, love don't cost a dime. If you like, go pay for them. You go later cry. Even if you no pay for them, bro, you go still cry. All right. At Finset, Mama said, then go don't collect soon. Okay. Vic Far said, you can't buy love with money. But you cannot stay in that. See, I even say this thing again. You can't buy love without money. But let me tell you the truth. People know I'm sorry, but I just feel that people know they love again. You don't even trust people where they love again, because love self, don't they? You know they fear people. When person tell you, say, babe, I love you, or guy, I love you. See, you need to check and where. I'm telling you the truth, too. All right. Another person said, if a man meets you and wants to run away, if sex is the foundation of the relationship, they will leave you for more beautiful girls with Sabi. All right. Love and patience should be the first foundation of relationship from both parties. So Dimi Darling said, even if na love be the foundation. See, if you love somebody, that is just the truth. If you love somebody, you would want to see that person happy. You cannot say you love somebody and not be there for that person, support the person, both financially and, otherwise. So trust me, if you say you love somebody,